Welcome in to a special edition of No Punt Intended, our 7th annual NFL Draft live stream where we look at things from a fantasy football perspective. Your usual suspects along with another face joining us, and we'll have a bunch of other faces popping in and out. We may even have some faces popping in from D-Town itself, Detroit, where the draft is taking place currently. 30 minutes until the draft officially starts, in another hour and a half until the Bears officially make their pick and Roger Goodell steps across that stage. We're here for the entire first round. Let's get into it. Welcome into a special edition of No Punt Intended, presented by Club Fantasy, our NFL Draft live stream, 7th annual. We are here once again to break down everything for the NFL Draft, because now we can finally do it. We don't have to give a shit about the college tape. We can just say how they fit into the team, and that's exactly what we're good at. Josh and Ryan joining as always, and one Mr. Nate. How are you, sir?
I'm wonderful, man. It's we got these nice thunderstorms rolling through tonight, setting the mood for a thunderous and stormy draft, I think, man. I saw someone earlier today, I mean, it's Peter Schrager, who said, don't be surprised if there are 10 or more trades on day one tonight. So
smash the over.
This could be a crazy night, and I'm stoked to be here with you guys.
Smash the over. Talked about it last night with Britt Flynn. Smash the over. The line was 6.5 on DraftKings, 7.5 most other places. So smash that shit. I mean that. And we will at least introduce one of our lovely faces down, or I guess for me, up in Detroit, and I guess for most people up in Detroit, right?
Over for me.
Over for Ryan. Over in Detroit, up in Detroit. Miss Renee is here. Renee and Hoove as well. It says it in there. I love it. She has her handle and then Hoove secondary.
How you doing, Renee?
Fine, thanks. And you?
Good, good. How's everything in Detroit?
It's crazy. I think we closed the gate because it was full. No one can get in anymore.
They were expecting 400,000 people, is what they said. And if you're watching Renee's connection, you can imagine how many people are getting on the setup Wi-Fi that they have. So if Renee's cutting in and out, that is due to the NFL not having the money to pay for great Wi-Fi. So that's exactly what that is.
That could also be a Detroit infrastructure problem.
Hey. That's a great city, Ryan. Did they go bankrupt just 10, 15 years ago? Yes. That's irrelevant, though. All right?
You can buy houses for $1 in Detroit.
You can buy houses for $1 in Italy. So.
And Baltimore now.
Well, that doesn't surprise anybody. Yeah. All right. Well, Renee, we'll let you get back to it. And Hoove, we'll see you guys later on.
Yeah.
I know we have a little wave going on that we know to bring you in for, but thank you for being there. Check out, also follow Renee and Hoove on Twitter. They'll be tweeting stuff live, all that stuff. So, Renee, we'll talk to you a little later on.
Sorry about that.
Boom. Thank you, Renee. I feel like the newscaster that waits for the response, and you're just sit there like, yes, thank you for joining in. And
I always joke that the news still has that delay, but we can podcast with folks across the world and talk to each other in real time. It's so funny to me. But hey, apparently it's because there's terrible internet somewhere.
There is a reason for the delay. Somebody told me the reason for the delay. I completely forget it. But there is a reason to have that delay. I think it's stupid. You could cut down the news a lot faster. You could save 2 minutes on the news. If just thinking
that's
about
a whole
it like
nother
that.
commercial they could throw in there.
I know.
Oh boy,
that's more money.
Right, more Cialis commercials.
Right in the shareholders' pockets, guys. That's who we work for, is the shareholders.
Exactly. Yeah. Capitalism, baby.
Capitalism. All right. While we load into the draft here, about 24 minutes away from the official start time, I can almost guarantee the Bears countdown clock doesn't begin until at least 8:15. And it, of course, will take them all 10 minutes to make the pick. So your first pick will be at 8:25 this evening. So we have a little bit of time. But some things have happened. Just a few things have happened that will definitely come up this evening in terms of who will be drafted, through which team, etc., what teams will do, all those sorts of things. So biggest thing, Amon-Ra St. Brown signed a massive contract extension, 4 years, $120 million, plus includes $77 million guaranteed. That's pretty good. It's a pretty sizable number. The biggest thing of what does this mean for other receivers on the roster?
So I was gonna say, like, I love the Sun God, but he is not the one I expected to see reset the market. Like, I just didn't see that was not on my bingo card of things that was going to happen this offseason. So good for him. Get the bag.
I mean, it's a lot more than I thought he was going to get. Like you said, I didn't think he'd be the guy to reset the market, right? But look at what he contributes to a team that they should be making a playoff, a Super Bowl push, right? Like, what's a disappointment this year? Not making the Super Bowl, not making the NFC Championship. They have to make the playoffs with this team.
Yeah, well, we were joking about that last night when I said that Minnesota, if they got the right quarterback, would have a chance because of their receivers, which Joe vehemently disagrees with. But I agree. You have to make the playoffs. You essentially, do they have to win their division? Like, I feel like that might be a disappointment for Lions fans right now if the Packers take the division.
How the turntables. The Lions were thankful for a win, and now
no shit. Like,
and speaking of Detroit, our second comrade on the ground in D-Town, Hoove, is here.
What's up, Hoove?
What's poppin'? What's poppin'? How we doing? I'm using
Was
my
that-
hotspot because I'm trying to figure out this Wi-Fi. There's so many people here. I apologize about that earlier, but we're here, baby. We're live.
You've already improved the internet from when Renee was on because, like, you're speaking in real time.
Yeah.
And
That's what I'm saying. You know, who sits down, magic appears, baby. All right.
and your impression of Jack Harlow's Thanksgiving Day halftime performance was already better than Jack Harlow's Thanksgiving halftime day performance.
Let's go. I
For
can get
those
a
that
crowd
don't know,
going.
yeah, for those that don't know, what's poppin' is
Jack Harlow.
it's Jack Harlow. So for all those older millennials and Gen Xers watching and listening here today, which is everybody. So I just wanted to get that off the board. Just want to make sure we're all clear in there. What do you think of the ARSB news, Hoove?
Well, I'm excited. I mean, yesterday, Renee and I, we were walking downtown. We were going to this awesome Clutch Sports event. And I turned to Renee and I said, hey, don't look now, but Tom Pelissero and Ian Rappaport are walking right behind us. And Ian Rappaport was on the phone for about 30 minutes during the event. And I'm like, something's about to go down. And sure enough, Amon-Ra St. Brown and Penny Sewell's contract extensions broke. And just being in building when he probably found that out, if not found out something else.
Yeah, that's cool.
Pretty cool experience.
Awesome.
Which we got because of Women of Fantasy Football and Club Fantasy. So, boom. How you doing?
Making
Yeah.
dreams come true.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
One Detroit draft day at a time. Other receivers on the roster: Donovan Peoples-Jones, Khalif Raymond, Jamison Williams. Just a plethora of talent, one might say, at that position. Khalif Raymond, I love. He's a Dan Campbell guy. That checks out. Jamison Williams hoping to be the number 2 here, and I don't have high hopes. Ryan, I know you're a big Jamison Williams fan.
As you pointed out last night, I'm a speed slut. So
Yes, you are a speed slut.
I have high hopes, but I'm ready for them to be dashed and disappointed because I understand that's just how it works.
I think in the world of Jonte Porters and Shohei Ohtani's, Jamison Williams is really keeping up with them pretty well. So I think one more and out for the year.
That's not even a concern of mine. The bigger concern is the lack of separation because when you have that kind of speed, you have to be able to use it. And in 2 seasons, we haven't seen it yet. And obviously, he's had off the field issues that have kept him from full development. But you'd certainly like to see a lot more heading into year 3, praying for the year 3 breakout. But Not very hopeful.
Well, I think
They gotta find different ways to use him because essentially it's just like they're using him straight line, go down the field. That's it. Like
He's not separated.
he did a lot of different things at Alabama. Like they used him as like a true X where he could run, the digs across the middle, the post patterns, the go routes, etc. Like all those different types of routes they would use him for. They're not using him that way here in Detroit. So it almost feels like they spent all that draft capital to move up to get him to use him like a one-trick pony. That's not a good resource of draft capital, in my opinion.
Well, Josh, what I feel like has happened, and I like your point of like how they used him at Alabama, but I don't think his footwork is sufficient at the NFL level. Corners are able to catch that. So with his speed, you try and win on those go routes. It's clearly not working. So the question is, can they work on his footwork? Can they get him more involved in other routes, in other schemes? That kind of money to Amon-Ra. They went out and they got Donovan Peoples-Jones in a trade last year. I don't know that they have a lot of faith in Jameson Williams. I think we're going to see that he's just not going to get much usage this season because they don't really need to use him. They've got Sam Laporta. They've got Khalif Raymond.
Donovan Peoples-Jones.
Donovan Peoples-Jones.
Other guys.
They've got Brock Wright, Jahmyr Gibbs, David Montgomery, Penei Sewell. I hear he can probably catch.
In all reality,
they've used them on tight ends and the tight end and the.
In all reality,
short
is
yard-
Jameson
short yard
Williams the
red zone.
fifth option in that offense?
Yeah, at
Maybe.
best.
Wow,
At
that's
best.
tough. That's
That
tough.
is tough.
That's tough for the Jameson Williams crowd, the speed sluts like Ryan that we have here. I will say I love the Amon-Ra extension. I still think they're being paid dumb money, but this is just where we're at now. So by the beginning of next year, he will be the 7th highest paid receiver in the NFL. So it really doesn't matter at this point. He deserves it. He's an absolute dog. I don't even pay attention to the money anymore because literally in 2 weeks he won't be the highest paid receiver.
Yeah,
it doesn't matter anymore. He deserves the extension. He's been fantastic. And I think a reason they're not using Jameson Williams a lot on all those routes is because Amon-Ra St. Brown does them and does them better and has better hands. Just all around, the only thing Amon-Ra doesn't have over Jameson Williams is speed. So when you already have a guy that's doing all that and has rapport with your quarterback, I mean, there's a reason Josh Reynolds still had a job in the NFL with the Lions is because Jared Goff liked Josh Reynolds.
Yeah.
That's the only reason he had a job.
I was shocked Josh Reynolds left. And I
Yes.
mean, like, we can clown Josh Reynolds all we want. He had a defined role in that Detroit offense. And then Denver, the initial reporting made it out like Denver gave him way too much money for his role. But if you go and look at the deal, it actually wasn't that bad. I'm shocked Detroit let him go. I'm shocked he left Jared Goff. It was a weird situation, but it tells me they expect someone else to step up or they expect to walk out of this draft with somebody else. So,
Or Josh Reynolds realized that he is good for like 7 pop games a year because that's exactly how Sean Payton operates is one receiver does really well every single week and everybody else kicks rocks. And that was either Lance Moore or Robert Meacham or Marquise Colston, and you could never fucking guess which one. But if you guessed right,
Meacham. Oh my.
Robert Meacham. Remember
Yeah.
that? Remember how
What
good
a
Robert
pull.
Meacham was?
What a pull.
But you want to know why? Because I had Robert Meacham and Marquise Colston on the exact same team.
Lance Moore was a Toledo guy.
Lance
Joe.
Moore was a dog. Lance
Repping
Moore
the
was a
neck.
I met him at the Super Bowl in 2013 and shook his hand. Very lovely gentleman. Very nice guy. Signed my sweatshirt. Yeah, that was back then. That was Sean Payton was this thing. You didn't know which receiver was going to pop. The lone outlier was the Michael Thomas 2 years of him being slant god. But even last year in Denver, I mean, there was granted that offense as a whole was atrocious, but Sutton was a big operator. You had Judy had a couple pop games, all these different things. And I saw the face that Nate just made. And you know how I just said like 2 minutes ago that by the end of tonight, Amon-Ra St. Brown won't be the highest paid receiver in the NFL? Well, guys,
Ding, ding, ding.
that took until negative time for that to happen.
Yeah, it was happening as you were saying.
It was happening as I was speaking. Eagles and Pro Bowl wide receiver A.J. Brown reached an agreement on a 3-year, $96 million extension that includes $84 million guaranteed. $32 million is the highest per year average for any wide receiver. So
let's go.
So
Jalen Hurts has no excuses.
Yeah, this is great, but is this offense just going to crumble again? Like, are they going to get the right coordinators in place?
Well,
this
we have
time?
Kellen Moore, right? That's a good thing.
Is it though?
Yeah.
Is it though? I mean, he lasted one season with the Chargers, and he was 2 seasons in Dallas. I love Kellen Moore. I think he is a good offensive coordinator. I just wonder if he's going to thrive in this environment with Sirianni, because Sirianni's, admit it, man, you're an Eagles fan. That dude is maybe a little bit too passionate and a little bit too emotional, if there's such a thing.
I just think he's stupid. Dan Campbell's emotional and passionate, but he's a good head coach. Very clearly, it was shown Nick Sirianni is not a good head coach.
One's been in the Super Bowl, one hasn't. So
one's been to the Super Bowl and then lost his coordinators and got bounced in the first round. So we say the same thing with Sean Payton. It was Sean Payton's coordinators, because when he was suspended for those 2 games, the Saints didn't crumble. They played just fine.
Almost better. We talked about that.
They almost played better.
Yep.
So you lose Shane Steichen, you lose Jonathan Gannon, and you are nothing. You are essentially nothing. So he can't control the locker room. He can't control his players. Here we go. A.J. Brown got paid. Congratulations. You ain't getting a fucking ring there, buddy.
Right.
Sorry.
Well,
that ain't happening.
Dude, Sirianni can't control himself. They had a guy on the sideline to keep him in check emotionally, which I think is maybe one of the craziest things I've ever heard.
I'll say, and then that guy hit another guy, and
yeah, right. Man, gone wrong. Wow.
Oh, that's just
Josh looks like Josh just wants to stab all of us right now.
Philadelphia sports being irrational and angry. Who would have thought?
What?
That team is better than all of y'all right now, so I don't want to hear it.
So, Josh, I do want to ask,
Congratulations.
are you concerned with the amount of money you have invested into wide receivers right now? Like, that's a large part of your salary cap.
No, the way that Howie structures these deals, he puts like 3 void years at the end of these contracts. And so,
so all of AJ Brown's contracts it's just void years, 3 years voided. Cool.
Exactly.
Cool.
So none of these guys are going to account for more than 30 million in a given year, and honestly, it's probably less than 25 million in most years. So I'm not that worried about it. Really, what this ultimately is going to do is going to allow them to spend their draft capital to infuse into that defense. And the defense is ultimately going to be the younger, less expensive portion of this team, because all of the money right now is on the offensive side of the ball.
You know, I'll tell you what, I'm looking at this extension, and from a cap hit perspective, a lot of it's not going to hit them cap wise. A lot of it's...
That's what I'm saying. It's all in those void years.
And options, and 2027, 2028, 2 void years, that accounts for 10 million of it. So all in all, I'm going to say this is probably a really savvy move by the Eagles to tie him up for the next 3 seasons.
And to make him happy.
And to make him happy, right? He's going to get paid.
He
gets a really good chunk of guaranteed money. So
I was going to say, there were rumors of turbulence when this offseason started between A.J. Brown and the Eagles, and so this obviously shuts that all the way up.
So the cap is stupid. It doesn't matter. Also, shout out Detroit for flying 2 A-10 Warthogs over the fucking draft like 3 minutes ago. That was sick. You want to talk about a nasty flyover, an A-10 Warthog. If you don't know what that is, you know those planes that go that sound like that? That's the Warthog. That's that, and it's a scary motherfucker. So that was pretty cool. We are now 10 minutes on the dot. Wow, 10 minutes away from the draft officially starting, 50 minutes away from the Bears taking Caleb Williams officially in the draft. I'm right. It's like NBA tip-offs. Oh, game starts at 7. We're actually tipping the ball at 7:37.
Yep. Well, it's like if you go to see Lauryn Hill, she's supposed to go on at 7. She'll go on at 9:45.
Yeah.
It's like clockwork every time.
Yeah.
Ryan, you know what I'm talking about.
I know precisely what you're talking about.
Yeah, you've done the same thing I've done with Lauryn Hill. So just real quick to go back to the A.J. Brown and the cap hit thing. The Eagles currently have the 7th most cap room after that signing. They still have roughly $28.8 million to play with in cap. The only teams ahead of them are the Cardinals, Chargers, Titans, Jaguars, and the Patriots at this point. So, guys, I don't think this really hurts the Eagles. I think they were smart about how they structured it. A.J. Brown's happy. They can keep going. Congratulations, Josh. It must be nice to have a competent front office, unlike us Broncos fans.
It happens.
He shrugs like Philly's getting past the first round this year. He shrugs like Philly's going to be able to do that.
Yeah, because Dallas is going to make waves.
Dallas doesn't need to make waves. You're the
not worried about Dallas. Truthfully, I'm not worried about the Lions. Not really worried about San Francisco because they're about to lose one of their wide receivers. I can promise you that.
Well, I was just going to say
that doesn't matter.
Their defense
should be worried about
the
49ers, but
you should be worried about the fact that Jalen Hurts forgot what football was the last 7 games of the season.
That I am worried about. Yes.
Yeah. So I don't give a shit about
the opposition. I think we did enough on offense that things will work itself out. So
yes, the classic will work itself out. Caleb Williams going out onto the draft stage, getting the crowd in Detroit hyped up as he's set to become a future Chicago Bear.
I was gonna say, for a team that he is going to be facing.
Yeah, for a city he will play against twice a year. So stupid.
He likes cars. That's all.
Can we also think that the Eagles are going to just take a non-spicy draft pick that they had to announce this A.J. Brown extension now, so that way it detracts?
That's exactly what's going to happen. They're going to make a move up for an offensive tackle.
Yeah, for like just like a okay, I guess. Like sure, that helps us kind of. So I think great timing by the PR team over at the Philadelphia Eagles. Once again, 7 minutes away from the start of the NFL draft. This is something that's interesting, and I don't know, Nate, your college football acumen or anything like that. How do we feel on Michael Penix? Because at one point the man was like the 7th best quarterback on the board, and then one day he was the 2nd best quarterback on the board, and the next day he was a 3rd round pick. And now, according to Bucky Brooks, he's the 4th best quarterback in this draft ahead of J.J. McCarthy.
Well, look, I'm going to tell you what I saw in Mobile and what I saw in the film before I went to Mobile and what I've seen in his pro day and I saw at the combine. He's got a really strong arm, right? Which is sexy to scouts and it's sexy to front offices. They like to see that big power arm. And specifically where I've seen him mocked the most is going 13 to the Raiders, and you know how that team is. They want those big flashy guys, especially now that they're in Vegas. I can see him going there, but here's the problem, guys. First of all, he's not NFL ready, okay? And this has nothing to do with injuries. It has to do with the fact that he doesn't see the field well enough. He was behind a somewhat decent line at Washington, but he had the most accurate passing rate when he had 4 seconds plus to throw. When is he going to have 4 seconds to throw in the NFL?
Behind that Raiders offensive line.
No, definitely not. Penix's footwork is bad. His vision is bad. His accuracy is okay, but his decision-making was just so poor under pressure. And in the NFL, you're going to be under pressure a lot, even with a good offensive line. I don't think Penix can hack it, and I'm fine with him going to the Raiders because that means that the Broncos get to face this trash quarterback twice a year. He shouldn't be a day 1 or day 2 pick. In my opinion.
Whoa, not day 2.
Not even day 2. I think Michael Pratt from Tulane ultimately is a better quarterback than Michael Penix and Bo Nix.
Well, all of us are better quarterbacks than Bo Nix.
That's fair.
That's fair. Bo Nix.
And you like bad
Bo
talent,
Nix.
and that's okay.
Bo Nix's ceiling is Trent Dilfer, Ryan.
I'll give you the ceiling is
number 1 on Super Bowl. That's not like an insult, okay?
He won a Super Bowl on the back of Ray Lewis and Ed Reed.
You know what?
Defense.
So what? He still won a Super Bowl.
I know.
That's
right.
Not making mistakes.
Rex Grossman made a Super Bowl.
We're not
Mark
talking about
Rippon
winning.
won a Super Bowl.
We're talking about winning.
Guys,
No.
Jake Delhomme made a Super Bowl.
If you can lead a team and not make mistakes and have everybody else play their part and win, that's all that matters. You don't have to be the superstar that leads you to the championship.
Okay,
Be a cog in the machine, dude.
Right.
So
And that's
you
fine.
need the team to build the 2000s Ravens defense if you want Bo Nix to win a Super Bowl. That you need to build the second best defense of all time to win a Super Bowl. Who's the quarterback for the 85 Bears?
Jim McMahon.
Okay.
Come on,
Jim
Ryan.
McMahon.
Got wrong Jim. Sorry.
Yeah, wrong Jim.
Harbaugh wasn't far after though in Chicago.
No,
No,
he
he
was
wasn't.
next.
Fair enough.
Would
Yeah, he was
would
next.
any of us say Jim McMahon was a good quarterback?
No.
Okay.
He was adequate.
So you
But he was
need
good enough to help them win. That's
so
the
you
thing.
need the 85 Bears or the 2000 Ravens defense to win a Super Bowl with Bo Nix.
Yes.
What?
Or
So what
Don't
you're
say
saying
never
is that
heard.
you're telling me that a team can't build a really good defense and then just drop a quarterback in there,
Not in
right?
today's
No,
NFL.
that's not today's
No,
NFL.
because that
No.
kind of seems what
No.
the San Francisco 49ers are doing.
well,
Or
that's
is
enough.
Brock-
Oh,
Or
now
is Brock
hold
Purdy
on.
better
Though.
than what we're giving him credit for?
Brock Purdy is better than what we're giving him credit for.
I don't like Brock Purdy.
I don't love Brock Purdy, but I think he's better than what we give him credit for. I think he's a little
How
bit
about-
above a Trent
I think
Dilfer
his
level
ceiling is
quarterback.
Trent Dilfer.
How about
I think
go
ahead.
I think Kyle Shanahan is just an idiot
Yeah, you
and has
hate
lost
Kyle
3 straight Super Bowls for his teams. So if Kyle Shanahan wasn't there, we might be talking about Brock Purdy having a Super Bowl ring. We might be talking about Jimmy Garoppolo having a Super Bowl ring and not even them drafting Brock Purdy. We might be
Don't go,
talking
Seth.
about Matt Ryan for the Hall of Fame because he has a Super Bowl ring. You can't
Kyle-
tell me I'm wrong there.
If Kyle Shanahan wasn't there, would they have gotten Jimmy Garoppolo?
Well, that's a good
Probably
point,
not.
Ryan.
Probably not.
I mean, you make a fair point, Joe.
No, he doesn't. No, I'm
Yes, I
joking.
do.
Kinda
Yes, I do.
does.
This is a Kyle Shanahan hate show. All right, Kyle Shanahan hate show, and the fact that this shit. Am I bringing him on or no? Because
Yes, you can bring Jay on. He's one
Am
of our
I?
8
All right.
o'clock guys. What's up, Jay?
okay,
I could
I
do
would-
it. I could do it myself. I don't need Joe's help.
I thought
I'm
he
only-
joined
and listen,
in.
I'm only here to piss you off, Joe.
I thought he joined in to argue the Kyle Shanahan.
I
point.
thought
was
so
gonna
too.
kick him
I
out.
thought he got so angry
Yeah.
at the shit you were spewing.
No,
It's
listen,
not
I
shit,
didn't even
it's
hear what he
real.
was saying, but I know it was shit spewing.
I'll tell you, if Kyle Shanahan wasn't the coach, the Niners would have 2 Super Bowls in the last 4 years.
Or they wouldn't have even made it to the Super
That's
Bowl
what I'm like.
because Shanahan's basically a starting pitcher that should be getting pulled in the 7th, but you're trying to stretch him into the 8th.
So
what I was gonna
hold
say.
on, he's Clayton Kershaw.
There you go.
There you go.
Kyle Shanahan is Clayton Kershaw.
So he needs COVID to win a championship. There you go.
He needs a shortened season to win a championship. Yeah. Yeah.
And it
he
can't be
needs-
played. It can't be played at Dodger Stadium.
It has to be in Arlington.
Yes.
At the brand new Globe Life Field.
Yes. Yes.
Perfect.
Oh, good.
Dude, we have
Figured it
written.
out.
All right, China, get back on it. Kyle Shanahan needs a ring. All right. Run it back. All right. Wuhan, run it back, and maybe Kyle Shanahan will have a chance. All right.
Good
Yeah, but are they
Lord.
still going to call it COVID-19 or is it going to be like COVID 2027?
Whatever year. I don't care.
Okay.
I don't care. Whatever strand we're on. I don't care. Whichever
COVID
one it
part
is.
2.
Yeah.
Haven't we already had that though, Nate?
We've had COVID part 2, part 3, 4,
Yeah,
5,
okay.
6. So I will
There-
get creative
listen,
with it.
I know this is the time of year to bring this up too. It's almost like COVID is trying to catch up to the amount of Scott Fish Bowls. It's
Oh, that's
seriously
a
like,
good, true.
yeah.
I'm
Which
not in
makes
Scott Fish Bowl.
sense. Oh, you'll get there, Joe. Don't worry.
Oh, I was in it 1 year. Don't worry. I finished in
Yeah,
the top
Joe
200.
Joe doesn't sign up. And then the only reason he made it in the year he was in was because we had, was it Sal? Who did we
Yeah,
have on?
somebody was on
Yeah,
and
he
they,
was
they
on
put
the
me
bottom.
through. I was like the second to last person to be put through, and I made the final 200.
Yeah, we had like Sal Leto on, and Joe was
Dog.
like, I'm not even in. And he's like, I'll get you in right now. Literally got the invite live on the show.
live on the
That's
show,
amazing.
and then I finished in the top 200.
And
So
then Joe's like, I guess I better figure out what this scoring is.
I had no idea. I literally had no idea. I didn't even know.
We don't know
was
what it's going to
happening.
be this year yet, do we? We haven't heard anything Scott
No.
Fish Bowl related. Man,
that hasn't stopped Jay from running them mock
Hell no,
drafts
Nate.
already.
I've got to get Nate
get me in a
one of these-
mock, dude.
Yeah, I got to get Nate in the mock soon.
Yeah.
We've already run 8 of them solid. And they're like,
Jeez, man.
yeah,
I
they're
love it.
already like filling up. Well, here's the thing though, and you know this, Nate. We don't know the scoring, but you can treat this as if it's a Superflex redraft.
Any
And
super.
it's basically, that kind of a thing. We do, I guess we know one thing for sure. There's going to be a third round reversal.
Yep.
And that's really the only thing that is, I can add in right now.
Okay, so I'm gonna just throw out a guess here. I'm guessing that we go super positive scoring heavy again. I think.
I think everyone had so much fun.
Add IDPs.
Oh.
Add IDPs or we riot.
If you're gonna do that, I like this idea. Obviously, I do some work for IDP Plus. My first Dynasty League was IDP. But you can't do two IDP flex slots.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah, great.
Or
That's
one
fine.
IDP flex. But I think that would be neat. Scott,
Listen,
I know
all I
you're
need
probably gonna watch this at some point. So when you do, hit one of us up. We'll talk some IDP flex and Scott Fishbowl for 15.
All I want is Derwin James and Roquan Smith, and we're fine, and all you idiots are going to lose. So that's all I need.
As long as Derwin doesn't get hurt again.
As long as Derwin doesn't get hurt. That is a massive caveat in this entire thing. As long as Derwin James doesn't get hurt. Yeah. But I'll just back him up with Cameron Curl, the most underrated dog in the league, who LA got for a steal, I might add. The Rams got for a steal.
Now Joe's just dedicating his entire roster to IDPs.
Well, yeah, and I would pretty much do the same thing. I'd have Burton and I would find some other linebacker to sit there and just suck up all the tackles. That's
I guarantee you, and if Scott Fish scoring, if they did like the 1-2-3 IDP scoring match there with that, I guarantee you, linebackers, they would be 3 inside the top 10 in terms of overall scoring. Guaranteed.
Very fair.
Oh, guys, since we're talking IDP here, who do you think the first defensive player off the board is tonight?
It should be Byron Murphy.
So it'll be Murphy or Dallas Turner.
You think to
Atlanta at 8? Yeah.
I think Atlanta at 8 is the first defensive player.
I think so too.
And I think it's Dallas Turner.
Hobson.
Now, I will unless somebody hops up there, but I don't think.
I was going to say, is there defensive talent in this draft that anyone's hopping for? Yeah.
Well, there might be. And if it's anybody, to me, it's Latu.
Ooh.
I don't think. But
the
he's
thing
not
with
the
Latu is
one.
the medicals.
He's not going to be the first one.
Nobody cares about the medicals anymore.
Well,
you'd be surprised.
Well, considering I just that's hilarious. You bring.
I mean, you let Joe on here, and you don't care about his medical situation.
No, that's listen. I was born like this. All right.
I was gonna say, if we had to pass physicals for this show, I would never be on another.
Yeah. Oh no.
Hey guys, it's 8:04 and the NFL's in a commercial, so I stand by my statement.
So if I can, real quick, to anybody who's watching live, if you are not a part of Fantasy Football subreddit, get over there before Roger Goodell steps on the stage. $10 donation. 20 prop picks on the draft. They're giving away a ton of shit. Subscriptions to sites, including Football Guys, Fantasy Points. They're giving away a Bijan Robinson jersey if they hit the 5,000 mark. So you've got like 10 minutes. Go do it. 2.5 million people in that sub. It's worth joining. Get on it.
It's not that far from the 5,000. They were at 4,000 this morning.
They hit 40. I think they hit 4,500 a little bit earlier this afternoon. I think they're getting there, man.
Where you don't need you know where you don't need a subscription?
Club Fantasy.
Bang. Boom. That's how you tie in the brand, guys. It's a sponsor.
Look at you.
There. Yeah.
Did you and Nate have a conversation before the show?
Nope.
We didn't.
I don't think. Nope.
Joe waited till literally the last minute to hop on the show.
Joe has never prepped for a show in his life, least of all the draft show.
Listen, the one guy who isn't technically with Club Fantasy did the only show sheet for this entire show.
In fairness, I was like 2 seconds behind you when you.
I promise you.
I know.
When we got it, I was fucking confused because we don't ever do sheets for this show. I was like, what is going on?
Wait, I didn't get it.
I'm a slut for stats. Like
Combine notes. Look at this shit. Look at this shit. All right.
You take notes when we give a media pass.
You should see my spreadsheets from the Senior Bowl. I've got like tabs per position. It's stupid. Height, weight, speed.
I don't give a shit about any of that. I can look at that later. My eyes. What do my eyes see? My eyes saw Braden Fisk, 300-pound defensive tackle run a 4.78 and look like an athletic freak. I'm like, oh, that's fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. I watched Xavier Leggett look like he was already AJ Brown against some of the better corners in college football. So.
I watched Bucky Irving run with his eyes closed. Now, I couldn't prove that his eyes were closed, but that's what it looked like from my seats in section 137.
So, it's funny. You mentioned seeing Pelissero. They mentioned seeing Pelissero at the draft, right? Our first night in Mobile, we walked into, our Uber driver told us to go to this barbecue place in Mobile. It's the best barbecue you'll have. So a group of like 8 of us walk in, get a table. Not even 2 minutes later, Tom Pelissero, Andrew Siciliano, James Palmer all walk in together and sit down. First night in, right? I can confirm Andrew Siciliano's ears have their own zip code. It's not just massive. A TV thing.
Yeah.
They're massive. So that's, if you guys ever travel and you see famous people at a place you're eating, you know you did it right.
There you go.
If Eminem doesn't announce the Detroit Lions draft pick,
he has to.
You're right.
The city should riot. In honor of Eminem, they should riot. I think he also might be walking out onto stage with Goodell at this moment in time. Again, 8:07, and the commissioner has not walked out on stage.
He's walking out right now, Joe. Just simmer down.
Still better than Lauryn Hill.
And they're already booing the commissioner, so Detroit is doing
the
it
draft
right
has
way.
Officially started.
Good.
Right on time.
And Eminem is on stage with him.
Yeah, you damn right he is. The man, the GOAT, Eminem. That's a fun.
This has got to be like even as Eminem, this has got to be a pretty surreal moment, right?
Yeah, it's crazy.
I don't know. I mean, he's done a lot of things. Let's just he's done a lot.
Yeah,
of
but he's
cool
never
things.
seen Detroit be a winner and be a place where people actually want to play football.
Hey.
Or the draft come through. Yeah.
He grew up with Barry Sanders.
They still weren't winners.
They still weren't winners.
Yeah, because they had Wayne Fontes.
That's why Barry Sanders quit.
Yes.
Barry's like, I could like rush for another 15,000 yards, but why would I want to do that in Detroit? So, yeah, I love Eminem up there, getting the crowd hype. This does feel like it's gonna be a disappointment for Detroit this year, right? Like they hit their high. There could be like a first round bounce maybe, because they were close to it this past year. The Rams almost had their number, but
ooh, I like that. Little Amon-Ra, little Aiden Hutchinson, little Calvin Johnson.
You're forgetting the most important cog, Jared Goff.
Obviously. Oh, but Barry Sanders is now on stage, so it's important.
There we go.
Yeah, I mean they're bringing out Detroit legends. This is I do like that they are bringing the draft elsewhere to different areas of the country, because they know they can make a shit ton of money, but at the same time giving fan bases the ability to witness this, and it's late enough in the year that it's not freezing cold in Detroit, so you can exist in, unlike having a Super Bowl in New York City in February, this is something where fans can enjoy everywhere all the time.
I will never not be bitter about that goddamn Super Bowl.
Joe, would you go to a draft if it was, even if it's not your team, go to a draft just, close to you, just because it's the NFL draft?
I'm in Indianapolis. I honestly don't know if I would go to witness just someone come out and say a name. Like I don't know if I would do that. So
I think the festivities leading up to it, not necessarily them calling the names or whatever. I think the festivities leading up to it. Yeah.
So my issue is, while I agree going to different towns and all that is far better than just having it in Radio City. Radio City was a venue made for people to like sit and enjoy things. This crowd looks claustrophobic. Like literally you're just asses to elbows. It's like one of those New Year's crowds where you got to wear a diaper. Just no thank you.
Ryan,
I don't know what the temperature there is, but it looks like it's cold and everybody's bundled up. So yeah, they're going to be claustrophobic because everybody's trying to get closer together to keep warm.
it got actually pretty decent in upstate New York, and we're relatively level with them. It was about 70 today, but as the sun is going down now, it's probably cold as hell outside. So.
Ryan, us kids like to call that dick to cheek now.
Dick to cheek, okay.
That's right.
Nuts to butts.
Nuts to butts, baby.
Nuts to butts.
Nuts to butts. So, yeah.
This is great. I have a 6-year-old. I need to learn these new terms.
Yes.
I thought you meant in the room.
Not it.
Oh, Nate, let me teach you one.
Oh,
let me
here
teach
we
you
go.
one
All right,
that I
let's hear it.
learned.
I'm ready.
No. This
ready.
is a clean one actually. This isn't dirty. Let me teach you one. This is a clean one. Because my intern, who's just turned 22. Keep in mind, I'm 25. It's not a wide age gap, but the terminology is insane. So, you've heard the term, I'm sure, like somebody say that's criminal. Like that's crazy. That's criminal.
Yeah, we went through this one.
Yeah. Federal is what they say now. So like that's federal. Why
I
the
can dig
change?
it. Dude, who knows, man?
Like
I
why?
grew up in the late 80s and early 90s. Like, things are so wildly different. It's fine. Criminal was great, but federal, it kind of has a ring to it, right?
No, it doesn't.
I think
no,
it
doesn't.
does.
Well, let me get somebody else's opinion because Andrew's here and he looks young. So I would like to know Andrew's thoughts on replacing criminal with federal.
I love it, dude. Honestly.
Okay, great.
I'm 26. I don't know how old y'all are, but I don't know. Any slang, any fun words to replace other things, I'm all about.
Dude, Ratchet is one of my favorites.
Yep.
When I heard
Yeah, well,
Ratchet
that's an
with the
oldie.
chain smokers. Well, yes, but so am I. But when I heard Ratchet for the first time, I was like, this is a word that will never leave my lexicon. I still use it.
Lexicon.
I'm
Wow.
old.
Nate,
That's like
you,
Rolodex.
I
bro.
had a Rolodex once upon it. I think I have a Rolodex in a box in my basement.
yes,
That's
yes.
insane. That's insane.
It's not that insane.
Joe, just so you know, a Rolodex is a thing we had on our desk.
I know.
It used to be connected right next to the corded phone. It was
Yeah, the rotary phone.
that attached to the wall.
My grandma had one of those.
Yeah. My dad and mom used to tell me like they would be on the first and second floor, and if they wanted to get the call to somebody, they just dropped the phone out the window, and they would call like that. I was like, wow, your life sucked. That's brutal when you think about it. Also, I'm now just learning Caleb Williams is 6'1" and 1/8 inches tall.
Yeah, that eighth makes.
Yeah, what
All the difference.
Jay? Some might say 1/8 of an inch is too much.
Well,
right? Some
I
might
mean,
say.
Yeah.
That it's a little much, okay? But you have to add that in there. That's like the 5'10" guy saying he's 6 foot on Tinder. Like, do we really have to add the extra 1/8 inch, Caleb?
Well, I just need to know, do you really care enough to pull out the tape measure?
I mean, I just didn't know he was that short. I thought he was. Like,
I thought you were saying he was tall because of the 1/8.
No. Everyone's like generational prospect. This guy, prototypical. I'm like, when has a 6'1" quarterback been prototypical?
Drew Brees.
Never.
Drew
Oh,
Brees
yeah,
was
Drew Brees was
5'6".
He's the
5'6".
exact opposite of the prototype. He broke the mold.
The prototype was 6'3", 6'4". I think 6'4". I mean, Brady was 6'4". I don't know how tall Manning was, but it used to be like 6'4" was the prototypical size.
That's not true anymore, though, because the mobile guys, you can't be mobile at that size unless you're a freak athlete like Anthony Richardson, right? So the NFL's shifting to Josh Allen. The NFL's shifting to some of these smaller guys because Lamar Jackson, was he 6'1", maybe 6'2", touching 6'2"? Yeah, 6. Yeah, exactly. And I think that's where the league's trending because
Hurts is 6'1" and squats 605 pounds. Caleb
I was
Williams,
gonna say, there's
like,
a big
can
difference
barely
between
lift a
Caleb Williams'
spaghetti
game and
noodle.
Hurts' game. But I mean,
yeah, but could Jalen Hurts squat that when he came out of Alabama?
Fucking
He was
close to
doing
it,
it at
Probably.
Alabama.
Yeah.
No, you're right. He probably could. Alabama's a different
Dak and
program.
Mahomes are only 6'2". So I mean, there's still. I'm not having.
That's why that 1/8 of an inch is that important, right?
Yes.
There you go.
Right.
Yep, exactly.
That was
I'm
like
not
when they
having
measured Kyler
Bryce
Murray's
Young
hand.
flashbacks. I guess is what I'm getting.
Oh, I'm not either. I just, again, you always hear generational talent, XYZ, blah blah, all this stuff.
Yeah, but that term is just
whipped around.
Overused.
Oh,
Yes.
we have
I'm with you.
destroyed
It
that
is
term as
overused.
Dude,
life.
thrown around like lube at a strip club. That is insane.
Listen, I mean, they said the exact same thing about Anthony Richardson. Now, me being a Gator fan, I love Anthony Richardson. Is he
Not
generational?
generational.
We don't even know if he's generational because he's only played 3 games.
So
Right.
for me,
It might be a
It makes
generational
sense.
athlete
Right.
or a
It makes
prospect.
Yes.
it made sense when they brought it up about Andrew Luck because Luck tested better than everybody since John Elway. That's fucking generational.
He looked
That's
like an NFL quarterback.
25 years.
Very much so, yes.
Like that made sense. Post Andrew Luck, we're still in the Andrew Luck generation. So if they ain't better than Andrew Luck, we don't need to be using that term.
Andrew Luck played what, 6 seasons? 5 seasons?
5 or 6.
He
Five.
played
And
that
we
many.
are still comparing every single quarterback that comes out to Andrew Luck.
Andrew Luck.
Well, look
And
at
because
Because
Trevor
you
Lawrence.
wipe out the injuries, he was
Andrew
the
Luck-
best quarterback of his generation.
But he hasn't
It's-
played a single down since what, 2012? 2014,
13?
somewhere in that
He was
range?
he was drafted in 2012.
Okay,
wasn't
so he hasn't played a single game in 6 years.
2017,
7 years.
2018, something like that.
18.
6 or 7 years though.
Yeah,
And had a year off of injury like in between all of that.
That neck injury, yes.
Not the Bears being 6 minutes into their pick and still not having it.
Gotta
in.
weigh all their options.
So wait, I got to figure out how far behind you guys I am. I'm at 4:23 on the clock. We close?
I'm the same. I just got to 423.
Awesome.
I haven't found a good stream
Oh.
yet, so I'm actually using McAfee's stream, and they don't even have a clock on right now.
That's
So-
classic.
Uh,
I love that.
I just got
I'm
the
just
Bears,
relying on Twitter notifications.
Bears pick is in.
Yeah, I just use Twitter to be honest.
Thank God.
Yeah, Twitter would be better. I just like having something on while I'm doing this. But like NFL Network didn't even start theirs on time, but I guess that makes sense based on.
Well, I've
everything
got the hockey game on, the Tampa
There
Bay
you
Lightning
go.
and Florida Panther game because there's nothing else to watch on TV tonight.
Oh,
the
basketball?
Nuggets. The Nuggets are on
Oh,
in
that's 30 minutes.
hour and a half. Hour and a half.
Oh, the Nuggets are on. Yeah, the
Nuggets.
the
Lakers.
Miami game's on in.
You guys
or not
could
the Miami
watch-
game, the New York Knicks game is on in 15.
You could watch the first round of the ECHL playoffs.
Well, I
if you
figured
wanted.
bringing up the Lightning game would interest you, Joe.
I'm just saying. Yeah, I mean, I'd fuck the Lightning first off. At least because they're not affiliated. Anybody not affiliated with the Chicago Blackhawks currently can kick rocks,
Imagine that.
or the Bruins. Because I'm a Bruins fan. But
Bias back.
Hey, me too.
yeah,
Yeah.
but yeah. I mean,
Wait, you're not an Avs fan?
I am, but
Okay.
So I had this weird when I was a kid. No Rockies, Red Sox fan, which made me a fan of all the Boston teams. Just like
Fair.
degenerate. Love sports. So I like the Bruins, but if they play the Avs, it's all Avs. Sorry, Joe.
I don't care that much about hockey. I really
I don't
don't.
either.
I don't
I
care
used
that
to,
much
but I
about the
don't
NHL.
anymore.
Josh, I noticed you put this in here. Are you sure? Because it
Yes.
hasn't been
Yeah,
announced.
Ari Mirov has already tweeted it. Yes.
Okay.
Oh well, if
Great.
Ari tweeted it, yeah.
Shout out Ari.
Can we
JJ
talk
McCarthy.
about how the NFL didn't want anybody tweeting anything out until it was revealed on a broadcast, and that isn't happening? So, unsurprisingly, the Chicago Bears have selected quarterback Caleb Williams out of the University of South Carolina. No, I'm sorry, because people call that USC, University of Southern California.
It's the real USC.
The
The
real
real
USC.
USC is Southern California.
I had Drake May plus 20,000 to go 1 overall. That's tough.
I love that you made that bet.
What
No,
is?
I didn't. I didn't.
Did you put
Oh,
$5?
you bastard!
Well,
I would have put $5 on it.
Andrew,
I live in
I,
Minnesota, so I can't sports bet.
That's
Andrew, I put one out the other day that I did. It's a plus 4,500 where I took JJ McCarthy, number 2 overall pick.
Okay.
I took who was it? Harrison.
May.
Harrison was the first wide receiver, and then Burton was the first running back. Plus
Okay.
4,500. I'm like, pfft, okay,
Yeah,
That's not bad.
little fun.
it's not bad. So,
just-
did you, oh,
Go
sorry.
ahead,
go ahead.
Andrew. No, go
I was
ahead.
gonna say, did you guys go over your draft, your mock drafts, your top 10?
Oh, you
we
didn't
did
see
that
the
on
show
yesterday.
from last night, huh? Joe shitted bread on his mock draft.
Okay.
Didn't even do it.
Everyone.
What do you mean? I didn't do anything.
I'm all over Joe Alt being the first offensive lineman taken. I got that at plus what?
That's a lock.
Suggested it at plus 400.
It's not necessarily a lock.
That's a lock.
It could be
Really?
Latham.
Yeah.
It could be Latham.
Oh, okay.
There's a dude, depending on the mock you look at, it's either Alt or Latham. So it kind of depends on where he falls to, where they fall to. But
Well, it also
that's a
depends.
smart pick, though. I like the Alt.
If the
Oh yeah,
Chargers,
plus 400 on that. I would.
if the
take that
Chargers
all
stay
day.
put, they need a right tackle. That's the only way Latham
Yes.
is going over Alt. At
That
My
was-
buddy just sent me his mock, and that's exactly what he has is Chargers taking Latham.
And if
So,
the Chargers do trade back, I think then it or goes a different direction,
Yeah.
whether Aroma Dunze or whatever, then it's Alt.
so do we all assume Alt to Tennessee? That's what I've seen in
Yes.
every
Unless
mock.
they trade back, I
Yeah.
think.
I'm sorry, I'm laughing. Everyone in the Bears draft room stands up, claps their hands. It's like,
Well,
you
they've been waiting to
fucking-
do it for a fucking
I was
year
just
and a
gonna
half.
say you should have done this for months.
That's like you knew what
Like,
was
come
why,
on.
why are we clapping? Like,
They're edging.
Hey, the cameras are on.
nice.
Well done, sir.
It's like I mean the offense is Caleb Williams, DeAndre Swift, DJ Moore, Keenan Allen, Cole Kmet, and potentially if they stay put at 9 and Adunze falls, there's a lot of people saying Adunze going to the Bears.
Would you
So you
be
could-
surprised if they decided to go defense, maybe a lot to or something like that
They
at 9?
We're
should.
talking Chicago. That's
They should. They
I've
should
been
go
saying-
defensive
They
line or
should.
edge.
I think
Yeah.
they will. Yeah.
So look, do you need a replacement for Keenan Allen next year? Yeah, probably.
Next year.
But exactly.
Right.
But how many
think-
times have we been talking about how deep this wide receiver class
Well,
is? Take a
that's
guy
what
in
I
this-
was gonna say. Is
Well,
you're not talking about how deep the fucking defensive line class is. You're talking about the wide receiver class, and you have picks. Wait. So
No, they
Well,
don't.
they
They
don't.
don't.
And that's a
They
good
don't.
point, Ryan.
They've got the
Because
2 in
you-
the first, the 1 in the 9, and then they got 75 in the third and 122. They've only
I understand
got
they don't have
4
an
picks.
abundant, but I'm saying 75 seems like a really good place to grab one of these slot wide receivers.
Yes.
I don't
Well,
know
'cause
if
who's
Ricky
gonna be
Pearsall
available
falls,
there?
but
Yeah, there's.
I don't know that Pearsall is going to fall out
I
of the
think he's a second
round.
rounder.
I think there's a chance if the Chiefs want to get super cute with it, they take him at 32.
Holy shit! You're the first one I've heard say that.
I
Pearsall at
mocked
32.
him.
Where do you have
I could
McConkey
see
going?
it.
I would take Polk at 32
I mean, I would.
over Pearsall.
Okay, I'm out on Jalen Polk. I don't
Really?
think he goes first round. I think the options
I
for
do
the
not have
Chiefs
him
at
in my mock.
32. I think we've got Roman Wilson. I think he's an option. I think Lad
No way.
McConkey is an option. And I think that the guy I just talked about who floated
Ricky
out of my
Pearsall.
brain,
Ricky
Ricky
Pearsall.
Pearsall. I think those are the options for the
You have
Chiefs.
Pearsall over
Xavier
McConkey.
Worthy?
Interesting.
Not Worthy or AD.
John Ross?
I think Worthy's gone.
He's not
before.
John Ross,
John
Joe.
Ross.
Allegedly.
I think there's if Worthy's still available at 32, that's the obvious pick. I
Dree
think
Archer?
he might go a little bit earlier. No, not
Tree
Dree
Archer.
Archer.
Shut the fuck up.
Dree Archer?
God. No.
Ryan, what do you think about something like the Bears at 75 getting like Jalen McMillan?
Oh, I think that'd be a nice
like
pick.
that.
And I mean, honestly, like I said, there's enough guys. This wide receiver class is so deep. I'm not going to pretend I know the draft capital that most of these guys are going to go.
I've got it all pulled up right here, so just let me know which one you want to know.
Well, I like I said, I don't. But you get into those names, Jalen Coker, McMillan, as you brought up, Malik Washington is ideal for the NFL in the slot role if they want to go with the smaller slot. These are the guys that I think you're likely going to see at 75 or later. But as you pointed out, the Bears don't really have later at their disposal. So
What about guys like Jabari Thrash, Brendan Rice?
now
Luke
we're getting into
McCaffrey?
like deep
Brandon
day
Rice.
3 at those guys, right? Like
You
that's
think so?
Brendan Rice.
You don't
that's
think
been
any of
my
them could sneak
takeaway.
into day 2? I guess the only one I see going into day 2 would maybe be Luke McCaffrey on name, and he had a really good pro
So-
day.
And it would have
But-
to be Denver, right?
What I'm about to say, Nate, is going to come off super offensive, and I mean it, every bit of it.
No, it's fine.
I feel like the fantasy world might be more in love with these children of stars and brothers and sisters of stars
Sure.
than the rest of us are.
Ri-
So that's what I'll
Ryan,
be
I-
interested to see.
Ryan, I will say, it's watching Luke McCaffrey again. I didn't watch all of his college stuff, but at the combine, he runs clean routes. He has solid hands. He's not the fastest guy in the world, but he has some speed. I think there's stuff that will transition. One thing I didn't like is he rounded a lot of his routes. Sometimes
Yes.
he wasn't as crisp as frankly his brother Christian is in and out of his
Sure.
cuts. So that will hurt him at some points, but that's something that can be coached. Running rounded routes, that's a coachable thing that is easy to fix. I'm not saying he's a world breaker, but I think Luke McCaffrey's going to be a guy that will have an opportunity and will find his way into fantasy lineups because he's going to be a guy on a team that will get a lot of targets, and he'll probably have.
Sure.
I mean, at one point in his career, he could work his way up to 800-900. Guys, 1,000 yards in today's NFL is not hard. He could easily be a 1,000-yard receiver. I'm not saying this man goes for 1,500, but he just eclipses 1,000 at some point in his career with 6 or 7 touchdowns. Just because he's shifty underneath.
The pick is in, but just real quick, what I'll say about McCaffrey, my only concern is he had to transfer from Stanford to Rice to get work. That's a little bit concerning coming to the NFL level.
Sure.
Guys, who do the Commanders take here? What's your guess?
He went to Stanford because that was his brother.
Sure.
Did his dad go to Stanford too, or no?
I don't know. That's a good question.
I thought his dad went to Stanford too.
I think
Number
Ed
2,
went to Stanford.
Jaden Daniels goes to the Washington Commanders. He will get to throw to Terry McLaurin. Not a bad number 1 option in your offense. Maybe Terry McLaurin will actually get peppered with legitimate targets this season because Sam Howell isn't blackmailing him for some reason. So Jaden Daniels will have the opportunity there.
If he doesn't get broken in half.
Yeah, it's just chilling. Hi, Nate's kid. Just chilling. Offensive line is meh. Running back situation is meh. Tight end situation is old.
Oh, yeah.
Matt as well, Andrew.
I was gonna say not old, but I forgot they replaced Logan Thomas with
Zach Ertz.
Yeah,
with Zach Ertz. So
or the ghost.
My Zach Ertz still.
So, I mean, I'm sure Washington is looking to add to their offense a little more. This is definitely a couple-year project with this offense. They're not exactly ready to rock and roll this season, but it looks like Jaden Daniels is probably the most versatile quarterback here in terms of being a dual threat option in today's NFL. Andrew, I see you aggressively nodding.
Yeah, no, I would agree. I mean, I think we're seeing the Lamar Jacksons, the Jalen Hurts, those guys of the world who are really transforming the quarterback position. I mean, even Patrick Mahomes, like a guy who's a great arm talent, can still run. I believe he's the all-time leading rusher in postseason history. Is that right? For a quarterback?
The way he operates.
Right. And so I think, Jaden Daniels, he presents a high upside. And so I'm excited to see him with guys like McLaurin, honestly, with Brian Robinson, to throw to the backfield would be big. It seems is Austin coming in? Did I hear that?
That was my segue. Once you were done, we can bring him in here.
Dang.
Mr. Amendolia.
He's him.
Yo, how's it going?
What's up, buddy?
Good. How do you feel about Jaden Daniels?
Yeah, missed opportunity.
Oh.
I'm a big Drake May guy. I'm like, you should be taking Drake May at 2. I think the forward Jaden Daniels is too
Austin, I'm really gonna need you to sell me on Drake May when the Patriots draft him here in the next 7 minutes.
I mean,
I'm not sold.
I'm worried. Honestly, I'm just worried the Patriots are going to ruin him. I would have rather seen him in a better situation, but it's a good pick for the Patriots.
Great. What a sell job. I'm worried the Patriots are going to ruin him, but it's a good pick.
I mean, he's a great player. He can actually run an offense, which is good. He's got the size. He's not going to, take a bunch of hits and be out by week 5.
Now, if JJ McCarthy becomes a Patriot, I will be jumping out my window right here.
Oh! So, now I'm praying for JJ McCarthy for this. I wish I would have known that. I'd have put him as a 3rd pick.
Here's what I keep telling myself. If it's JJ McCarthy, he's the next Tom Brady because they both went to Michigan. That's all I'm telling myself. That's it. They both went to Michigan. That's all I'm saying. If it's Drake May, I keep convincing myself his ceiling is so high that there is no ceiling, because that's all I keep hearing. He has a high ceiling. Because everything else is telling me that I hate it. So we'll see. And they're bringing up here on the draft the Heisman quarterback selected in top 2 of the same draft. The last time this happened was Jameis Winston, Marcus Mariota. So all I'm hearing is Caleb Williams and Jaden Daniels are the next Jameis Winston and Marcus
What you're
Mariota.
telling me is Caleb Williams 30-30 season incoming.
Caleb Williams,
because it's not going to be what's his name out of LSU, because buddy, he's going to get hurt. He is, if he don't learn to slide, he is getting hurt.
Daniels?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right.
That dude doesn't do anything but look for contact. And his frame is do it in the SEC is one thing, that's fine. The SEC is not the NFL. And it is not going to work in the NFL. He is going to get hurt. And I'm sorry, Commanders fans. You'll have him for about 4 weeks.
RG3 all over again. Let's
Whoa.
run it back, baby.
Let's not project. Let's not throw that in the world, though.
Well, no, I mean, I've been saying it for months. Whoever takes him needs to teach him to slide.
Yeah.
That's something he didn't do in college, and he took a ton of hits from guys that will never see the NFL field.
Right.
The problem is he's had 5 years.
Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, the problem is he's had 5 years in college to learn how to slide.
Right. Take the Kenny Pickett approach and fake it and then run for another 40. That'd be great.
The fake slide. We love that.
Fake slide.
Yeah, Kenny Pickett's game translated perfectly to the
That's right. Cheat. If you ain't cheating, you ain't trying.
He kicked it till he made it, and then he didn't make it. So there's that.
Fact.
Well, he's still in the NFL as a Philadelphia Eagle. About to start over Jalen Hurts this year.
Whoa.
Oh, shut up.
You getting your Pickett jersey yet, Josh?
Wow. You guys are killing. I was on a high to start the show with the AJ Brown extension. You guys are really deflating it right about now.
We should make that the punishment. If Josh finishes last in one of our leagues, he has to order a Kenny Pickett jersey himself with his own US dollars.
With his own money. All right. The Patriots
He
have selected.
He can't use his own euros. It's got to be his US dollars.
The Patriots have selected their quarterback of the next 3 years until he eventually flames out because he's from the ACC. Drake May. So very excited. So happy that he's here as a redshirt sophomore. I remember a redshirt sophomore by the name of Johnny Manziel really working out well for his team. I hate it here, and I think I wasn't going to be happy with whatever they did.
Having Austin on is the right one because there has been no more positive person on Drake May.
All right, Austin.
Austin Mandoli.
Sell me on Drake May.
Okay, my thing about Drake May, sure, it can be rough at times, but he's running the offense. He literally, in college, he is running the offense from the line. He's making changes at the line of scrimmage. No college quarterback is trusted to do that. So the intelligence, the brain is going to be there. It's going to be able to translate really easily to the NFL. He's going to have less of that mental processing growing curve that most NFL quarterbacks have. I think his athleticism is super underrated and super undersold. The dude is big. The dude can run. He is like, I hate saying things like this.
You know,
it's a simile. He's like Patrick Mahomes in the fact that he runs when he needs to. He's not just looking to scramble all the time. He's trying to work from the pocket. He gets creative with his throws. And then when he knows that it's going to create a boom play, he's going to take off and run with it. And that's why I like Drake May. Is he clearly shows intelligence from the pocket and he can make all the throws he needs to. Also, I just want to throw out there, his receiver talent was hot garbage this year.
Yes.
And yet
why?
He was winning.
He plays in the ACC.
That's true. But he was winning games for them despite the fact that he had no receiver talent.
It's a good thing he's going to New England, a team that is rich.
Yeah, he's going to feel right.
That's exactly. That's why they signed.
We're taking Lad McConkey. Everything is going to be okay.
Yeah, I will throw this out there for you. I will throw this out there for you, Joe. Last year at this time, Drake May was QB1.
Yes.
Yeah.
So,
I remember a time where Sam Howell was a top 3 quarterback in his class.
Well, that everybody got that entire draft wrong.
That was also a Jets pick, just like you brought up, Johnny Manziel to the Browns. Unless you're going to screw him up over there in New England with that coaching staff,
probably,
then he'll be fine.
Alex Van Pelt, yeah, that's the guy I want coaching my quarterback. Alex Van Pelt.
Is that Scott's kid?
Is that Scott's kid?
Fucking Alex Van Pelt. The guy who didn't even call plays in his own fucking offense for the
Allegedly.
Cleveland Browns.
Allegedly.
Well, that's why he had to get Drake May, who does call his own plays.
Thank God.
Oh, exactly.
Oh my goodness. I'm sold. Drake May, you are the offensive coordinator. Congratulations.
And quarterback.
You are as qualified as Alex Van Pelt to be employed in the NFL. Listen, it's not Mac Jones. That's what I could say at the end of the day.
Well, he
It's
probably would have
not
been
Mac
fine if it
Jones.
wasn't New England, but that's fine too.
Oh, it's not Mac
I mean,
Jones.
that's a good point, Jay.
It's not Bailey Zappi.
Oh.
I mean, Bailey Zappi wasn't awful.
Whoa.
Nate,
I like
Nate.
Zappi a little bit more than
Nate.
Mac Jones, if we're
Nate.
being honest.
Bailey Zappi. Trust me, I was calling for Bailey Zappi to play.
Oh, every
Bailey
day.
Zappi was awful. I can say that with
Okay.
assurance.
Well,
Bailey
you're-
Zappi was awful.
We're gonna find out how serious the Patriots are with their next pick, and Joe, I know you hope it's tonight, but at the very least, early tomorrow night, we're gonna find if they go wide receiver. I'm
If
gonna
they
feel
take a
better
receiver
about,
at 34, I'm happy. Great.
I say I'm
Let's
gonna feel
go.
better about Drake May.
Let's
Austin
ride.
has yelled at me enough that I went back, I watched the Drake May tape, and one of the things that Austin has hit on already was he didn't have a lot of people to throw to, and he looked a lot better when Josh Downs was there. So I'm not gonna just completely turn against Drake May. I do think there's some growing to do. I won't be surprised if Jacoby Brissett starts the first month of the season just because he knows New England. And so Drake May in redraft this year, probably not it. Drake May in Superflex dynasties.
Bang.
This is,
Yeah.
you got to believe the draft capital.
Yeah, I'm
But
with
how-
you there, and I think like him sitting for a month is good for him. Like
100%.
the thing that I feel like the model we've seen recently with guys like Zach Wilson getting in there just out the gate, they build up a lot of scar tissue if the system is not ready for them, and New England is not ready for Drake May.
Right.
Chicago is ready for Caleb Williams, so him starting week 1, I'm fine with, but I do not feel that's the same case for Drake May.
I'm fine. I also like that he's learning from Brissett. I think Brissett is a great veteran.
And to be honest,
I agree.
their games aren't all that dissimilar. May is more talented, so this is not the worst person for him to be behind.
They both played in the state of North Carolina.
There you go. What other connection did we need? That's probably why the pick was made.
That's what I've been saying about this spot with the Patriots. This is the perfect spot for Drake May because he doesn't have to come in and start right away.
Correct.
And if he did, they have literally no weapons for him to throw to.
Because the thing is, too, like
you're
the
setting him up to
expectations. Yeah, the expectations for the Patriots this year are so freaking low at the gate. Whereas like Washington, that's an excited fan base ready for change. So they need someone who's going to bring that excitement out the gate. Jaden Daniels is going to do that. It worries me about him.
Haven't the Commanders been an excited fan base ready for change for about 25 years?
I mean,
Hasn't
yeah.
That's
But
been
now it
them.
feels like it's happening.
Yeah. Well, speaking of change, Kyler Murray has a brand new weapon. First four picks have pretty much gone as expected for most people. Marvin Harrison Jr., according to Bucky Brooks, Larry Fitzgerald clone, he says. Marvin Harrison Jr. going to the Arizona Cardinals to be Kyler Murray's newest weapon. Josh, you said it yesterday. Whoever goes to Arizona will be the rookie wide receiver 1, and it won't even be close because of the amount of opportunity they'll have. What do you think for Marvin Harrison coming up this year?
Oh, this is a slam dunk. Kyler Murray gets a legitimate wide receiver 1. They can pepper targets to. This is this offense is a variation of Kevin Stefanski. What does Kevin Stefanski do? Throws to the tight end. He throws to an X receiver. That is Trey McBride. That is Marvin Harrison Jr. Both of these guys should be locked in top of the line of their positions. Trey McBride, top 3, top 5 tight end this year. Marvin Harrison should very easily be a top 12 wide receiver in 2024. And I think you can make the argument that he is the 101 in Superflex.
Now, I will bring up this question for the crowd. Does it worry you that Michael Wilson and Greg Dortch may steal targets from him?
Who?
No?
Who?
Nobody?
Look, I'm just glad Andy Isabella isn't still there, guys.
Andy Dog? What do you mean? WOFF goes Andy.
Well, he's going to steal targets in Buffalo this year, so be ready.
He's still employed in the NFL?
Yeah, he's a Buffalo Bill, buddy.
Dude.
Wide receiver 1.
Read the show sheet I made. You would know that.
You met Nate. If there's one thing you need to learn, I don't read the show sheet. Okay.
They had to replace Gabe Davis.
Second,
Yeah,
UMass
right?
legend Andy Isabella, dog status. Wow, go Andy. Happy for him. He's not going to do anything this year, but I'm happy.
Wide
for
receiver 6
How
on the
did
Bills
we-
roster.
How did we take a segment on Marvin Harrison getting drafted and turn it into Izzy Isabella?
Yeah.
Dude, because everybody with the 37 spot dynasty roster still has Andy Isabella in their taxi squad or the bottom of their
Right.
bench, hoping that he pans out.
Taxi.
He's
squad.
never going to pan out. Spoiler alert.
Yeah,
Whoa.
let's
No.
be clear.
I'm still waiting on Paris Campbell too. All right.
Yeah.
Hey, me too. I
Hey.
was.
You're gonna be waiting a long time.
Yeah,
Man, I missed
he
on
said
that
the
last
Eagles
year.
know how to use him.
Andrew,
What
before we let you go here, last thoughts on Marvin Harrison Jr. Anything you want to add there?
Man, I mean, it's tough to say more about Harrison. I mean, I think, you talked about the word generational earlier with the quarterback, some of the guys that, we've heard about for years, but it's like, the word generational. I think Marvin Harrison can be a generational talent at the wide receiver
You're right.
position.
Yep.
I don't think that I kind of laughed at the Larry Fitzgerald light comment earlier, but I mean, some say, right? Like some say that he could be that. And, he's got the pedigree with his father being in the NFL for a long time. He's got the genes. He's got the talent. We saw it at Ohio State. I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if he's dynasty wide receiver 1 in 3 years.
He could be dynasty wide receiver 1 in 2 years.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Ohio
He could
State
be
receiver
dynasty
in
9 receiver 1 in 1 year.
1 year.
He
Yeah.
really could be.
I'm
Fuck
saying,
that
He
guy.
can do it in 0 years.
Oh my
Yeah.
God. He's
Zero
already
years.
the dynasty wide receiver 1.
Unless he
We
sees
actually,
double coverage
you
on
guys,
his first snap.
We inducted him into the Hall of Fame like 2
Oh
weeks
my-
ago. Did you miss
congrats.
Oh,
that?
sheesh.
Hey,
Wow.
here's
Do
the
you
thing, though,
realize-
about Marvin Harrison, and this is why I'm so excited. Because this is the first time in recent memory that I can think of that we've seen a player come into the NFL who has Hall of Fame pedigree with their dad, who is a Hall of Fame wide receiver in one of the greatest offenses in NFL history, and he's almost physically more talented than his dad.
for sure.
He has more tools, and he learned from a man who was one of the most precise route runners in NFL history. His dad tutored him for 18 years, sent him off to college. The dude balled out. What is Marvin Harrison Jr. going to do? I don't know that it's unreasonable to say that his ceiling is a top 5 all-time wide receiver with what his skill set and where he got to learn. I know it's crazy, but dude, you guys, this guy is freakishly talented, and he learned from one of the greatest wide receivers of all time.
I just love, though, that nobody can even agree on the top 5 wide receivers of all time, and you're saying that is his ceiling. So I do.
Never
love
played a
that.
snap in the NFL.
I don't think that's unreasonable.
Well,
Look at the guy.
Nate, you're still a mile high, but that's fine.
Yeah,
Well, I'm always a mile high, whether I'm here or not. But
I'm not
that's
gonna
not
throw
the point here.
top 5 at him.
30
but I mean,
I'm not saying I expect it to happen, but like his ultimate ceiling, I think, is a top 5 all-time wide receiver. I think we're talking about this dude. I think there's a chance we're talking about him at the end of his career in a class with guys like Jerry Rice.
And we won't know that for another 15 plus years. but
Right, we've got 15 years.
32 father-son duos in the NFL, in the history of the NFL, that the father or the son is in the Hall of Fame. How many of those are both in the Hall of Fame?
Is there even one?
No.
that was
The answer
I
is
didn't think
absolutely
so.
0.
You mean
So
Arch
now
Manning isn't in the
you've
Hall of
already
Fame?
put him in the Hall of Fame 2 weeks ago. And
I put Kyle Pitts in the Hall of Fame 3.5
Well, there
years
you go.
ago. So
there you go.
we still got
That's fair.
time.
That's why he's been
We still got
resting
time.
that's why he's been
Plenty of
resting
time.
on his laurels for 3 years.
Who's Laurel?
Quick question for you though. With this Marvin Harrison Jr. pick, what does that do to Kyler Murray's fantasy value? How
think
high does he go up?
Oh,
I
you
think
better
it-
have
I
been
think it
taking
ups
him.
it.
I was gonna say you better have been
I can
taking
put
him in
him on
this
the,
best
I
ball
can put him on the
draft
trade
before
block
now.
in Dynasty now.
Does it put him in the top 5 though?
No,
I don't
no,
think
he's
I
not
just
top
running
10,
top
not
five.
top 5. He's top. He's
He
top
was
10,
already
not
top
5.
10.
He's definitely already. He's got to be top 10.
He's already top 10.
We're talking
At
about
least on
Dynasty or redraft value?
Oh, I guess I'm talking redraft. Yeah.
So my issue is this is a team that hasn't thrown more than 20 touchdown passes in 2 seasons. And obviously Kyler Murray has had some issues health-wise through those 2 seasons, and he hasn't had Marvin Harrison Jr. I'm expecting better. I'm not kicking. So as these guys are being drafted, I'm plugging them into my projection model, which is in its very, very early stages. It brought Kyler Murray from quarterback 20 up to quarterback 14.
Interesting.
So,
Okay.
You had Murray at quarterback 20.
Well, I'm going based on what they currently have, and he was not going to have shit for touchdowns with what they currently had. Then you plug Harrison in, all of a sudden now he has touchdowns. So yeah.
Along with being a speed slut, Ryan's also a heightist. So
Well, I don't have issues with Murray, but again, there's a lot of issues with this offense in general that need to be addressed more than just Marvin Harrison.
So
6'4", baby.
I'm gonna, but again, I'm gonna say this again. This is like the Southern goodbye before we let Andrew go. 'Cause I believe Andrew, you had a bet on this.
Yes.
You had a bet, and I believe it hit because Mr. Joe Alt, offensive tackle.
Oh,
Was
congratulations!
the first tackle
Andrew.
off the
That's
board, where
crazy.
many thought Latham would go to the Chargers if they stayed put, but it's looking like Joe Alt will be going to the Chargers. So I will say, congratulations on hitting your bet.
Thank
I
you.
hope you win some more money this evening. Thank you for coming on. Thank you for joining us.
You're welcome. For the record,
one-
I live in Minnesota. I can't bet on stuff, but I did recommend it to the people that follow
Perfect.
the articles I write. So
Perfect. I
Yeah,
love
Andrew.
that.
So make sure, Andrew, what's your Twitter handle? People need to be
Yes.
following you.
Andrew Elmquist 1, pretty original. Andrew
Boom.
Elmquist 1.
Because there was already another one, so we had to duplicate it.
You had to
Another
get the
one.
one involved.
Another one. Andrew, thanks for coming on, brother. Enjoy the rest of the draft.
Of course. Thanks for having me, guys. Peace.
See you, bud.
So, real quick before we talk about this, because there is something that was just tweeted by Adam Schefter. In recent weeks, both the Patriots and Vikings reached out to the Chargers to see if they had any interest in trading Justin Herbert. Per league sources, the answer was very quickly a flat no. So,
Flat, go fuck yourself.
a flat go fuck
A
yourself.
flat. Have you seen Justin Herbert?
Yeah.
No.
So the interesting thing with this pick, and anybody chime in here, Joe Alt is a left tackle.
Yep.
They have a left tackle. So, who's moving to right tackle?
Joe
Oh,
Alt.
it'll be all.
It's all.
Rashawn Slater's already an All-Pro. They're Joe Alt.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a right tackle. The Lions did the exact same thing with Penei Sewell, right? He was a left tackle in college.
Yep.
Ends up moving to the right side because they already have a Pro Bowler in Taylor Decker.
And now he's the highest paid offensive lineman in the NFL.
Exactly. And right tackles these days are just as important now as left tackles.
With the way
It's
these
not like
quarterbacks
before,
move.
where right
Exactly.
tackles were more valuable in the running game. This is a pass rush league. This is a passing league.
Well,
right tackles are going to get abused just as much.
It's a pass rush league. Your quarterbacks are moving. Your tight ends are lining up wide, not right next to the right tackle. Like, this is not the NFL where left tackle is king anymore.
And Jim Harbaugh is going to run the football a lot. So
Well, and he's
adding
going to make
his
Justin
offensive
Herbert
line.
throw left-handed, so that's going to make
Obviously. Obviously.
Look, dude, I'm not gonna lie. When they hired Harbaugh and then they brought in Greg Roman, I dropped Herbert down 6 spots in my dynasty QB rankings.
So I didn't panic in Dynasty, and I'm not saying you panicked because you're probably more right than I am. But I will say, again, early projections where I've looked at rush totals, pass totals, Herbert clocked in as my QB 16 for my redraft right now.
That sounds right.
Ooh.
It's concerning because we know what Roman's offense is, right?
Yep.
Like, this is no secret. And I think they signaled what they're going to do by letting Keenan
Drafting
Allen
Joe
go.
Alt.
Drafting Joe
Joe
Alt
Dog.
at 5, which, you guys, Jim Harbaugh told us this a month ago, that he was taking Joe Alt at 5. This was the most important thing in the draft to him, was getting an offensive lineman, and his favorite was Alt. So I don't know why anyone would have thought anything else, though some of the smoke made us think Latham or they were going to trade back, right? What is this offense going to be? It's going to be Gus Edwards. It's going to be Isaiah Spiller. And then maybe they take
J.K.
it back
Dobbins.
J.K. But you can't. I can't get excited about
7
Dobbins.
snaps. It's going to be awesome.
On the season.
It's going to be great.
Okay,
gonna be
two
great.
things. Two things. One, I've got to know who the heck is in Ryan's top 10 quarterback redraft rankings right now, because having Kyler Murray and Justin Herbert outside of the top 10, there's got to be some rando like Russell Wilson up in the top 10.
Nope,
Well, here's the thing. He has Marcus Mariota as his quarterback 10 until Jaden Daniels is ready.
No, here, I got it right in front of me. It's no surprise other than maybe Caleb Williams. Jalen Hurts, Patrick Mahomes, Dak Prescott, Stroud, Lamar Jackson, Burrow. Josh Allen fell all the way to 7 for me. Caleb Williams at 8, Tua at 9, Jordan Love at 10.
We need to work on your model. Number 2.
It's so early right now. Like literally all I have in there right now.
I'd probably put Murray at 8.
All I have right now is expected runs and passes, and then I'm divvying everything up by like 50s, where I'm just handing out targets to wide receivers. So there's a lot that is still going to be updated from this means nothing right now. I was shocked at Allen falling. And again, I have his rushing numbers up, but I have his passing numbers down. That is going to change tonight, though, as soon as they draft a wide receiver. Because right now, a bunch of very mediocre wide receivers are getting way more targets than they should be. That's what happened with Kyler Murray.
100%.
This is fair. Back to the alt point real quick. The only counterpoint I have to this is they need also someone to protect Justin Herbert, because he has dealt with so many injuries over the past few years. I don't think that having Joe Alt just means they're definitely going to only run the ball or be so run heavy that Justin Herbert is no longer an effective fantasy quarterback. I think that this still benefits Justin Herbert. And if it helps him chuck the ball down the field more, which he hasn't done in the past 2 years, like that's going to offset overall lower passing volume.
I think that's a great point, Austin, because like, again, very early, I want to just keep reiterating that quarterback, where we go to here, right there, quarterback 21 and quarterback 10 are separated by 30 fantasy points. Like that's, first of all, that's how fantasy works most of the time. Plus I'm still projecting a lot of these guys at 16 and 17 games, which we know they ain't fucking playing. So it's just not the NFL anymore. But Austin, you bring up another interesting point where drafting Joe Aldis to protect Justin Herbert, maybe we start to see Justin Herbert run a little bit again like he used to early on in his career, which he's kind of stopped. Where now you're going to have an offensive line.
No weapons.
Done.
Eckler, Keenan Allen, Mike Williams, Gerald Everett, no weapons. Josh Palmer.
Well,
Giants.
That's a wide receiver. That's a wide receiver, probably 12 on the year now.
Giants, they stay put. No trades through the first 6 picks.
I was going to ask Nate if that worried him about the betting lines he was seeing, that we've seen nothing so far.
Well, I'm surprised we didn't see Alt go, or we didn't see the Chargers trade out, because I think they could have gotten Alt later. I mean, if you look at the teams, the Giants weren't going to take him. Titans weren't going to take him. Falcons.
Well, what did
you don't think the Titans would have taken him?
I don't think the Titans would have taken him. I think the Titans would have probably gone Latham if they were going to go, and I think we might see Latham go here at 7. I think that they could have moved back to that 11 pick with the Vikings and been fine. But now the question is, guys, I think McCarthy's probably safe to Minnesota, right?
I would say, yeah, McCarthy or Penix. There's been a lot of noise with Penix in Minnesota.
There's no way they take Penix. There's no way.
This is the NFL.
I mean, I hear what you're saying, but anything's possible.
Could the Jets say, fuck it, let's go and get Aaron Rodgers?
No, because Aaron Rodgers is going to be a cranky bitch. No, Aaron Rodgers would be a cranky bitch about that. Are you kidding me?
If the Jets are going to take a quarterback.
He does have a quarterback room that he can just turn the light off, and he's the only one in there right now.
That's true.
The Jets are Super Bowl or bust this year because they have 1 year left with Aaron Rodgers. Also, the Giants took Malik Neighbors. Just took him. You want to know why we're not talking about it? Because it doesn't fucking matter. Because he's going to do nothing this year.
Doesn't matter.
Right? In Dynasty, still worth it because Daniel Jones won't be the quarterback next year. But for this year, Malik Neighbors is irrelevant. Right? Great playmaker. He's going to do a lot of great things. Just not this year. All right?
Yeah.
Just not this year. Slot receiver heaven, though. New York Giants.
That is true.
On the outside, I'm not worried about that.
Well, he's 6. He can play anywhere. Is what I'm saying. He can move in and out. 6 feet tall. He can go anywhere.
So what's his ceiling this year, Joe?
What, like, in terms of
Neighbors,
like fantasy value?
In redraft fantasy value, what's his ceiling?
Wide receiver 60.
Ooh. No.
No, come on. I'd say I think he could be a back end wide receiver too.
I just
Wrong.
He garners the majority of the volume.
Wrong.
Wide receiver 20 to 24.
he
Wrong.
just slotted in as 28 for me. So
Wrong.
Yeah, so okay, we're kind of on the
Look
same
how
page.
Brian's updating this literally in real time.
Oh, yeah.
Wrong. Literally wrong.
Well, I got a question though, Ryan. If you're updating it in real time on your sheet, does that automatically update right to the website so people can actually see you update it right then?
My redraft rankings aren't even on the website yet, so
Oh.
no. But this doesn't change anything about my
Silly.
rookie rankings.
I
MHJ
appreciate-
neighbors 1 and 2. So
Dummy.
I appreciate
Jeez,
the
Jay.
hustle though.
So Ryan, who's your wide receiver 3?
in the draft,
Is it Odunze?
oh,
Is
it's
it
Odunze. I'm so chalk with these wide receivers. I where does it get weird for me? Because me and Austin,
Dunze's a
It's
dog.
got to get weird at like 7 or 8, right?
yeah, me and
somewhere
Austin
around
are
there.
pretty much in agreement. I think on the first 5, and then it got weird after that.
You better have
Yeah,
McConkey
it
up
did get
there.
weird after that. We do not. I do not have
McConkey.
McConkey up there.
I think
Guys,
McConkey
credit.
did make a charge for me, Joe. So
Yeah, you
McConkey
bet your
is-
ass he did.
I think you and I argued about this on the Dynasty show about a month back.
McConker.
We had a McConkey argument, I believe.
so
Yeah, it's
I have
like
me
that.
and
I'm a
Austin
little
both
low
have a
on him.
Dunze. We go a Dunze, Thomas. I have Franklin at 5. Austin has AD Mitchell at 5.
Oh,
Um,
rough.
And then we both have. I have McConkey at 7. He has McConkey at 8.
I'm fine with
Where do you
McConkey
have-
at 8, Austin. That's not bad. I'm fine with McConkey there.
Yeah, it's not
I don't.
bad.
I think Troy Franklin and AD Mitchell are bums, but like I get it. I get it. Very clearly, they're better athletes and all around look better than Lad McConkey. I can understand it, but you're wrong.
Well, but what's your issue with Lad?
No, he
My
loves
issue-
Lad.
I love Lad McConkey.
He thinks
All right,
Lad
all
should have
right.
went number 4 to Arizona.
Dog
and
stat.
the whole
No,
world would have been
I'm not an idiot. I'm not an idiot.
Well, that
okay?
is yet to be. Wait, whoa.
I'm not stupid.
Dude, Joe, don't.
Jay,
Don't-
Jay, fuck you. I was confused why people were putting Malik Neighbors ahead of Marvin Harrison Jr. I was sitting there, I'm like, all I keep hearing is Julio Jones comps. I'm like, we're really gonna sit here and say we don't want that on our team? He's not in the new age NFL. I don't give a shit. He's Larry Fitzgerald and Julio Jones.
I wanted
Okay.
to. I wanted to work backwards a little bit. I saw Woods Girl in the chat asking if we should look at Harrison as Trey McBride competition, and I believe this is Josh who said this is an offense that revolves around the X and the tight end. When I put Harrison in, I did not take a single target away from Trey McBride. It didn't even
Nope.
cross my mind.
because
No.
because there was no targets to take away. You were just taking them away from all the other receivers.
Well, yeah, I had Michael Wilson getting like 85 or 90 targets, which was never going to happen.
and now
Yeah, you're
now
probably
he-
looking
there
at
is 20.
Harrison in around the 130 range and McBride around 115, 120, I think.
easy
And I think even 130 is being
Because-
consistent.
so. I
Their,
kicked
their
Harrison all
defense
the
is
way
bad.
up.
They have to throw.
I kicked Harrison all the way up to 150. This is super early, and I have McBride at 125. I do have Harrison leading the offense, but McBride statted out as like my tight end 2, I think, early on because of the target volume.
Well,
Ryan
that's only
does
what?
love
That's two-
overestimating targets.
Well,
Loves
but
it.
to be fair, that's 275 of what? Probably 450 to 500 targets.
I think I have
I
it
think
at
they throw
550.
more.
So who
Yeah.
else is who else is getting those targets? They got rid of Rondale. They got rid of Elijah.
They throw to their running back enough.
I was going to say Connor's probably going to
So
what,
Connor will get-
45 somewhere
Who's
in that
their
range.
backup?
Connor, Michael Carter is a pass catching back. Love him or hate him. They brought in DJ Dallas. They brought in Chris Moore from Tennessee. You still have Greg Dortch there. So you have these like minuscule guys taking minor targets.
Zach
and then
Pascal,
Connor
dog.
maybe sees 60, right?
They
You see
threw to their
60 to 65.
they threw to their tight ends 179 times last year. So with the
That's
loss
insane.
of Zach Ertz, I bumped that down to 165 because I just don't see a second tight end taking the kind of volume that technically Trey McBride took last year. So I think you're still going to see heavy tight end target. They threw to their tight end on 32% of their throws last year. I have it at 30 right now. So I think this is going to be the Harrison McBride, James Conner show.
Yeah, but to be fair, 179 targets is not that much when they got 74 quarterbacks that are playing when Kyler Murray's injured.
Correct.
Who do they throw to? The guy who is fucking closest.
Closest,
to them.
the closest guy
Yep.
to them.
Ryan Butts brings up Adunze got to go to Tennessee. Well, Ryan, you are so wrong because they have drafted offensive tackle J.C. Latham.
He's not
out of
wrong. It's
Alabama.
just it's still an offensive player.
Yeah.
He was on the right side of the ball.
Yeah, one's just 1,000 pounds.
You want to talk about wrong is I apparently missed this J.C. Latham. So me and my buddy do this contest every year where we mock it out. And if you get the pick, the slot, we don't care about the team, exactly right, you get 5 points, and then you get 1 less point for every slot you're off. I had J.C. Latham going in the 20s. I missed the boat where he was going to be the second offensive lineman drafted. So.
There was some that had him the first offensive.
Yeah, that's
lineman.
what. Well, when you guys were saying that earlier, I was like, "Oh, I fucked that up."
So with the addition of Lloyd Cushenberry, with the addition of now J.C. Latham, presumably playing right tackle, how do we feel about Tony Pollard? Does this help or hurt his draft status?
It doesn't.
Tony Pollard, he was the 1B to Ezekiel Elliott in 2022.
Oh,
It
the guy that
shouldn't
was
move the
supposed to be
needle.
really good last year.
Yes, yeah, but
Okay,
nobody on
I
this
knew
show thought he was going to be good except Ryan, who was wrong. So
Hey, the Cowboys fooled me, plain and simple. Apparently,
I mean, you
should've
guys-
just given.
It's only taken you 20 years to get fooled by the Cowboys. What the hell have you been doing for the last 20 years?
Jerry Jones gave you a rub and tug with his arthritis.
Well, actually, to be fair, every year since I've done projections with Club Fantasy, as soon as Josh sees my projections, he's like, "You have the Cowboys way too high."
Every year. He does it
single
every
time.
year. This motherfucker had like Brandon Cooks at like 120 targets.
I probably did. I can go pull it up. It's probably that bad.
Like, he overestimates so aggressively. And
Hey.
ironically, it all evens out at the end of the year.
It does. But here's what I was going to say. Where it gets really interesting is I overestimate Kellen Moore. So then I overestimated the Chargers last year and the Eagles.
Oh God, you're cursing the Eagles this year, aren't you, Ryan? You motherfucker.
Yes.
I mean, Josh,
real
Josh
quick.
I already announced Jalen Hurts is my QB1.
Real quick.
Oof.
2 sacks allowed on 970 pass
Wow.
blocking snaps in college.
So he
Is that good?
Wow.
I mean,
Is
it's
that
not as
good?
good as the center out of where does the center come from? Shit, I want to say it's Central Michigan. 793 snaps and a zero.
That's pretty good.
That's pretty good.
That's pretty good. Yeah, 26 QB pressures allowed since 2022, third fewest amongst FBS tackles, minimum 900 pass blocking snaps. Yeah, Latham's good. Also, this man, Joe Alt kind of looks like a doof, right? Just like a big, lanky guy. JC Latham looks like a dog. He strictly just
He'll
looks
hurt
like,
you.
yeah, no, he looks like a bouncer at a club,
He looks
Like-
he looks like an offensive lineman coming out of Alabama.
a certified dog. Joe Alt looks like a science major that happened to be 6'8", 350 pounds, and really good at football. JC Latham was like, no, I was built this way. This is what I was born to be.
I
Joe
was born
Alt-
this size.
Joe Alt's an astrophysicist after his career's over. Like he's Taylor Heineke, mathematics teacher. That's what's happening. According to Austin's face, I have to imagine, is this the? Oh my
Dated
goodness.
ticker.
Oh my goodness. Hey, first off, before I bring this up, fuck all of you for thinking that this wouldn't happen. All right. I'm going to bring it up way early. Michael Penix Jr. to the Atlanta Falcons. That is insane. So fuck you guys.
Stop it.
No,
is
Fuck
this
you guys.
is that
Fuck you
true?
guys.
No way.
Fuck
Shut
you
it.
guys for thinking that Michael Penix was not rated highly when I said yes. Teams have been talking about him. They don't give a shit about his injuries. They love his arm. I didn't think he was going to go here. But Michael
Stop
Penix
it.
to the
Stop it.
Atlanta
This is
Falcons.
what surprises me with this.
He's
pick.
fucking with us, right?
What?
This is
He's
what
gotta be.
surprises
Nate,
me
there's
with
no way
pick
this is
because
factual.
Penix is already 24. By the time Kirk Cousins is done and out,
28.
you're talking about a 26, maybe even a 27-year-old quarterback
Yeah.
that's ready to step in.
Josh,
I don't know that this was really worth it for a backup plan, right?
wait a minute.
Dude, the 8th pick in the draft?
Yes.
Here's
I
a
think
here's
Penix is
a
a day 3 guy.
here's a stat for
Oh.
you, Josh. Forget about the freaking age of these quarterbacks, because if you look since the 1920s, the average age for a Super Bowl winning quarterback, just take a stab.
It's like 28, 29.
32.
30.75 is the average age
Interesting.
of a Super Bowl winning quarterback. There's
Does
3 of them
Tom
that have done it in
Brady
their 20.
inflate that stat?
Yes, Tom Brady was 24. Mahomes was 24. Ben Roethlisberger was 23, winning a Super Bowl. So those three guys that in their early 20s,
Russ was early,
and the
22,
age
he
is
won.
still at 30, averaging 30 years old.
Yeah.
Stafford.
Yeah.
Just recently, Stafford's that age.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Tom Brady in the 40s, winning a couple.
That's a GOAT. Yes, I mean Tom Brady.
But I mean,
is 40s.
so I don't stress the age of that's like the Bo Nix. The biggest argument about Bo Nix is his age. So what? Everybody gives all these receivers, including Brian Thomas Jr., a pass on his first 2 years in college, but
My
you're not
biggest
going to give a
argument about Bo
quarterback
Nix
a pass,
is
and
he
you're not allowed to
sucks.
get better as a quarterback, evidently.
So I
'Cause
want
he was a lot better in Oregon.
I want to go to the Atlanta Falcons fan
We
directly
need to talk
beneath
about
me
this.
here, who
Who?
now listen, I was upset about Drake May, and Austin sold me on it, and I don't watch enough college tape to sell Austin on Michael Penix.
It's your turn. I was going to say, Joe, it's your turn to
you
now
need to.
sell Austin on
All right,
Penix.
Austin, hear me out. Ready? Here's my knowledge of Michael Penix.
He's left-handed.
He's left-handed. Listen.
I mean, it's true.
He throws a nice ball. He has
does.
a rope for an arm. Like that.
Unfortunately, Joe, sometimes he throws it to the completely wrong player.
Accurate.
He's not accurate.
So
This
Here's
is
the plus
probably a
side,
really
though.
good situation. They just signed Kirk Cousins to a long-term
there's-
deal. He's
Jared
locked in
Goff.
for the next 2 seasons at least. Penix can learn behind the most vanilla quarterback that's ever lived.
what do you mean, the Coles employee?
Yeah, exactly. The dude lives on Cole's cash, right? I think his entire contract is probably Cole's cash.
I got to try to find who I was listening to.
But the thing,
An analyst on CBS called this 2 days ago. Like straight up said, I'm going to get weird with this in my mock draft. Why wouldn't Atlanta take Penix knowing he needs to sit?
is it Cummings? Was it Heath?
No,
Cummings?
I
Heath
don't think it
Cummings
was.
wouldn't have
Wasn't
said
he?
he's
Dude,
he'll
he
go out there
gets-
on a limb, but that limb isn't holding Keith's son. He ain't
Oh,
gonna do
man,
it.
that's a good
So,
point. I
Ra-
just am blown away right now.
Raheem
He has
Morris.
to work on his footwork for at least a year, so I think that's a good thing. But
At least.
man, this is still really shocking.
Now we-
Raheem
now we
Morris
know why-
loved him.
Now we
Schefter
know
just
why
tweeted.
Kirk Cousins got $280 million and all guaranteed money because they were doing this.
So what now? Spencer Rattler's like a late first round pick?
Oh yeah,
Is that
absolutely.
where we're at?
Yes.
What do you mean he's
Mhm.
going 13 to the Raiders?
Hey, Vikings
you
might
know
be able to
what?
stay put and
At
get
this point
McCarthy at
now, where
11.
we're at, bring
So-
it. Wouldn't shock me.
So Josh, here's my worry, and I don't think the Broncos could physically do this with they don't have anything to do with. The Broncos could try and jump Minnesota, trade
Yeah,
with
and
the
this is
Jets
the spot
because
to
the
do it,
Jets
right?
know.
Trade with the Bears. Let them go back.
Well,
some.
with the Bears or the Jets, because the Jets know if they drop back to 12, if they want Bowers, they're getting Bowers there. The Bears could easily trade out. They don't need this pick. So if the Broncos wanted to, I don't think they have the firepower in their arsenal to do it. But if they wanted McCarthy, they could easily jump Minnesota right now. If they
Yeah.
don't, JJ McCarthy's a Viking.
Why
100%.
would they do that if they could at this point say screw it? They could act well. They until this pick, I was under the impression that they could actually move back. The Broncos could and still get Bo Nix.
And I saw that in a few
Very well
places
could.
as well. So.
Oh, he's
So I don't see why you move
This-
up to go get JJ McCarthy when you can get Bo Nix later.
So this
because
is
McCarthy's a better
crazy.
quarterback.
But just real quick, Jonathan Jones.
Okay,
with
Nate, I'm
CBS,
fixing to fly to
straight up
Denver. I'll be
called this
back.
scenario.
Let's go.
So the last
Plenty of room in
four.
my
I was
basement.
gonna say, do
here.
you have us
I've got a
play
whole
like it's day
couch.
while we're gonna fight
Yeah.
and then I'm gonna crash.
The last four.
You'll be too
top
tired
10
by the time you get here. Drinks.
The last four top 10 draft picks for the Falcons: Kyle Pitts, Drake London, Bijan Robinson, Michael Penix Jr.
Their offense
Austin.
is set for. Yeah.
If you're right about Penix, you got an offense for the next 5 to 10 years.
You got a pretty good offense, Austin. How are we? feeling?
So I just got a fun text message from a good friend of mine who is a college football nut. He actually covered the Senior Bowl with the diehards this year. His text verbatim: Michael Penix in the first round of the Falcons. What a joke.
That's how I feel.
That's how I feel too, Austin.
I'm excited.
It doesn't
I
make
like him.
sense.
I
mean-
like him.
Ah,
I
I'm
like
smart.
Michael Penix, but I want to take him in the second round or at least trade
Yes.
back. Like,
I like him.
You have the
not an
Vikings
8.
there. Not
yes,
at 8.
not at 8.
So I said this on the show last night. Same guy. So shout out Jonathan Jones from CBS. He's clearly tuned in. He said that he spoke to multiple NFL personnel who did not have top 10 picks that said if they did have a top 10 pick, it would have been Michael Penix. And so clearly Atlanta had that grade on him as well. This is a case where I think the NFL feels differently about a guy than we do in the fantasy community. When I started my process, I had Penix high. You look at the numbers, you look at the good arm. But then the more I watched him and the more I listened to people smarter than me, he just kept falling down because there's a lot to not like. But time can fix that. And I understand he's an older prospect, but he's not starting for the next 2 seasons. There is an out on Kirk Cousins after next year.
Yeah.
I'm okay with this.
Oh, I think that's so fair. And I think there's the shock value of it that
we're all in shock. Right?
Sure.
Initially makes me hate the pick, but my biggest negative on him when I was watching him was that he struggles under pressure. And coming into the NFL, you're going to have to navigate pressure. Well, the good thing for the Falcons is they do have a pretty damn good offensive line. We don't have a lot going for us, but the offensive line is decent.
Sure.
So hopefully
But
that
isn't
makes
that
life
isn't the offensive
easier.
line getting older as well?
Yeah, I was going to say, will it still be in 2 years?
Will it still be there in 2 years?
So I just I'm throwing this out here. Does this make you feel any better, Austin? Here's the earliest 4 QBs have been selected in the first round. Other names like Josh Rosen, Justin Fields, Dante Culpepper, and Christian Ponder. Does that make you feel any better with the decision there? I'll let you
What
just
if I
mull that
toss in
over.
Ryan Leaf?
Well, Ryan Leaf was the second quarterback off the board.
What about
Oh,
Jamarcus
that's
Russell?
Fair.
Jamarcus Russell was the first quarterback off
First.
the board. But we do have the Bears pick in. They did stay put, and they did take Rome Odunze. So just as
And there's been a trade.
And there's a trade.
well, hold on, I gotta do my thing. So
I gotta do my stick first. Hang on, I'll be right back.
Oh,
we have a trade, folks. We have a trade. We have a trade.
well, I think, guys, we know where this is going, right?
This
They're
is
moving up to
McCarthy.
get McCarthy.
This
This
is
is JJ.
incredibly obvious. We know where this is going.
so
you'll have
my
5 quarterbacks in the first 10 picks.
And no defensive players.
and no defensive players.
They're playing
Uh,
fantasy football in the NFL.
Let's
is-
go!
Yeah.
Let's go. We finally got it. We finally made it. Mom, we made it.
So here's the interesting thing. I think Minnesota preemptively traded up to 10 because they were 1 pick away. They preemptively traded up to 10, gave up whatever they needed to because they knew they needed to get JJ McCarthy because they knew if they didn't, Denver was hopping them and Denver was taking him. Because
All
that
right, I got
means
trade details too, Joe.
go ahead.
Jets get the number 11, so they move back one
They
spot,
swap.
the 129 and the 157. And the Vikings
The
get number 10
257.
and 203.
Oh, you mean
Okay.
overall pick. Okay.
Yeah, overall picks.
So
So they kept 23.
It's like
though.
a
Is that what you
4th and
said?
a 5th.
yeah, they kept
for
23.
the 10th
Moving
overall.
up 1 spot would not warrant 2 first-round picks. That would be
Yeah,
insane.
fuck no.
This is the NFL. They just took freaking Michael Penix in number 8. So
This is true.
who knows?
You know what, Jay? You're so right. This shows that the Vikings had JJ McCarthy and Bo Nix nowhere near each other on their board.
Yeah.
Because if they were close and they were neck
would've
and
let
neck, you would have said, okay, if Denver jumps us and they get McCarthy, we're okay with Nix. This shows we don't even have them anywhere in the same stratosphere.
Right.
So
this
again,
just-
we're assuming it's JJ McCarthy. We have to assume it's JJ McCarthy. I don't
All
think
right,
it's
so
anybody else.
let's let the Vikings pick. I want to pose this question because obviously this is a fantasy football draft stream. I think it's pretty clear. Marvin Harrison, wide receiver 1 in this rookie class. Malik Neighbors goes to the
Yes.
Giants, where yes, he's the
not
undisputed
two.
wide receiver 1, full of slot receivers. Rome Odunze becomes the wide receiver 3 on his own team. On the clock, who are you taking, Neighbors or Odunze?
Adunze.
Knowing this is dynasty.
Adunze.
Adunze.
I was
Neighbors.
just gonna add, Josh. I love that you and I had the same thought. I was prepping to interrupt to be like, Does this move Odunze ahead of Neighbors being tied to Caleb
Instant.
Williams?
Instant.
Yes. Instant.
Odunze.
Neighbors.
What the Bears
I'm still
have
going
shown,
Neighbors.
They're committed to throwing the ball. DeAndre Swift, that acquisition doesn't make sense if you're going to be run heavy because he's not a running back. He's much better in the flats, in sweeps, in pass catching.
The Bears may just
Keenan
not run the
Allen.
ball at all this year just to get the taste.
Yeah,
of
this is like the most
Yeah.
anti-Bears offense I've ever seen.
Good. Finally.
Yeah, right? They're finally
about-
getting with the times.
I can't
Dude.
wait to see Ryan project Caleb Williams for 700 pass attempts.
You know it's
I
coming.
can't wait to project Caleb Williams for 4,001 passing yards.
So Josh,
Just to get a Bears a 4,000 yard
Just to get a
passer.
4,000. Yeah,
no,
4,000
I
passer.
do have him at 600. I
Of course
have
you
him
do.
at 4,000 yards right now.
Yeah. Yeah, of course you do.
Good. You should.
Of course you do.
Well, here's the thing.
Wait, so what do you have Swift at? Because I just need to know what DeAndre Swift's going to be. Is he going to be anything in this offense, or is he just going to be hanging out in the backfield?
A
To,
ton of catches.
I think they're going to lean on him. I don't think it's going to be a lot of catches. I have him at 200 carries, 45 targets.
okay, that's what I was. The carries, because I just wondered how much you thought that they were going to run the ball, if anything.
I have them at 4. So I look a lot at offensive coordinators. So I'm comping them to Seattle right now. And so 575 is what Seattle's done the last 2 years. So I think with Caleb Williams, they're going to be more willing to throw the football. So I bumped them up to 600.
I also want to put Odunze over Malik Neighbors because very clearly Rome Odunze is a top name in this draft. That's just screams football. Rome
I just don't
Odunze.
think that Dunze
Right?
is going to have more than like 60 targets this year.
So Josh,
With
I
Keenan
I
Allen
can agree with that. I
I
can
have him
agree
at
with
70.
that.
I have him at 75, and that was stretching that bitch.
I was going to say, that's really stretching it considering they have DeAndre Swift in the
So
backfield
Josh, here's the thing.
And I
we
hate
know
Sam,
Ki-
but Cole Kmet also. Like,
We
But
know
you asked the question with Dynasty as the preference.
with
well,
Dynasty.
and that's
is the
true. I
change.
get that. Yeah.
so
I don't
with
care. We did this last year with Quentin Johnston. We said,
No,
"Oh,
not on
he's
this
the
fucking
better."
show. We didn't. Let me tell you that right now. No, we did not.
Oh no, I got hell
Wrong.
for having him so much lower, ranked
No,
lower
yeah,
than
I was gonna
everybody
say,
else.
He destroyed Austin for his Quentin Johnson ranking.
Everybody
Although
was like, "Why do you hate Quentin Johnston?"
That-
I'm
that
like,
I hated
Joe,
him
though.
too.
that was on the ranking show. So,
yes.
yeah.
And I'm like,
Okay, good.
He's wide
Austin,
receiver 3 on his own
Good
team.
job.
And
So well, here's the thing. Now, granted, he wouldn't have taken over the Keenan Allen role if Keenan Allen got hurt.
No, he was never going to do that.
Not ever.
Odunze could. I'm not saying he does. I think
He's
DJ
more
Moore
good.
would more do that, and then Rome would probably
Exactly.
take the Moore role.
Exactly. And that's
But
exactly-
even then,
I think the thing about this is we're looking at this trade-off here between Neighbors and Odunze as if Daniel Jones is the quarterback next year.
Yeah.
There's a good chance he's not.
so
There's a
I
better-
agree with that.
But
This
But
quarterback
you
class
know-
next year sucks.
But well, that's the thing is
There are going to be vets on the market. You don't have to just trade.
so
or to
here's
draft.
a
You
question:
can trade
Are
for
we
but
maybe
you know Odunze is tied to Caleb. Sorry, Ryan, go ahead.
are we maybe over projecting DJ Moore and Keenan Allen a little bit? If you go back to Seattle where Waldron came from, DK Metcalf at 120, Tyler Lockett at 120, JSN at 90. So this may be a case where we end up under projecting Rome Odunze.
And they also how many pass attempts do they have in that offense? I feel like it would be less than what
575,
they're
I thought
going to.
is what Ryan just said. 575?
No.
Yeah.
Yes. Great call. I forgot I said that. Yes. I was like, holy shit, did I say
So
that? Because that's exactly right.
So I very well feel they could add 25 to 50 more pass
Which
attempts.
I
under
projected
Caleb
it
Williams.
as 25 extra. Exactly.
So I'm not taking anybody on that Giants offense. I'm staying far the fuck away from that entire team.
So Joe, the league we're in together, you're like stacked in the first round of this draft, right? And it's a 1 QB draft.
I have 6 picks in the first round in a 10-team league. Yes.
So
And
when
that's why you
say
want
you're
Bowers to go to the Jets, right?
when
That's
you
what
say-
No.
you said.
staying away from neighbors, when you say you're staying away from neighbors, is this?
I will be
I'm not
drafting
saying-
Rome Odunze. Yes.
No, I'm not going to say a dude. Are you going to take the next wide receiver? Are you going to take Brian Thomas over neighbors if he ends up in Buffalo?
I honestly don't know at that point because I
Jesus
think
Christ, you don't. No, you're not. That's the answer.
I have the 2, the 4, the 5, the 6, 7, 8, and the 10. I believe. I think that's what I have.
Ryan is trying to figure out how to make this trade happen that he wants to get into.
Well, I'm like, yeah, if Malik Neighbors is going to get by Joe, I think we need to talk because I'll fucking take him.
I will be taking Roman Dunze at 2 because I already know Chris is taking Marvin Harrison.
Joe, you have 2, 4, 5, 7, 8, 10.
2, 4, 5, 7, 8.
Oh, so he's not going to get past whoever has 3 because you're going to take a Dunze.
I'm going to take a Dunze. Whoever has 3, yeah,
is going to take Neighbors. So.
Yeah. I traded out of the 3 with.
But I will be in touch with you about 4 if he gets past 3.
Well, unless Brock Bowers goes to the Jets.
Well, then I'll talk to you
Brock
about
Bowers
5.
is 4.
You have 5 too.
Ryan, at 5, I'm fine taking him. I'm fine taking Neighbors at 5.
Okay, I'm actually glad that we got through this because that does kind of answer. So at 5, you're okay.
I am not Malik Neighbors is fucking talented, but I'm taking a Dunze because I think a Dunze is as talented, if not more talented, and set up in a better situation.
Okay, we got
and I'm not rolling the dice with the Giants and probably them blowing up the organization because if Jones is gone, you have to imagine Dable's gone too. So they're blowing everything up. So that new quarterback could come in with a shit situation. I don't like that. And again, talent wins out eventually. Neighbors will eventually get on a good team and be fucking good unless the Giants ruin him. But he'll eventually get on a good team. Talent wins out at some point. So, obviously, at the running back position, it's different. Saquon was a dog on that team, but now he's on a much better team, and he's going to crush as long as he's healthy. Running back's different. You can be more productive even in a bad offense. Receiver relies on a lot more things. Moving into the next pick, unsurprisingly, yes, the Vikings traded up. In all honesty, they didn't give up much to move up one spot, so it's very worth it. They gave up a 4th and a 5th. Huge win for them.
Joe, I agree with what you said, though, and the reasoning behind making this move, even only one spot, just to make sure.
Just to make sure you get your guy.
Yep.
If you're telling me you have to swap first and give up a 4th and a 5th to make sure you get your guy who you have rated way higher than Bo Nix.
Yep. Who the team right behind you probably has the same rating, if not,
yes,
close. So
because
I have a quick question on this one, though.
Yeah.
With it being JJ McCarthy in a super flex, now we know he's a Minnesota Viking. We know he's going to be throwing to Justin Jefferson. We know he's got, Addison. We know he's got Hawk. Are we moving him up in front of any of these other quarterbacks outside of Caleb Williams? Is he QB2 now with that offense?
I would still put Daniels at 2. You can give the argument for 3 if you want to, just because of who he has as his weapons. But I think Daniels is still 2 because of his legs.
My concern with McCarthy, does he start year 1?
Who else are they going to start? Sam Darnold? Is he better than Sam Darnold to start with?
No.
Okay.
So, Nate, if he doesn't start week 1, he's starting by week 3 or week 4.
I would say week 10.
Wrong.
Right.
Incorrect.
This isn't
I
like
have
Washington,
more life
though.
experience than you, Joe.
I don't care.
Me here.
I don't care.
It's week 10.
Yeah. That's federal, Nate. Don't you know?
Federal.
God damn it. I just can't see. Kevin O'Connell isn't an idiot, right? And like this front office in Minnesota has proved that they're fairly intelligent. Like they've made some smart decisions. They've built a fairly decent team. They were smart enough to let Kirk Cousins go because they needed a refresh at quarterback. They got JJ McCarthy, who is a Kirk Cousins prototype, but younger. But the smart thing to do, let him sit this season. Let Sam Darnold navigate this offense. Sam Darnold could probably be pretty decent in this offense in Minnesota. It's probably would be the best offense he's been in his NFL career. I'm not saying he's going to be all world, but if you're looking towards the future, you let McCarthy sit this season.
Yeah, and O'Connell is not under fire. He's not going to get fired for having a bad year this year. So he can afford to be patient and develop JJ McCarthy behind Sam Darnold for a year. That's not something other teams that are taking quarterbacks can really afford.
I want to pose this to anybody if somebody could find this. What's the longest an NFL draft has gone without taking a defensive player? Because we're 8.
Yeah,
we're already past it.
So
yeah.
we smoked it.
This is the longest.
We're going to get to 13 before maybe a defensive player is taken.
It's also
insane.
first time 5 quarterbacks went in the first round.
And no, 6 is the max.
Picks.
6, I believe. And what was it? 80.
It was probably 5 in the top 10.
Top 10.
Yeah.
Or sorry, it's in
Yeah,
the top 10.
I thought
That's what
83 there were
was.
6.
Yeah. So 6
in
is
the
the
top
record
10.
in the first round.
Yeah, 5 in the top 10.
Yeah.
I mean,
But you said
Crazy.
You just said something a minute ago about the defensive players. 13. I don't know which. That's where the Raiders sit. I don't know that they would be going defense right away. I think they might
No,
be
'cause
going
they're
up
gonna
the
go-
line.
they're going to go Xavier Worthy,
Or
obviously.
they go. Or
Well,
Al
that's
Davis-
obvious.
the
Okay,
Al
Joe.
Davis
Bo
special.
Nix
The Al
here.
Davis special,
And that's going to be the one where
Oh,
they're going to
fair
throw the
point.
banner up, right? Like, welcome back, Al.
obviously. Obviously.
I think New Orleans might be, and they need offensive line help. So it could be New Orleans or Indianapolis. So 14, 15, somewhere in that range is where you're looking at the first defensive player off the board.
If Bowers gets to Indy, they're gonna take Bowers.
So now we're talking about 16,
We're
which
talking
is
about Seattle.
Yeah.
That's insane if it makes it that far. Because the Jets have selected Olu Fashanu out of Penn State, the offensive tackle. So we're going on 11 picks right now of all offense. Now, who this is going to help immensely? Breece Hall. Breece Hall was already good behind that offensive line. Now, he'll be slightly better behind this offensive line. And maybe
It's great
Aaron Rodgers.
insurance behind those 30-plus-year-old tackles.
Yeah, and maybe, just maybe, Aaron Rodgers' last 8 plays this season.
I was
and
just
not
going to say,
4.
I'm sure Aaron Rodgers' Achilles feels better.
Yeah,
You can double his playing time this year. It'll be perfect.
pretty much. Pretty much.
Yeah, he played left tackle at Penn State, right?
Yes, they're showing left tackle tape of him right now. Yes.
All right.
Yeah.
I'm not even. Yeah. Okay. So he
That's
played
all right.
left tackle.
Tyron Smith will play 4 games. So
There we go.
Jay, you talked about that center with 0 sacks allowed. Fashanu, 0 sacks allowed on 697 pass blocks in his career. Pretty good.
I mean, some of
Aaron
these.
Rodgers got to be so damn happy right now.
I was gonna say,
Yeah,
it felt
good.
like he was playing with elite talent at Penn State at quarterback anyway. So.
And what you don't think, Aaron Rodgers, 2 years ago was getting pissed off about not getting any weapons. Well, he doesn't have to have the weapons. They already have those in place. Now
Mhm.
just protect me and my Achilles.
So
Yeah.
let me ask everybody, if Aaron Rodgers doesn't win this year, what's his excuse now? Because he has 2 good wide receivers, a great running back, solid offensive line, and his defense is probably top 5 in the NFL. What's
As
his
a-
excuse when he loses this year?
As an old man, his excuse will be, "I'm an old man."
Ah, okay.
It'll
What's his
be
excuse?
like
love it,
microwave chips or something.
Yeah.
Some weird.
It's all the
Off the
it's all
wall.
the 5G
Yeah.
towers.
He'll
Yeah,
somehow
5G. It'll be LTE.
somehow he'll
Blame it on the election. Blame it on
Some-
RFK not getting elected.
That's or he'll spend too much time on RFK's campaign.
Yep.
This is
Somehow he'll blame it on Woody Johnson because of the politics, or
What an
he'll figure out how to
unfortunate
blame
name.
it on TB12 and that diet and regimen does not work after a certain age.
Oh.
There you go.
But this does set up, again, on paper, this sets up the Jets pretty well,
Right.
especially for their running back. We weren't worried about the receivers anyway going in. Rodgers was going to, again, a full season of Rodgers is going to look really good with Garrett Wilson. But this only helps Breece Hall. Now, I'll ask you, because Breece Hall was RB3 last year? RB2. Sorry, one of the ones I was looking at was ETN. Was RB2 in one of the statistics I was looking at, which blows my fucking mind. Where does this put Breece Hall for you in redraft?
He's probably still 2 right behind
Yeah,
CMC,
top-
right? I mean,
Top
Yeah.
3. Him,
Yeah.
I'm expecting big things out of Bijan in year 2. So
But
I
I
don't
also
know.
think you
Kirk
probably
Cousins
got
is
to
gonna be
imagine
throwing the
that,
ball all over the place.
yeah, Hall's receptions are going to come down, but in theory, his rushing yards are going to go up. 'Cause
I
that
say,
was
yeah,
back to
exactly.
1,000 rushing yards last year. So
Well, we are at pick 12 right now with the Broncos are on the clock. Josh, you brought up something the other day on, I believe, on when you were on with Coventry, and you were talking about how chicks dig the long ball. We haven't had a defensive player off the board, right? So
Chicks do
are
dig
we,
the long ball. It's true, Josh. Good
yes,
call.
but we're talking about offense, and now I'm looking at it going, okay, is the NFL digging fantasy? Is that what's happening?
No, I think it's just they're realizing that this defensive class just isn't great, and they're not reaching. They're taking
Letting
the
it happen.
talent instead of the
That's what she
the
said.
best that may be lesser at a premium position. Maybe GMs are actually starting to smarten up.
If
So
you're
they-
going to
Maybe.
reach, you're going to reach for the offensive talent instead
Yeah.
of reach for the defensive talent. Because you
Yeah,
know that
exactly.
defensive talent that you're maybe reaching for isn't going to pay off because it's an offensive NFL.
So is it-
I have a way different take. This feels like a ton of desperation to me. I feel like what's about to happen is
Hmm.
all the good teams that have great offenses are about to get a bunch of great defensive players, and it's just
probably
going to
true.
just make the league that much more
Yep.
disparate.
I brought this up on a show the other day. Since I want to say it was 2001, where the NFL changed over the rookie salary cap, whatever year that was. It's almost like these GMs now have like the thought process is, I don't care. I'm going to get the franchise quarterback that I think can be a franchise quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
And if he's not, okay, I'll reset for next year. It doesn't cost them. It doesn't kill them in the salary cap. Whereas with like the Sam Bradford,
I was just the
contract
Bradford
was
deal
like
was the one.
60 million guaranteed. It was
Oh,
just
that was-
stupid, or signing bonus. It was stupid money. And then it was, but the Players Association, which by the way is made up of players, is the one that said, yes, stop these kids from getting all the money.
Yeah, because the Players Association is also made up of veteran players.
Yes, literally.
The kids that are getting the money aren't even aren't even
Yeah.
in
No,
the union yet.
no. Moving into pick number 12. Again, this unsurprising. Bo Nix. Bo Nix to the Broncos.
Look at Nate.
So Nate, before we get to you, I will have to say, this draft so far, obviously the Michael Penix pick withstanding, that's the shocker. It feels like it's been
I'm pretty well script.
it's been pretty well scripted so far. I think a lot of people had Bowers going to the Jets, but the offensive tackle also makes sense. I think people maybe saw the Chargers trading out, but Joe Alt makes complete sense as well. It feels like everything has gone pretty much according to what it has looked like. Now, Nate, we'll get to you before I know you got to dip out real quick for bedtime with your kiddo. You are a Broncos fan. You, I am sure, have seen Bo Nix play football.
I've
don't
seen
like
Bo
it.
Nix play a lot.
Okay. Tell me
Yes.
about it.
So here's my issue. Bo Nix is boring. Bo Nix's footwork is shit. Bo Nix has a mediocre arm. He can't get the ball downfield accurately enough. You've got an offense with guys like Marvin Mims and Cortland Sutton, and you're going to bring in Zach Wilson and Bo Nix.
Yeah, dogs.
I just hope there's a plan here. As a Broncos fan and an NFL analyst who has shares of some of these different players within this Broncos offense, Bo Nix isn't exciting. And I think we talked about it earlier. His ceiling's like Trent Dilfer, guys. Come on. This isn't fun.
Six
For a Broncos
quarterbacks in
fan?
the first half of the
Six.
draft right now. That's insane.
It's insane.
He makes the throws that Sean Payton wants to do. That's the short to
He
intermediate.
does. That's
Lance?
a good point.
I mean, and this is like Mims
What the hell am I,
can.
Bo Nix?
Mims doesn't need to catch the ball 50 yards down the field. He can catch it 5 yards down the field and take it home.
right.
No,
Worry
no.
about
Sure.
Mims. Wait till Michael Thomas signs on Monday, baby.
I
Guys,
know,
guys,
right?
guys,
That's what I keep waiting
guys.
for.
We're forgetting if Tim Patrick can make it past June, everything's going to be okay. All right?
Okay.
I
Right.
need Tim Patrick has been sitting on my dynasty IR for 2 straight seasons. I need this
You
man
haven't even
to
had
play
to
a
move him.
I need to play a fucking down at least.
At least 2.
Yes.
We get 2 out of him.
Ah.
A first down and a third down, and then you can walk off. It's fine. You guys, I'm not happy about Bo Nix.
Nate,
you
real
know
quick.
what?
I've got a
Real quick, I
What-
just want you to
what
know
can you
this.
do?
When you go to complain about Bo Nix, you have one person to blame, and that's Alex Forsyth, who played with him at Oregon,
Yep.
the center, that went to the Broncos and said how smart, how he knows protections, and he can handle the line of scrimmage, and he will be universally respected by the entire team.
All right, I'll
On-
take it.
On that note, I've got to read this Adam Schefter tweet just to get y'all's reaction.
Go ahead.
Sean Payton wanted and intended to draft Patrick Mahomes in the
Saw
2017 draft. When he held the 11th overall pick, was ready to turn in the card before he could. The Chiefs traded up to get him. Peyton feels as strongly about Bo Nix as he did.
No.
How about the fucking
Austin's-
lie there that Sean Payton was going to draft Mahomes with Drew Brees on the roster? That wasn't happening. Sorry, that wasn't happening. No.
I love Austin's drama to that. You know, the voice drama. That was definitely a voice drama.
I was gonna say, kudos to Austin because I did not know where it was going until you got there. And
I saw the tweet. I
by
knew saw the
surprise.
exact tweet he was talking about. Nate, here is my NFL Combine in-person thoughts on Bo Nix.
Okay, let's hear it.
Okay on posts.
Yeah.
Okay on
Fair.
deep balls.
How is he on?
He's literally just okay.
Just okay.
That's what anytime anybody asks about my Nix, I'm like, he's just okay.
He's okay.
He's vanilla.
His
He's just
footwork concerns me in the pocket. I'm
Yes.
afraid that it's going to get him tangled up, and he's going to take a lot of really brutal sacks. But we'll see. I mean, we've all taken brutal sacks, right? Whether in the football field or the rest of the world. I mean, it's hard to say. On that note, guys, I'm going to take a quick break to go put my kid to bed.
Nate, we'll see you in a little bit.
Well, I'm going to go self-soothe from the Broncos taking.
Yeah,
the
sure.
Go take a
Go outs-
shower.
We'll pour some
Go
of that Dave
outside.
I'm
on
going
you.
to take, yes.
Yeah,
I'm
wash-
taking a shower.
Wash the devil off. You know, we'll do whatever you need to do.
I'm surprised Austin hasn't taken a shower yet, but okay.
Yeah.
All right, guys, I'll see you here in a few.
Beauty. Emma says the obligatory mention that Bo Pix is undefeated against the Dogs. Bo Pix, great nickname. Now, this is very interesting considering, granted, this team didn't draft Michael Mayer super high, but second round draft capital for a tight end you would think would warrant
Different
something.
regime.
The Las Vegas Raiders have selected tight end Brock Bowers out of Georgia.
I don't
So we-
hate this.
We continue
all.
on with the offensive.
I don't hate it either. So here's my question. Here's my question. Because Mayer is a bigger guy than Bowers. Mayer is a giant. Adams and Myers outside. Hunter Renfro's not there anymore. Does Brock Bowers just run in the slot?
Yes,
Slot.
100%. I think he becomes the slot, and
100%.
Mayer is
And
the
you can
tight
still
end.
line him up inside too. You can still line him up in line. But in two tight end sets, he's in line. But in a one tight end set, like single back or in out of the pistol, or he's in the slot, right?
He's in the slot. Mayer's at the tight end.
So
2 years down the road, he's then considered a wide receiver. He's not even a tight end.
100%.
What shirt? Oh, Jeremy Shockley or whatever it was that did that. It's size wise, he can.
I mean, that's
he can
basically
move outside.
Travis Kelce. He doesn't really run a in line to block. Like, you know, they're
Well, he
slot
can't
receivers
block.
that are better blockers than wide receivers.
He can't block. Brock Bowers can block. Let's get that straight.
Well, I
Brock
mean,
Bowers
I
can
understand,
block.
like Bowers can block, but he's still not as big as your traditional tight ends are. He's smaller than
Yeah, 6'3".
defensive ends.
6'3", but he's 250, I think. 6'3", 250.
No, he's 240.
He'll be 250 by the start of the season. He'll be 250 by the start.
First of all,
with Max Crosby, he'll be
we're
250
gonna
by the start
go
of the
the
season.
other way around though, because I'm hearing he's not even actually 240 yet. So he might be 240 by the start of the season.
So, well, here's
242 is what he's
Yeah,
his last weight. So
I don't. So here's my
242
Question.
sounds like a guy who's 236. Right?
This is the mock situation for most people was the Jets,
Yeah.
which none of us liked. This situation to the Raiders, Adams is a ball hog. I'll say the number 2 guy is kind of open, but Myers has that.
Yeah.
It could be a 2A, 2B situation.
A 2A, 2B, but also you're not asking 125 targets out of your tight end. You're not asking that, right? 90 targets, 100 targets out of your tight end still puts you in a beautiful spot. So my question is, do you feel comfortable? And this is mostly in redraft because me sitting at the 104, I'm still comfortable taking Brock Bowers at the 104. I'm still okay with that. But in redraft, I think a lot of people were excited for him in redraft because of his potential instant impact. How do we feel of a Gardner Minshew or Aiden O'Connell as his quarterback going into this season. I personally am okay with it. I like Aiden O'Connell was looking at Michael Mayer. Yeah. And I think Aiden O'Connell is he a great NFL quarterback? No, but I think he can develop into something and he's still going to be good for fantasy. He can get the ball to his receivers.
Yeah, I think I agree with that. I'm trying to think about where I would rank him. Like he might fall out of my top 5, which is where I would have had Bowers before, but like just outside of the top 5. I think the talent is still so good, and O'Connell and Gardner Minshew both, they know how to pepper their elite players with targets. So that's the thing that'll keep Bowers redraft stock up this year.
Very early, I put him at 100 targets and put him at tight end 11 for me. So I like him.
How is your tight end 11 got 100 targets?
Because Ryan's tight end 1 has 360. He overestimates.
No, it's guys you expect. It's Kelsey, Laporta. I like Kincaid better than most, and Kincaid has too many targets right now because of the Bills situation. McBride, Kyle Pitts, Mark Andrews, Evan Ingram, Jake Ferguson I like in Dallas, and then Dallas Goedert, David Njoku. These are all 90 to 100 target guys.
Yeah, I would definitely put Bowers ahead of Goddard, Njoku, and Ferguson.
He'll almost certainly end up ahead of all those guys. This is before I dig into them and start giving them catch rates and yards per catch and all that kind of fun stuff.
So bringing up the betting odds here, we've had one trade and the over-under was 6.5.
That was fucking told you. I said it was never going to live up to the expectation.
All right. Saints are going to trade back. Seattle's probably going to trade back.
I was going to say, I think this is the area where you're going to start to see
this is right now.
Trades.
Like Howie Roseman is sitting here like, you're telling me I can get the top corner or the top defensive end in this class when I just re-upped my best offensive players?
Is there a Georgia defender? Is there a guy from Georgia?
Yes, there is.
Yeah. Yes.
There a guy from Georgia?
I'm going to throw out there, though. Hold on.
Not this early, but...
No.
Did you guys see the rumor earlier today that the Niners were considering moving one of their wide receivers to get into the top 10? What do we think they wanted to get up for? Was it like a Dunze to just replace the wide receiver? Was it
you're
a situation?
Yeah, because you're resetting the wide receiver.
You would
Okay,
reset
I was
the
wondering
contract.
about that. I meant to bring it up earlier in the show.
You probably look to trade.
They said either one.
Yeah,
they said
I mean, it's like
Yeah, but they're not
whichever one
getting
gets you.
they wouldn't have gotten that high with just Ayuk. They would have had to add something to it, whether it's a second round.
Oh yeah.
You know,
no, they
you
probably
don't
would have had to
pick
add.
and
They
ball.
probably would have had to add 31. Or
Like
30 or whatever.
there was a report too that they had talked to the Jaguars and for 17, and the idea was Ayuk and a second for 17.
I wouldn't hate that.
But the problem with the Jaguars would be you have to pay him.
Yeah, I would take Ayuk.
Oh,
in the
yeah.
second all day
Right, but it
over
would
17.
absolutely depend on it. Neither one of the teams were doing that until 17 was on the clock.
Mm-hmm. This is insane.
You just got to make sure for the Niners, they want to make sure their guys there. Secondly, for the Jags, they want to make sure that the guy that they can't, they got to pay the guy, so they want to make sure that somebody is not there that they want as well.
So we are currently at pick 14. Pick 14 is in.
How many defensive
we have
players?
Yet to see a defensive player come off the board. That's some Madden fantasy draft.
So Joe, I was
shit
thinking
in
about this
franchise
today
mode
because Josh likes to point out that you and I are like the two who pay attention to IDP, and I was like, I don't know a ton of the rookies in this draft, but then it occurred to me it's because none of them were projected to go very high, and so
I think
it's
from
not
an
me, it's them.
From an IDP standpoint, again, if you're playing a league like mine where tackles are rewarded just as well as sacks, again, one of mine is 2 for a total tackle, 3 for a sack. Byron Murphy would be a guy you can look at on your defensive line.
Yeah.
But outside of that, again, like we don't look at corners that are good corners. We look at corners that suck and can tackle. That's who we look at.
Bad corners.
You want bad corners, or 900 times out of 901, you're looking for a safety for your defensive back position in IDP fantasy football. So there weren't many guys who are going to make the splash. Like Cooper DeJean, you're not drafting Cooper DeJean in fantasy football because he's just too. You're not drafting Quinion Mitchell because he's going to be good. You're not drafting these guys in that area. So yeah, you're right. Like there's no edge rusher you're looking at
Micah
like,
Parsons.
No, there's no guy you're like, oh shit, I need that guy because he's going to have 12 sacks this season. That's not happening. So adding to that, the New Orleans Saints have taken offensive tackle Taliese Fauga. I don't know how to say his first name. Fuaga. I just know he does the haka, and that's one of the coolest things. Yeah. Out of Oregon State. I don't. What do we say here? Yeah, I mean, they need a lot, but yes, they definitely need a tackle.
Has not worked out for them.
Derek Carr was on his ass a ton last year.
Derek Carr was broken a lot last year because of his offensive line. Broken fully. This definitely helps Carr. Do we feel it? I mean, it has to help Alvin Kamara?
Of course. I mean, anytime you're able to upgrade your offensive line, all your offensive pieces.
Do we think
it'll help? I think it's similar to the Breece Hall situation. It'll help his rushing efficiency, but he's going to have fewer receptions. He got peppered with targets last year. It'll probably happen a little less this year.
Well, dump down Derek might have something to say about him having less targets. There could be more, in all honesty, Austin. But do we think in any way this helps Chris Olave just because the amount of time Carr will have in the pocket?
Gives him some time. So, yeah.
It's something we talked about last year.
Yeah, 100%.
Go ahead, Austin.
I'm going to totally just throw this off for a hot second. Found a tweet at Marino NFL, Cam Marino. Per Daniel Jeremiah, Kirk Cousins was not given a heads up by Falcons brass that they were selecting or considering Michael Penix.
Such an Atlanta thing to do.
What are the odds?
Arthur Blank, what a guy.
What are the odds his Achilles is worse than we think it is?
Or Kirk Cousins is like, bitch, I got my money.
Yep.
I was going to say, he got
and he's only right down the road from his wife's parents.
He got $100 million guaranteed.
Somewhere to stay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Don't get me wrong. Kirk is a competitor. He wants to win. He wants to go out and play. But this man, over the last 3 years in Minnesota, has made $140 million, and he made $100 million guaranteed when he put pen to paper with the Falcons.
This
he doesn't have to work
threaten him. This isn't the Packers taking Aaron Rodgers. This is not that.
No, I
Joe,
agree with that.
Joe, if you want to go back a little bit further, take the 2 years that he was fully guaranteed at Washington as well. So he's only got $700 million that he's made.
Is there a career earning? I bet Cousins is top 5 in career earnings of a quarterback.
His career earnings,
smartest man in the NFL.
I have it right now. His career earnings $294 million.
Really?
No, it's more than that.
I'm looking at it right here.
He pulled 70 in those 2 years in Washington.
85.
Now,
85.
How was it?
Now, it's $85 million guaranteed. $40 million guaranteed.
His contract with Minnesota was only $86 million.
Oh,
but it was fully guaranteed.
Yeah,
it was $84 million guaranteed. Then 66. Then 35.
That was before the QB contracts exploded, Ryan.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. He got in before contracts exploded, but he was the first to ever get the fully guaranteed.
Yeah, he was the first one to get the fully guaranteed. Yeah. Okay, so 245. I mean, when you're playing with that kind of money, I mean, it's not like you can't buy an island and still have some change.
Yeah,
exactly.
$294 million. Now, keep in mind too, that career earnings probably with his Falcons contract only takes into account the guarantees.
Yes.
Yeah.
If he then hits his bonuses, hits all these things, then obviously that will be added. But it's looking like the Colts are going to be drafting.
This has got to be defense, right?
Well, they got their pick of the corners. Is there one?
They got their pick of the freaking anybody.
They could do whatever they want.
Anybody.
They literally could do whatever they want.
Well, yeah, I mean, other than the 14 guys who have already been drafted, they literally can take anybody.
But Ryan,
great point, Ryan. Wow, what analysis! Why do we even have Joe here?
Hey, Ryan, lick a nut, okay? First off, the most mocked guy to the Colts was Brock Bowers, and
I hadn't seen that at all.
I'd seen Bowers and Quentin Mitchell. Those were the two most.
Yeah, I would say I've seen Mitchell and Dejean or whatever.
I saw a lot of Bowers. If not, it was Mitchell.
Could you imagine Brian Thomas Jr. right here? It just continue this trend.
Realistically, now they have Josh Downs.
Let's go get wide receivers for a quarterback.
But everybody else is getting. Everybody else is getting.
Everybody else is going 3 wide.
Literally.
Spread them out so Anthony Richardson has more room to run.
Dude, you just had the Raiders take Bowers to go 3 wide. You had the Bears took Odunze to go 3 wide.
Giants got 3 slot players.
Yeah, the Giants are just gonna pack them all in. Trips bunch formation in the slot.
It's occurring to me. We're making a lot of jokes about the offense, but now that I'm thinking back to this last season, in October, I feel like every fantasy football show was about, geez, offense is really down this year.
Scoring is so down.
Scoring is so down this year.
What's not going to be down?
We needed this draft to get back up, Boston.
But I think that's the point. That's what I'm saying. I think the NFL teams were like, geez, our offenses are down. We need to get some juice to go after these defenses that seem to have figured out what we're going after.
I have sat here for the last 15 minutes watching Austin's mind just be like, oh my God, this Michael Penix pick. Oh my God. Oh my. Yeah. And then when he started talking, I was like, he's figured out how to get Michael Penix, Drake London, Kyle Pitts, Bijan Robinson, and Kirk Cousins on the field at one time. He's figured it out. And now you
have 2 quarterbacks, you have no quarterbacks, what they always say. But this is interesting because the point to this could be the first defensive player off the board. The corner has to cover twice a year, Stephon Diggs, twice a year, Christian Kirk, twice a year, Calvin Ridley, or D-Hop. I mean, you need somebody to cover. And you know what the Colts said to that? Fuck you, go kick rocks. We're going to take Laiatu Latu out of UCLA.
Well, I mean, when you're sitting there looking at the quarterbacks in the conference where you have, Will Levis.
You got to sack them, too.
Yep.
You got to sack them. Now,
hey, first defensive player taken was certainly not the one people had money on.
No, we mentioned that early on, Ryan.
We did throw his name out there, yeah.
And I thought the injury concerns would be it. Go ahead, Jay.
That's exactly who I said could be the first one off the board, and that's exactly what you said.
Great.
His injury. Yeah.
Well, we also didn't expect 14 straight guys to be taken on
natural
offense.
pass rusher in this class. It's just what team was going to say these medicals don't matter to us. That's what
I said it, so that makes it fact. And then I said that's when I said that you didn't check Joe's medicals, and he's like, I was born this way, and I said, well, there's that.
I'm Lady Gaga, baby.
Jay wins.
I've asked for a raise so many times. You can ask, and I still haven't got one. I'm not even going to ask for a raise for this.
Jay, I've been here since day one.
I was going to say, you know what? I'll double all of them.
And your raise has still not got to that.
Still hasn't come.
Let's double all of our salaries. All of us doubled right now.
Snail mail. Double to zero.
Double to zero.
Snail mail.
Jay, did you say at the beginning, or do you remember what his plus money was?
I did not. No, I didn't even look at it. Because I didn't think, other than sitting here and honestly, I did not think he would be the first one off. I threw his name out there because I think he is the best defensive end. I think he's better than Dallas Turner, but I truly thought that Atlanta was going Dallas Turner. So I didn't think they were. Listen, 2 years ago, last year, when they took Bijan, and passed on the defensive lineman from Georgia that ended up in Philly.
Jalen Carter.
Jalen Carter. I was like, there's no way they pass on Jalen Carter for a running back, right? Well, they did. And now they've done it 2 years in a row where they've passed on a defensive player for an offensive player. And Atlanta fans, because I live in Georgia, I cannot wait till tomorrow.
Yeah, it's going to be nuts. Real quick, the money wasn't that great. Dallas Turner was plus 145. Byron Murphy was plus 170. And Latu was plus 190. Like, it was those three.
I don't think it was going to be crazy.
And then it jumped all the way to Jared Verse at plus 1,000. So those three, the NFL knew it was one of them.
And depending on the sports book, those three all had the same odds at one point. And because I looked at Latu as a dart throw and was just like, not happening.
So as piss poor as the Colts defense was, they ranked 28th last year, and a lot of that plays a part of their back end because it's not great.
No edge rushers though, right?
Well, no. Kwity Paye has been that's what Kwity Paye has been. But their defensive line is not bad. Kwity Paye, Grover Stewart was great last year when he was healthy, and DeForest Buckner has been fantastic coming over from San Francisco since they got him. I assume Latu will replace Samson Ebukam on the right side. I could be wrong, but I imagine that if not, they'll slide Kwity Paye to the other side. But you're looking at Zaire Franklin in the middle. I think EJ Speeds is just a glorified special teamer.
Well, I was going to say, Latu is big. Could he slide to weak side linebacker, or does he not have that skill set?
They moved him around a lot, I believe, at UCLA.
He's 30 pounds heavier than EJ Speed. So
EJ Speed is a fucking special teams player.
Well, yeah, exactly. I mean, I think he's only in that spot right now because of, I don't think that he earned that spot. I don't think he even started last year. So.
Yeah, it's. I think they'll put Latu at.
They'll slide between right end and weak side linebacker.
They'll move. It'll be more of it'll slide around like a TJ Watt, where Watt does drop back in coverage.
Yep.
Which is stupid. They shouldn't put TJ Watt dropping back in coverage. Like, why? Like, what? Stupid. I'm interested to see what they do with him. Honestly, I'm interested to see what they do with him. From UCLA to LA, Christopher Molina in here. Any
It's
thoughts?
actually New Mexico,
But he has LA on his hat, so
And back there. Wait,
yeah.
that
So
way.
fuck you. They are comping Latu to Trey Hendrickson.
Okay, so definitely more of an end than a linebacker.
Yeah.
So.
So what I don't like though is that Latu wears gloves, so you can't compare him to Trey Hendrickson.
No comparison.
There's no comparison.
And Trey Henderson just asked for a trade too. So
Yeah, dude.
there's
Well, I rumored the calls in. Latu actually just asked for a trade from the Indianapolis Colts.
They should swap them.
Yeah. Now, listen, you can't compare anybody to Trey Hendrickson if they wear gloves. The man is a menace. The no glove menace. All right.
So are you saying he's more of Kenny Pickett than Trey Henderson? Is that what you just said?
I don't really, honestly, I don't know. Teddy Bridgewater, because he wears gloves. Teddy Two Gloves. Yeah, they say they call him Layat Two Gloves. Layatu La Two Gloves. Nailed it. It wasn't bad on the spot. Layatu La Two Gloves.
It was really good.
Layatu La Two Gloves. It's a sick name, honestly. That's a great name.
You know what? That is one thing that I do have to give credit. The NFL, the college 2024 college prospects, I don't know how they plan this out,
Best
but
names
the names of this draft have to be one of the best
Cage.
ever.
No. Wait for the previous. Pig Cage, Mobility, Tiger Shanks.
Is there
Bro,
an actual human called Pig Cage?
Pig Cage.
Now we know that Joe is playing.
What is it?
NCAA
What is it?
already.
All NCAA football name team or something like that. Somebody put this together. College football's all name team. While we're waiting for the next pick to come in, it's quarterback Oklahoma General Booty.
Yeah, I remember.
Yes, sir. reporting for fucking duty. Are you kidding
Run
me?
through a brick wall for him.
Yeah. Running back Kavosi Smoke. Okay.
That's Cavassier smoke. by the
Thank
way.
you. Tulane Fat Watts. What? What? Also DeColdis Crawford. That's a sweet name. DeRealist Clark.
Yep.
The realist. Okay.
The coldest and the realist.
The tight end out of Florida International, Rowdy Beers.
Ooh, that sounds like a good bar to go to.
Out of Ohio, Parker Titsworth, who wears the number 69.
Of course.
Titsworth 69. Auburn, Jaden Muskrat. Panda Askew.
Ooh, that one's fun.
Tiger Shanks out of UNLV. Dodger Saucer out of Iowa State. Fish
Stop.
McWilliams out of UAB. Octavius Oxendine out of Kentucky.
That one's fun.
Shitta Silla out of Boston.
That sounds like a rapper's name.
Yeah, that one.
Shitta Silla.
That one I'm not. No.
And on that great, impeccable NFL draft analysis, I will be calling it an evening.
Austin,
My
thank you
bad.
for joining. You sure you don't want to stay for the rest of these names? I'm almost done.
You know,
I'm almost done.
Well, you might need to know these, Austin. Atlanta
Yeah.
is on the clock soon.
Yeah. So, Chief Borders, Nebraska.
like that.
Memorable Factor, Duke. Pig Cage, University of Texas, San Antonio. Mobility, Northern Texas. Kool-Aid McKinstry, dog. Storm Duck, Louisville. Major Burns, LSU. Dude Person, Central Arkansas. Colton Boomer, UCF. He's a kicker. Maximilian von Marburg, punter.
Oh,
Syracuse.
that's first round punter name right there.
Dude, all college name team. Austin,
Okay.
have a great evening with that information now, my friend. Have a great evening with
Thank
that.
you. That'll help console me on our new dynasty quarterback.
Michael Penix.
Listen, just know next year you're taking DeColdest Crawford.
So we had some inside information on DeColdest here. Middle name to ever do it.
It is to ever do it, actually. That is so true. That is not a joke. It is DeColdest to ever
Reminds me
do
of
it.
like How I Met Your Mother when Marshall and Lily have baby Marvin and Barney convinces them to his middle name. Wait for it. So it's like Marvin, wait for it, Erickson. Like just
Dude, DeColdest to ever do it. Crawford.
I remember he signed NIL with a heating
With an AC company.
Yeah.
Standing ovation.
Brilliant
Standing
marketing.
ovation.
fucking brilliant.
Joe, first of all, I said it to you on Twitter, but I haven't said it to you on person or in person.
Joe doesn't read
Congratulations, first of all, for on your wedding.
Oh, thank
Second
you.
of all, learn from these names and please practice them before you and the wife decide to have kids,
Oh,
and make
far
sure
off
it's
from kids.
either Zollo is going to happen somewhere, or it's just going to be normal.
I'm
like
fighting.
Joe Zollo or Lou Zollo.
I'm fighting for Lucio, which means light.
Light Zollo. There you go.
Yeah, because white. But no, it's actually it's a superhero name in my favorite video game, Lucio. Great guy. Yeah, my mom wanted to name me Dante, to which to this day she still stands by, and I say, Mom, no, you're stupid for that one.
Well, I don't know. I mean, your brother got Giovanni.
He got Gianni.
Or
all
Gianni,
right?
my bad.
Listen, my dad wanted Anthony, and my mom wanted Dante, so they said Joseph.
Well, that's a great compromise. Dead.
I was going to say that too.
White dead.
Let's
center.
both
Hold
suffer.
on, Jay. How about this? My mom didn't even get the middle name. My dad got Anthony. My mom didn't win. She didn't get a W in the first kid at all. All right.
The fact that you're not Dante means we all lost. So
True. And Dante Zollo.
Dante. Well, unsurprisingly, the Seattle Seahawks have gone on the defensive side of the football.
Oh,
They
here
have
we go.
taken Byron Murphy out of
Damn it.
Texas.
A little
Well, they've-
surprised they didn't go with one of the corners.
Yep.
Just a little.
They
I know
need
they went
help.
Witherspoon last year, but Tariq
They need help
Woolen
on the defensive line.
Oh yeah, I mean I
Their
know, but
their corners are solid.
if Pete Carroll was still the head coach, they probably go corner because he's definitely more of a
If
secondary.
Pete Carroll was still the head coach, they would have reached for a 4th-round linebacker. What do you mean?
I'm just mad that the freaking Colts have ruined fantasy football in the NFL now. The Colts and Seahawks have both gone defense, and now it's over. We can't.
Yep.
We just can't have nice things anymore.
scoring's down again.
Corey's back down.
Damn. Karen Williams rushing yards dropped from 150 to 140 because it's Byron
149.
Murphy pick. 149, my bad. Yeah, because it's Byron Murphy pick. No, I mean this helps. You want to talk about a division where you might need some help in the middle to stuff the run? You see Christian McCaffrey twice a year. Kieran Williams looked pretty good last year. James Conner had a good season. You might need some help in the middle.
Not to mention the Rams, they picked up Jonah Jackson, moved Steve Avila to center, and now they have like 1,000 pounds in the inside. Between the left guard, right guard, and center, it was over 1,000 pounds, I believe.
That's a lot of meat. It's a lot of meat. Let me tell you.
You ain't smoking that in one sitting.
I'm not smoking. Hell no. Ooh. The Vikings have traded up to number 16 with
17.
17, excuse me, for the Jacksonville Jaguars. We have a trade, folks. We have a trade.
You're on the move. That's 2.
Whoa.
So we have a trade. The Jacksonville Jaguars moving back to, is that pick 23, I believe, for the Vikings? And the Vikings will slide up to 17. We'll get the exact everything breakdown here in a second of what that trade will actually look like. But the Vikings are back on the clock here. What do we think this is a move for a corner?
Either a corner or the offensive line.
Yeah, it's got to be.
Right, 'cause you're not moving up for a receiver.
No.
This again, most people are moving up for offensive talent, but you're not moving up for that. So Cooper DeJean, Quinion Mitchell at corner, because God knows they need a fucking corner.
Could it be Jared Verse?
Is that
Could
a
be an
tackle?
edge, yeah.
The
Verse or
edge?
Turner.
Guys, they need an offensive lineman before they need an edge rusher. They at least brought in Andrew Van Ginkel. Like they at least brought in some like veteran presence on the defensive line to do something. They need offensive line help badly, especially if you're gonna trot JJ McCarthy out there. I don't know.
You just watch your quarterback tear his Achilles.
I was going to say the next.
Don't you put that evil on him?
The next highest, maybe Guyton.
That is a reach.
Tyler Guyton out of Oklahoma.
Yeah.
I guess so. That's my question: is there a guy at 17?
Chris is an Oklahoma guy, and he's saying Guyton's a reach. So
I think he's a project. I think Guyton's a project. I would probably go Mims from Georgia if it's the offensive line.
The other one that would be Mims. Yeah.
This is roughly the area he was getting mocked to go here. But the trade goes as follows: they swap first round picks, and the Jaguars receive a 5th this year and a 3rd and 4th next year.
damn.
Did the
So
Vikings
they moved all the way back. They moved back what 6 spots, 7 spots, the 26
6 spots and gained 3 picks?
Nice. Well,
That's great for Jacksonville.
oh yeah, especially
yeah.
where this draft is
Vikings
going.
have really burned through some draft capital.
I was gonna say, do the Vikings have draft picks?
Win now, dude. They're in win now mode.
They're really in win now mode. Holy shit. I thought the whole purpose of getting rid of Kirk Cousins was to try to reset. And you're burning all this draft capital when you have to spend it to fill out your defense because you're getting ready to pay Justin Jefferson close to $40 million.
I was about to say, yeah, you're going to spend big money on your receiver. Now, this could be unless they don't want to pay Justin Jefferson.
Oof.
I was, and actually I was going to float the idea. What if they're trading up to get Brian Thomas just for leverage on Justin Jefferson?
Well, they're not, because they drafted Dallas Turner, the edge rusher
Correct.
out of Alabama. So this is the.
So what did they? What did
to me is a great value for them.
What did they?
Sure.
They got the 23. That's all they lost this year.
No, 5th round pick and then 2 mid-round or 3rd and a 4th next year or something like
3rd and
that.
a 4th next year.
They're done for the.
I say for arguably the best edge rusher in the draft based
Yeah,
on
but they're-
some of the.
They're now done for the next 2 rounds. They don't have a pick until the 4th round now.
Correct.
They got 2 in the 4th,
Because they
1 in
lost
the
Neil
5th
Hunter.
now. Yeah,
And they
So-
got no firepower to trade up.
they've got nothing to trade up unless they're going to trade up Justin Jefferson. But you would expect if they're going to do that, they're going to do
Oh, that
that
would
for their
happen.
first,
That
right?
would
So
go.
I mean, that's not happening.
Well, let's bring in. He's a fan of a team in the division and still has a Vikings flag hanging behind him. Joel, welcome in.
What's up,
Thoughts
guys?
on the trade up for a division rival?
Yeah, not super happy. My wife is very happy they got McCarthy. They have a quarterback who can move and who's not a statue. So she went to bed, so she didn't see the trade. But yeah, that's a nice move. It's an aggressive move. They gave up a lot, but it's a nice move for them. Turner's a good player.
Comp is Brian Burns currently on NFL Network. Any thoughts on
Nice.
that?
Not a bad count.
Nope.
I mean, I'm hoping somebody
Turner's
knows
a
more
bigger
about
than
Dallas Turner.
I think he's better than coming out of Alabama. I mean, he's damn good. He's still a defensive player, so I don't pay much attention to him.
I don't pay attention to college football at all. So
I don't think he's as good as Verse or Latu. He's not as ready to play as those guys are. He may have more better long-term prospect, but he's not as ready as Latu or Verse are.
I said Verse, and Joe was immediately attacked me. You should have seen it, Joe. Joel, he attacked me because I said Verse, and then he was like, they need the offensive line. They need offensive tackle.
they need an offensive lineman. Yep, 100% they need an offensive lineman. Who's gonna fucking block for JJ McCarthy?
See, they've already chosen Dallas Turner, Joe. You don't have to keep on.
Yeah, but I'm confused. I'm angry.
But you stay
doesn't-
there.
It doesn't
Found
make
that out last
sense.
night.
It doesn't make sense. Nate's back from his quick nap that he had.
You're muted, buddy.
And he stays muted again.
I think they had
you're
I wish.
You are getting crowded on this screen, so I'm gonna jump out. Nate, Joel, Chris, Ryan,
Jay.
Josh. I would say bye to Joe too, but I don't have to. I can just do this to Joel.
Yep, easy. See you in the chat,
Y'all have
Dinky.
That was my pinky.
No, I said Dinky.
Oh, that too. Yeah, it was the
Yeah.
same. The same thing. Y'all have a great night.
Thanks, Jack.
Listen. Great move for Minnesota. They're getting their last pick of the next, I guess, 2 days. They can rest now tomorrow. They don't have to
Let's
do
pick the next 2
anything tomorrow.
years.
Y'all have a great night, man.
Thanks,
You
Jay.
too,
Hey, Jay.
Adios, Jay.
I will say with this Dallas Turner pick, I think they were trying to jump both Cincinnati and the Rams with the Trey Hendrickson trade request.
Yeah,
not
that's
to
a great
mention,
point.
everyone mocks a defensive end to us.
So, but with that, they took Miles Murphy last year. That was supposed to be the replacement for Trey Hendrickson. They already had that plan in place. Hendrickson was old. Or is old. Sorry, he is old. They took Miles Murphy last year. That was the replacement plan.
But if they can trade him, they might be able to pay T. Higgins and then replace him with this draft pick coming up right now.
Sure. I agree with that. That's not going to happen, though, because they took offensive tackle Amarius Mims out of Georgia.
That works.
Wow.
So
Keep that man upright. That's
Yeah.
the smartest move the Bengals have made.
keep Joe Burrow upright. That's correct. Keep him from dying.
He'll take Jonah Williams' spot on the right side.
I put him fucking anywhere. It literally, they just need a body. They need capable bodies on that offensive line.
Their O line is so trash. Other than center, their O line is just hot garbage.
It's garbage, and again, it shows. And when I was at the combine, I asked Tobin the question of, do they want to lock down? Why am I blanking on the guy that came in and filled in for Joe Burrow, Jake Browning? I asked him if they wanted to lock in Jake Browning because of Burrow's injury history, and he said that was a priority for them, and they locked him in 2 years on his deal. So, if you want to not worry about Jake Browning starting, put good guys in front of Joe Burrow to protect him. So,
More importantly, put massive human beings in front of Joe Burrow.
big boys, big dogs.
I told you Mims was next, though, for offensive tackles.
Massive
Mims.
humans who can move like ballet dancers.
Hey, Vince Wilfork took ballet classes. I know he played on the other side of the football, but he did take ballet classes.
Yo,
Not unheard
do you
of.
guys remember who's old enough to remember Al Toon?
From Wisconsin. Come on.
Yeah, now. All right.
Former Badger.
Al Toon was noted for taking ballet classes in the 80s to refine his footwork as a wide receiver. I think he might be the OG of like getting players into that.
Yeah, say Leinert did it.
Yep. Yeah, he did. Anything that'll help, right? Like those little things. And when you see a player who has that dedication to like, you know what? I'm going to take a ballet class to work on my footwork. I think that's something we should pay attention to because that's a dedication to the game, right?
So, I just imagine you just walk in though and you see Vince Wilfork in your ballet class. Like you're just this 5'3", like just 5'3", 120-pound white girl, and you walk in and see 6'4", 300-pound Vince Wilfork. What do you do in that moment? What do you do?
You dance.
You
I mean, probably shit your pants. Yeah.
Is he wearing his overalls?
If Vince Wilfork was wearing his overalls to ballet class, oh, I love Vince. I love Vince Wilfork.
Vince Wilfork is he's one of those guys where it's like, you know, he just has that I don't give a fuck attitude.
He's just so
Was
chill.
it the Sports Illustrated thing, or no, it was the ESPN body issue he did.
Yes.
In the overalls.
I remember
Joe.
that.
I love that. Like, go, man. Show us off. You're a world-class athlete who's fat, and it's great. And I love
Literally.
it. And you
He's
look
more
great in
athletic than
overalls.
all of us on this screen and weighs twice the amount we do.
So
I know he could blow me away in the 40. Guarantee it.
Along those same notes, I've been playing just a shit ton of the new MLB game, and they have like these clips of Babe Ruth, and it's just crazy to me. Like Babe Ruth did not look like the greatest home run hitter.
Babe Ruth looked like your tax accountant. He did not.
Just literally gut like mine popping out under the jersey. This dude's
Yeah.
Ryan, it was World War One. There was no athletes back then.
There was Jim Thorpe.
Yeah, there wasn't athletes back then.
There was
That's
one.
insane.
And then you have you look at the power hitters in the MLB right now. I just saw a picture comparison of from Texas, Adolis Garcia. This dude is just fucking Mr. World. Like
Massive. Absolutely massive. Adolis Garcia. So remind me, the Bengals got Zach Moss in free agency. Am I remembering that right?
Yep.
Dixon gone, Moss in. They re-signed. Not that anybody cares, but they re-signed. What is it? Travian Henderson.
Yep.
And then
Troy King cares.
that's true.
So they have him, but then it's Chase Brown,
Brown is still
and
there,
Zach
yep.
Moss.
Yep.
Does this in any way move either of them higher for you guys, mostly in redraft here?
Mims isn't a good run blocker yet. He's a much better pass protector than he is run blocker. So I don't think this necessarily helps him at all.
Well, thank God. They need a pass blocker. They could give two shits about the run at this point.
We're looking at the second coming of Alexander Madison with Zach Moss in Cincy.
That's not good.
No. My point exactly.
Yeah.
Moss was more efficient than Madison, though, wasn't he?
Oh, Moss
in a
far more
completely
efficient,
different scheme that was set up to
be
explode
efficient,
running
whereas
backs.
we all know the
Correct.
Bengals are built for inefficiency. Yeah,
So
I'm usually
for those that
And we saw
don't
how
know,
Moss was in Buffalo, very inefficient.
Yeah, there was a year where he was below 3, wasn't there? I'm almost positive.
For those that
I just
don't
want
know
everybody
his
to
size,
go check out the Rams Twitter page right now and just look at what they posted because it has me dying right now.
So for those that while you're doing that, for those that don't know the size of this man, 6'7" and 3/4, 340 pounds, is one Amarius Mims. As I go to Twitter,
Ran a
to take
5:04.40, something like that, just barely over 5.
That's insane. That's just.
I dated
Who
a
allows
girl
that?
whose stepdad was 6'10".
I think about to say you dated a girl who ran
Was
a
sick.
5'4", a 5 flat 40, and
You know, I'll say she was pretty athletic. She might have run a 5'4" 40. I can't say she didn't, but her stepdad was 6'10". That is an intimidating size. When you see some of these sizes, like is normal sized human beings who are like between I don't know. I'm gonna assume we're all between like 5'8" and like 6'2". When you see somebody who's like 6'10", it's freakish size.
you know what would be hilarious is if the Rams trade out of this pick.
I don't know if you guys
Don't you put that evil
I
on us.
predicted they wouldn't pick in the first round.
No,
I mean,
there's no way they're gonna pick. They have to pick. Come on, Sean
They
McVay
don't
literally
have to.
just. Sean McVay literally has never picked in the first round.
I was still an
so
undergrad.
why start now?
He's due. The odds say he's due.
They're certainly taking their time. That's lending itself
Right?
to a trade.
By now there would normally be a trade is in.
Chris, I know you have been really like talking yourself into convincing yourself that the Rams should take a wide receiver here.
Yeah, Brian Thomas Jr. would be my pick, but
Really?
I would be happy with any of the defensive players still on the board.
Because of Kupp's injury history and age?
Well, they need someone to take the top off the defense. Like Puka and Kupp are more intermediate. They can still do that, but it would help
need a
if
burner.
both safeties don't come down on both of them.
You need a burner.
I
Yeah.
like what you're saying, Chris, but I think you can get that burner second, third round. I think you can get that guy. I think right now, players I'm looking at that I would like to see them take would be Cooper DeJean, Quinyon Mitchell,
that. Mhm.
Terry and Arnold. I think they need some corner help. So I'd prefer to see them go that route. However, if they go receiver here, I mean, Brian Thomas wouldn't be terrible. I wouldn't hate that.
And I wouldn't hate any of those corner
Terry and
picks either.
Arnold to Philly. That's all I ask.
Not
it's not
NFL
gonna
Network.
happen, Josh.
Not NFL Network going through all the first round picks since 2019 for the Rams, and it just says none next to every single year.
Yep.
No, they do that for every team, but
for the Rams, it has special.
I mean, guys, we're down to under a minute and a half. I feel like there's a pick is in.
Chris said it's in. Yeah.
So so just update on the Vikings. They now only have 3 picks in the 2025 NFL draft.
Damn.
A first rounder.
Fix that defense.
A first rounder in 2/5. They have nothing.
Maybe they plan on trading Justin Jefferson.
I'm telling you, like
maybe Sean McVay's like, this is my last season. Fuck 2025.
Maybe
let someone else deal with it.
Well, the Rams pick is in. They've gone edge rusher Jared Verse out of Florida State. I mean, obviously,
I don't hate that pick though.
Very popular pick to us in all the mock drafts. I mean, that was our weakest position, offensive line. Got even weaker without Aaron Donald, so I get it.
And if you're looking for an edge rusher, top edge rusher available, not a bad pick at all. I mean, you see what Florida State's defense did. He was a big part of that, so it's a good pick.
We just talk about how the energy of this show has fucking died since they stopped taking fantasy players.
Jared Verse, edge rusher.
Now I'm hoping for Troy Franklin or something in the second round.
Yeah.
Well, this is interesting.
Troy Franklin will last that deep, though.
It's tough. I feel like he's going this way while, Adonai Mitchell, Xavier Worthy, players like that are like passing him by.
So I'm curious, you guys. I kind of want to find out. There are a few teams here that we have coming up. We're at pick 20 here with the Steelers. We've seen Brian Thomas mock to the Steelers. I don't know if you guys.
They need a wide receiver.
I've seen it. But do they, Ryan?
Yep.
That's with Arthur Smith.
Yep.
This is going to be a run-forward team. They've got George Pickens. They've got Pat Fryermuth. They've got Darnell Washington.
So much like Drake London, they need a first-round wide receiver to waste.
Yeah.
Sure. Okay. So Brian Thomas, here we go. I would like to see them go offensive line here. We've got a handful of.
Yeah, they need linemen.
They need linemen.
Steelers are like the Packers, though. They don't draft receivers in the first round because they don't need to, because they find them later.
Yeah,
right.
Because you get George.
So
Pickens in the
okay.
second round,
So best case scenario here, I feel for the Steelers. I'm looking at Jackson Powers Johnson out of Oregon.
Sick name.
Yeah.
They need a sick name. But
All
they
interior
need a
positions
good, solid
play.
center. He's the top-rated center right now on the board. If the Steelers are smart, this is what they do, right?
Yeah, if they want to run Smith's offense and run the ball heavily, they got to beef up their interior offensive line. So yeah, I think that's the way to go.
And then we've got the Dolphins next. Where do they go?
Xavier Worthy. Add speed on speed, baby.
Could you imagine what the? No. I mean,
speed on speed.
The
Mike
crazy thing is, I could see it, but
so they'll score.
Me too.
They'll score 60 points a game, and then they'll lose in a cold weather playoff game.
100%. Here's the crazy thing. I'm like, oh, they need a corner to be able to like cover these these great weapons they have in division. Garrett Wilson's the only one I can think of. It's Garrett Wilson for 2 games, Khalil Shakir for 2 games, and Kendrick Bourne will actually get playing time this year because Bill Belichick's not the head coach. So Kendrick Bourne.
But you don't have to cover him.
Nate, don't you speak ill of Kendrick Bourne, okay? Does he need the number 1 cornerback on him? No, he's not that good.
No.
But Kendrick Bourne's a fucking dog, okay?
He is. He's a dog who needs the number 3 corner.
Yeah, and he's going to cook the number 3 corner. Let's get that straight.
Well, he will.
Well, let's be real here. Most teams in the NFL have a cornerback 3 as their cornerback 1. So there's that aspect.
Because all cornerbacks
You make a fair point.
Suck. All of them. The only cornerback I'm going to be a fan of is Cooper DeJean, strictly because he's the first white defensive back to start since 2003, and that is the craziest stat on planet Earth.
Who was the last one, though?
He played for the Giants. I forget his name.
Jason Sehorn.
Jason Sehorn.
And Cooper DeJean is a way better name than Jason Sehorn. Let's get yeah.
I don't know, man. Jason Sehorn's not bad for the early 2000s.
Can we talk about how Iowa has just this year put out 2 dogs into professional sports, homegrown athletes, Caitlin Clark and Cooper DeJean?
Love it.
Cooper DeJean also 2020 Gatorade Player of the Year for high school basketball in Iowa.
No shit, really.
He said he
Cooper,
could beat Caitlin Clark one-on-one.
And the only reason I believe that is because Cooper DeJean is just bigger and would just back her down into the paint, and she couldn't do anything about that.
He's like 6'3", so he's probably like, what, 6-7 inches taller than she is?
She's actually 5'11", I believe.
She's actually taller than me.
Yeah, she's pretty tall for a woman. The only reason I could even see that remotely happening is DeJean would just simply just back her down in the paint and dunk it. She would dunk. She would drain threes in his face, so it wouldn't really matter. But
he did say she would score on me, but I think I can overpower.
Yeah. Shout out Iowa for 2 literally homegrown top-notch athletes going into professional sports this year.
Dude, those corn-fed kids, man.
Corn-fed
Something
kids.
about it.
Did their punter go pro?
Hell yeah.
Did I miss their punter going pro? Is that the other Iowa player we're talking about here?
Probably. I don't know. I mean, listen.
Punting wins games over there. Punting wins games.
At one point in the season, I believe this was week 7 or something, Iowa's punter had more punt yards.
I remember that.
He had 600 more punt yards than the team had total offensive yards. Which insane statistic.
Wasn't Iowa the team where the dude was like betting the unders? Like the guy who played for them?
Dude, I would smash.
What else is there to do in Iowa?
Yeah.
Watch Caitlin Clark.
Their new punter, who is a new recruit, he's a freshman coming in on scholarship. He's a punter, and he was talking about on his first visit to the school after he committed, and he was walking through the airport, and people were like, "Oh my God, it's our new punter!" He's like, "Seriously, the only place in the world anyone's going to notice a punter is Iowa. Like, this is really cool that I'm walking through the airport, and people are like, this is our new punter." But literally, the only place in the world this is going to happen is Des Moines, Iowa, at the airport. Like, what the hell? But good for him. We need Linda Lyons would love this. She'd love that story.
I mean, they lost Caitlin Clark, and then they gained a very popular punter.
Yes.
I mean, who's more important, the punter or Caitlin Clark, when you think about it, right?
Caitlin Clark.
Who does abhors a vacuum?
Yeah. Who does more for the needle of Iowa sports, Caitlin Clark or the punter? You tell me.
The punter.
Now the punter. Yeah, let me tell you, the Indiana Fever are selling lots of tickets in this town with Caitlin Clark being here. The Steelers, oh baby, nothing crazy. They went offensive tackle Troy Fontenot out of Washington.
Love it.
You need linemen.
Najee
Harris can't block
Jones
for himself.
last year out of Georgia. Now Fontenot for the right side. Finally starting to invest in the offensive line. Took him how many years now?
Many.
Jesus.
Yeah. Maybe we'll finally see Najee Harris average 4 yards a carry.
Right?
Let's not get too crazy there.
Yeah, let's not. Ryan, we're asking for a lot there, right? Asking a lot there. Troy Fontenot. Again, it's that if we want to talk about something really big for a running back, that's massive for Najee Harris. That is huge.
It is.
Like if we're to yes, the offensive tackle helps with Alvin Kamara. Yes, the offensive tackle helps with Breece Hall. But this seriously helps Najee Harris.
Well, you have a team that, regardless of who ends up playing quarterback, is going to run the ball a ton. So this is the right move for them. And George Pickens is the right kind of receiver for this type of offense, because on these play action passes, for a guy who does struggle with separation sometimes, if that corner hesitates 1 second to try to go after the run, that's where George Pickens is going to live. It's a good move for Pittsburgh in general. It's the same Steelers, Arthur Smith or not. You're getting what you're getting.
Yeah, it's the exact same thing.
He's just a really good player too, right? I mean, he can play tackle, he can play guard, he can play both sides.
And I feel like
He's got
Pittsburgh
some
always
nasty-
finds those guys.
He's completely pro ready. Like behind Alt and Fasciano, I think he's the best. I think he's the best tackle in the draft.
Agreed.
Over JC.
I think he's better. He didn't get run over in a playoff game and on the biggest down in the biggest play of the game. So I don't know. He's got that going.
Hell
for him.
yeah.
I mean, do you guys feel like some of these Alabama players get a little bit elevated because of the system?
Yes.
Like maybe Latham is one of those guys.
Most of them.
But that changes now, right? Because Saban's gone. So
Yes.
this is a totally different system.
Saban's gone, and the SEC is Georgia or bust. So
Yep.
that's what it is,
Which is great for the Eagles.
which is huge for the Eagles when you think about it. Massive.
It's
Massive
also good for
growth.
Amon-Ra St. Brown, if we're
Yeah.
being honest.
Yeah.
All right,
We got
guys,
Cam-
where's Miami going here? You really think it's
apparently
worthy?
Xavier
Worthy.
Worthy.
All
I,
right.
th- I think
Honestly,
they should go
it's going to be the
corner.
luxury pick of Worthy, or it's going to be something logical like Jackson Powers Johnson.
I was gonna say I
They
have
need offensive line.
I mean, I didn't really think Jackson Powers Johnson would still be on the board at this point.
I didn't either.
I figured he was going to the Steelers if he was still there. So I could see it. It would be a good move, Josh. I would like
it-
that for the Eagles.
Didn't their center tear his ACL last year or something?
Yeah.
So they would have a hole there naturally. It could be
Like,
Guyton, I suppose. If you want someone to protect Tua's blind side.
I like corner. I don't know why. I like corner.
Well, you got Arnold and Mitchell both just sitting there. That's kind of absurd. At pick 21, the two best corners in the draft by far.
Well, the center that Miami signed, Aaron Brewer, he was the cast off from Tennessee, I believe.
Well, they lost Hunt to the Panthers.
Yep.
And they're centered towards ACL. So I mean they've got holes in the
So
interior.
right now they're sitting with Taron Armstead at left tackle, who can't stay healthy.
Ever.
Isaiah Wynn at left guard, who sucks. Aaron Brewer, Robert Jones, who's inconsistent, and Austin Jackson, who truthfully should probably play guard.
Yep.
Like center would make the most sense if they
Well,
end up
and-
going offensive line, at least at this point.
Powers Johnson can play all three of the interior without any
Correct.
issue.
So can Zach Frazier out of West Virginia, though.
Could
I hadn't seen him mocked towards the first any though, so it'd be
No,
interesting.
me
to see.
neither.
I mean, he's mocked. I've seen him. His rank is sitting right about 33.
Okay.
I've seen some
So-
back end of the first, but not this high, no. And not ahead of
No.
JPJ.
But again,
Could they
guys,
trade out?
Michael Penix went at
Yeah.
8. So
could
I
they
don't
trade out?
even- Yeah,
Does
trade
Dallas
out.
does Dallas want Tyler Guyton here? Did they move up? Did they move ahead of Philly to get
I was going to
Guyton?
say, who wants to jump Philly for something?
Oh, let
I
him.
feel like we might
Philly's
get a
sitting there
shock here from
counting.
Dallas.
Philly's
They're
taking-
ready. The corners
Philly's
that they were
taking
ready
one
to
of the
trade up
corners.
for are going to fall in their lap.
Yeah,
Or they're
yeah,
going
you're not
Lad
hurting.
McConkey.
You are not hurting Philly by getting ahead of Philly as long as they get one of them.
Chris, did you just say Lad McConkey to the Eagles?
Yeah. That's who
Go
I'm
Dogs.
thinking for the Eagles.
And then they immediately pay him $30 million a year just because that's what they're doing with.
Could you imagine that? That's just that's the Eagles scouting department is just Georgia's coaching staff.
Pretty much, yeah.
That would actually be hilarious. Yeah, my thought is who wants to jump Philly for a corner?
Or who wants to beat, the race
You just-
for Guyton.
You just have to have one of these corners ranked so much higher than the rest to jump Philly specifically for a corner.
I mean, Philly's taking DeGene, right? They got to want DeGene. That's their dream pick.
Terry
I would
and
assume.
Yeah, say Josh has been screaming Terry the whole time.
Yeah, but they were so
Kira and
bad
I
at
have been
safety.
going back and forth on this for so long. She is so invested in Terry and Arnold going to Philly, and now she's like, "We're trading sex." She's like, "I can feel it."
Well, I will tell you that Miami's pick is in. They're not trading out. They're not doing anything funky. So Miami's pick is in according to NFL Network. We will wait for that ticker to come in before we throw anything up here. Dolphins staying put. We're currently only at 2 trades so far, I believe.
And they
Thanks a
both
lot,
won by the Vikings.
Carolina.
Both been by the Vikings. Very interesting.
Yeah, it's interesting that Carolina's not trading up for Brian Thomas because he would be perfect for them.
Don't put that evil on Brian Thomas.
Right?
They're just going to wait.
They need a field stretcher to open up the underneath for Thielen and Deontay. So that would just be a perfect pick for them. Maybe they think he'll fall.
They got Deontay Johnson.
What they really
they
need
can
is
have
a
their
different
pick at
owner.
33 though. I mean, you can find a realistic situation where Troy Franklin or even Adonai Mitchell fall there. Or
what about Leggett?
I was gonna say
Leggett.
That's season tickets right there, baby.
Really
yeah.
I mean, you have to think that Troy Franklin's good to
guys are going to
want to make that.
You got
pick.
Malachi Corley sitting there. You're probably going to have Pearsall sitting there. Keon Coleman, one of Lad.
Yeah, but none of those guys are field stretchers. They need a field stretcher.
McConkey can stretch the field. I don't think
Devontae
they asked him
Walker?
to do it as
That's
much as
stretching?
they had.
He's
He can
tiny.
stretch. Worthy would be the guy though. If you want a field stretcher,
That'd be interesting.
Can you
Dolphins?
count on him getting past KC?
can you count on anyone getting past KC, Joel?
I was gonna say
That's a good point.
Cincinnati with
I mean-
Joe Burrow at quarterback in the playoffs. That's the kryptonite right there. That's the kryptonite. Other than that, no. Other than that, absolutely not. Unless Miami is a home playoff game, because then they can put up 60 points.
That's the thing.
Yeah.
If it's at home,
But
who's
that's not going to happen because Miami
It's not gonna
shits
happen.
themselves.
I feel like the Bills, if you're looking at the AFC, are the team that has a chance to dethrone KC.
Not even a little bit.
But then that's the problem, is that they're not gonna get quite there.
They don't have anybody on their roster right now outside of Josh Allen. They have nobody. There's not a
Nobody.
single soul that scares anybody in the AFC on that roster outside of Josh Allen.
I mean, James Cook could level up this year. But
Not
I
even a
wouldn't
little
bank
bit.
on it. I wouldn't bank
Not even
on
a
it.
little
He
bit.
already leveled up, Joe.
Yeah, he probably leveled up to the
Guys,
point
it
where
doesn't.
he's-
It literally doesn't matter. They're gonna have one option to cover in the passing game: load the box.
Yep.
Load the box. And you want to talk about Buffalo having a tougher time? They don't have to deal with Chop Robinson in the division,
Sure.
who is Miami Dolphins selection, the edge rusher out of Penn State.
I mean, two guys coming off Achilles and ACL. I think
It's funny when I was
with
looking at their depth chart, I was like, they don't need an edge rusher, but then I'm like, but then neither of those guys finished the season last year, so they do need depth.
And they both got hurt late, so you can't count on anything from either one of them. So
They
Phillips
lost
got
Van
hurt in the middle
Ginkel.
of the season. Chubb got hurt late.
yeah, okay. So back half of the season, so
Yeah.
you can't count on any of them until either one of them until October,
Probably
November at the
October at
earliest.
least, yeah.
Right.
So they did get Shaq Barrett to help with that. My assumption is he will fill in for Bradley Chubb in the time being. You're right. Their up front pass rush didn't really need anything.
Yeah, if you look
crazy.
at just their starters, you did not think they would go there, but you have to.
But they lost Christian Wilkins too, so that's a lot of
Yeah.
pass rush that's not there or on the sideline.
But it's pass rush
Right.
from the interior.
Yeah.
Again,
you gotta
pass
get
rush.
it. You got to get it from somewhere.
Yes, pass rush is pass rush. I'm not debating that. It's just from a different area of the field. And if you want to rush a guy like Josh Allen, I think you want to generate pressure from the middle to make him roll outside and then have your speedsters on the edge be able to just force him to the sideline. So I think they're going to have a tough time this year, especially in the first half of the season, generating any pressure with the injuries and no Christian Wilkins. I mean,
They're going to need to score 40 points.
which they can do very
That's
easily.
why Worthy would have made sense. Just saying.
Plus,
But
he's
here's
really fast. He could probably rust the passer.
Here's the thing. I don't know Miami's next picks. Is it out of the realm that Xavier Worthy falls to them in the second round?
I don't think
Yes.
Probably. I think
It's like a
with
small.
with that hype, I don't think he gets outside of 5 picks, 10 picks into the second round.
Miami has
Well, they don't come around until
23rd
55.
pick in the second round, and then they
Yeah.
don't pick again until the 5th. They have 2 6th and a 7th.
So they don't really have much firepower to move up then to go get him.
No.
So
Unless they dip into next year's draft capital.
unless they go into next year's class. So maybe, but there's still some good speedsters. Nobody Xavier Worthy speed, but there's still some good speedsters that they can pull from.
It's interesting how this is just falling into Buffalo's lap right now because nobody's going to feel the immense need to draft a wide receiver all the way to Buffalo.
Nope.
You have Philly, doesn't need one. Jacksonville, maybe, but that's a stretch.
Yep.
Dallas,
unlikely.
Green Bay, definitely not. Tampa Bay, definitely not.
They could. Chris Godwin's
think?
last year of his deal, they did re-up Mike Evans, but he's also 31.
Sure, I mean you have
It's a
older
similar
receivers.
situation to Chicago, really.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
Arizona, do they double dip at receiver because their wide receiver 2 really isn't good?
I mean, if the value's there, but I don't think they will. The corners
think it
have been
will either.
slipping, and they need.
I was going to say
defensive help.
They need help
Arizona.
elsewhere.
Arizona should be looking to trade up right now for these
Yeah,
fucking
but-
corners.
right?
Arizona needs help on the run side. I
Yeah.
mean, their corners are fine. Marco
They have a
Wilson
lot
sucks,
of
but
picks.
they need help. But their run defense is atrocious.
let's be clear,
There's
they
really
need
nothing to
defense.
help.
They need
right now.
everything. They need everything on defense. But
I
then
think
that
they
takes
have
you to
like 4
Buffalo.
or 5 picks.
So realistically, Tampa Bay has the best odds, and even then they still have 2 guys.
Yeah.
And then it goes to Jacksonville. If
with
they
Brian
want,
Thomas and Troy Franklin out there, I think, like I said, I think this is playing right into Buffalo's hands.
If they get Brian Thomas to the moon, Brian Thomas 102 of wide receivers.
I won't go that far.
I'll put him above the disaster in
In-
New York.
In redraft, you're
Same.
probably right.
Wait, Brian Thomas to where? And he's the wide receiver.
Buffalo.
Buffalo.
Yeah. Chris,
I'll take him above Neighbors.
Too?
In redraft, I'm all the way
it's
with
a
you.
better situation.
Yeah.
It's a better situation, sure, but he's still to me a tier down from those guys talent wise. Like, I'm
Way
not
down
gonna-
from Neighbors.
Sure, but here's the thing, Josh. You look at it.
He's gonna say
what's
the
the
same thing I'm saying.
situation in New York? Daniel Jones, and they're still leaning into Daniel Jones. Does that excite you for any wide receiver over the last 2, 3, 4 seasons?
I mean, I'm a big Darius Slayton guy. So
To Nate's point, for 4, if not 5 years plus, he's tied to Josh Allen. He's tied to a good quarterback where they are going to throw and they're going to pepper him with targets. We've seen guys that are simply not as skilled as other players, but they get smoked with targets. You are not going to sit here and tell me Wes Welker or Julian Edelman were fucking out of this world athletes that were even drafted high, but they would always find their way up there.
Same situation at
No,
all. Though.
But they were peppered with targets. If you're going to get peppered
Brian
with
Thomas
targets,
isn't going to see 160 targets and catch
But
70%.
if you're going to make that argument, like without Saquon, Neighbors could get 40% target share in New York.
But what does
who
that
else are you
mean?
throwing
Like-
the ball to?
I
I don't care. It's 40%
gonna
targets, and he's way more talented than Brian.
He's going to
Thomas.
catch 30% of them because only 70 will, or those 30 will be
That's still
catchable.
a 75% catch
And
rate.
that's
Sign
it,
me up
Joe.
for that shit.
We're talking
But for
about
900 yards and like 6 touchdowns, that doesn't excite me at all.
no. The quality of targets that Neighbors is going to get in New York for the next 2 to 3 seasons are shit. They're shit targets. It's going to be, you're looking at his like catchable target rate. It's going to be like in the 50 and 60% range because Daniel Jones just isn't an accurate quarterback. So in Dynasty, like if you can hang on to Neighbors for 3-4 seasons and wait for Daniel Jones to go away, okay, fine.
Fair.
But this just feels like a terrible situation for Neighbors for me.
I blame the
He's
Chargers.
someone I'm going to be avoiding in rookie drafts in Dynasty.
Me too. And I blame the Chargers.
Yep.
Wow.
I will say,
I
to
feel good.
your point, though, I will say this. I have the 102 in a dynasty I just got into. And the team doesn't need a whole lot, but I'm relatively positive Caleb Williams is going 1 and I don't need wide receiver. So I was thinking about seeing if there's a guy who has like 6 picks in this draft. I was thinking about trading down from 2 and just trying to pick up like 5, 7, 10 with the hope that a Dunze or Neighbors would have a better landing spot. There is no fucking chance I'm doing that now. I am going to take Marvin Harrison and be as happy as I possibly can.
Yes.
Correct.
Same with our league. I was trying to trade Joe, see if he'd move up to the 101, and I'd move down to the 102. But now I'm set.
Yeah.
101.
I didn't want to do that, and I was perfectly fine with I was assuming Roma Dunze was going to be my pick.
Yeah,
I was perfectly fine.
We've
with
already
Dunze.
mapped out the first four or five
We
picks
know
of that
we
draft.
know the first two picks. Let me tell you right now, we know the first two picks. It's Marvin Harrison and Roma Dunze.
Yeah.
You can start the draft now and just pause it for the next 8 days.
And then we figure whoever 3 is going to go
Starts in
neighbors.
10 days.
Whatever it is, 10 days. I don't know.
So that we figured whoever the 3 is going to go neighbors, and then Joe's going to go Bowers and
Because I have 4-5, so
Yeah.
I can do what I want with that.
You said you would still take, or no, you said if neighbors got by you would still take him at 5, or if he got by 3, you would still take him at 5.
I would take neighbors at 5 because at that point I feel like the skill and the amount of picks I have too. At that point you got to go skill. If I already took a Dunze to be my guy and I get neighbors again 3 picks later, to me that's a no-brainer. You're playing the skill and you're playing for the future.
I have another draft where I do have
agree.
7, 9, 10, and I got to be honest, I'm not very happy right now. Where I'm like,
Straight up, baby. Well, I can tell you who is happy, Mr. 1, Joshua Hudson, because Quinion Mitchell out of Toledo, the first cornerback off the board, a guy who was projected to most at Indianapolis at 15. He was even projected somewhere in those early teen ranges. These just super heavy offensive start in the first round. And as we look at it, the defensive players that have been taken are guys to slow down offenses at a more consistent level than a cornerback. You have your edge rushers and then Byron Murphy,
Who's a pass rushing interior defensive
who's a pass rushing interior defensive lineman. So it's not surprising, I guess, that Quinion Mitchell fell this far. Josh, you're obviously happy about it.
Look, we needed corner help. I mean, James Bradbury is toast. Absolutely awful.
Yes.
Slade's getting up there in age, but I still feel like the biggest issue that we had last year was no safety help. That's why they went and they re-signed C.J. Gardner-Johnson. He's going to come in. He's going to slot back into that safety nickel corner role. They ended up bringing back Avonte Maddox on a lower 1-year deal, which when he's healthy, he is a good slot corner.
Yeah, he'll get
But they still need youth in this secondary because it is very old. Slay is over 30. Bradbury's right around 30, if I'm not mistaken. They got to bring in the next wave of secondary help. I personally would have preferred Terry and Arnold, but I it's hard for me to argue with Quinion Mitchell because I know a lot.
I would take
of people
Mitchell in a
really
heartbeat.
over
Mitchell's
Terry
much
and
better
Arnold.
than Terry and yes.
So this is the first time the Eagles have drafted a cornerback since 2002.
Shepard.
Lito Shepard. And you want to know who they took in the second round? 2 more defensive backs, Michael Lewis and Sheldon Brown.
I remember that secondary too.
Before taking Brian Westbrook in the third round with pick number 91. So this is the first time in 22 years the Eagles have selected a cornerback in the first round. And that's just because Georgia really hasn't had one that's come out at the time for them. So
when was the last time they've taken a non-Georgia player? That's the question.
in the first round, 3 years probably, right? Legitimately, like 3 years. I mean, hey, it's you know why they didn't want to take the Bama corner, Josh. They're dog fans and they didn't want to take the Bama corner.
That's true. See, I thought they were going to take
Tell me
the
I'm wrong.
Gene because, like, you got to get
I know
better
he-
than Reed Blankenship.
Look, when it surprised anybody, Howie Roseman sitting here with, all the draft picks that he loves to wheel and deal, that he would make a move up and like try to bookend Quinion Mitchell with another one of these corners. Like that feels like such a Howie Roseman type of move to make here. If he can find somebody that is willing to move down.
Quinion Mitchell and Cooper DeJean.
That'd be a nice
Insane.
draft.
Quinion Mitchell, Terry and Arnold, like they're
Yeah,
falling.
some
Apparently
Terry
nobody
Arnold.
wants these damn corners. so-
He's not taking a Bama corner. He's a big Georgia guy.
Like, I thought the Packers were 100% trading out of 25, but if you tell me that Terry and Arnold and DeJean are both going to be there, then they're probably making that pick.
I would assume, yeah. I figured they'd trade out too, Joel.
No one has taken, or the team that has earned pick 25 has not made that pick since 2016. It's been 7 straight years that the team at 25 has traded out.
What a stat. That's interesting.
One of them was the future pick that Jacksonville got for Jalen Ramsey from the Rams. And in 2017, it was Houston trading out of 25 for Deshaun Watson.
Okay. So you could say those were those picks technically, but the Jaguars, speaking of them, traded back with the Vikings. This is now their pick at pick 23. Where do we feel Jacksonville goes here? I think it's the defensive side of the football. I think they need more help.
It's got to be one of the corners.
Right?
I was thinking one of the corners, or they go wide receiver. This is one of the teams that
I've seen
I
Brian
thought
Thomas mocked here a few times.
Yeah, that could be.
Yeah.
I think it's probably one of the corners, but that would be interesting. Yeah.
I could see him going Terry Arnold or Cooper DeJean here.
I think it's corner. If not, it's a wide receiver to. What would that do for Gabe Davis truthers? How much would that hurt for them?
A lot, but like
he's kind of redundant with. Yeah, he's kind of redundant with Thomas, right? He's just
or
a
like
catcher. He has no
football.
Yes, yeah, exactly. He just has no volume value.
Guys,
Could
what
be
if
like
they
a-
go like completely off script here, as we've seen so much in this draft? They go Adisa Isaac from Penn State.
I like that. You never know with
wouldn't hate it.
Jacksonville.
You never know.
It's like
with
a reach.
Jacksonville.
I think Nealon's a much better player. I could see them going edge. I mean, they just took Trayvon Walker 2 years ago at number 1. I feel like you got to.
Yeah.
That's kind of admitting that pick was a failure. It seems, even for Balky,
Early.
that seems a little early to admit this failure.
I don't know if you guys brought it up
Well-
already, but I feel they could use corner help as well.
Yeah.
We did, and too bad they're not going to go corner because they're taking Brian Thomas Jr.
Oh,
out.
wow.
Wow. Okay.
All that
So-
money wasted on Gabe Davis.
All that money.
I mean, it was
wasted.
already wasted. That's sunken
Yeah.
cost fallacy right there. Just
That whole $30 million.
I don't know if I put him above Neighbors now. I'd probably keep him below Neighbors, but it's interesting. It's an interesting pick at like the 107, 108 range.
Yeah, Tony
What a-
Khan's wearing the neck brace. That's awesome.
What about in redraft this year? Brian Thomas ahead of Malik Neighbors.
I'll tell you.
No,
I can tell.
No.
I don't,
probably not.
I don't think the targets are going to be there. Is the issue.
No, not with
If
Kirk
he-
and Ingram. That's a lot of targets. getting sucked up.
What this makes me feel for Christian Kirk is everyone keep underdrafting him because I'm going to be really happy with Christian Kirk in the 5th round.
Yeah.
Oh
All
boy.
Gabe Davis and Brian Thomas do is continue to keep the middle of the field wide open for Christian.
Run downfield.
And Evan
Dude.
Ingram.
Nothing but 9 routes.
Christian Kirk is going to be so underdrafted again because people are just going to see that name, not like it too much, not a sexy name, and that he's going to do what he did in 2022 and end up top 12. Like there's
Kirk
a
and Ingram are
realistic-
going to.
Well, and like
They're going to
Yeah.
combine for
Joel.
300 targets.
Yeah.
Ingram's
Joe,
going to be
can we
a
go back to a name you mentioned? Evan Ingram. Big winner here.
yes.
Oh, huge winner.
Big winner
Evan
here.
Ingram and Christian Kirk are massive winners
Yep.
with this draft pick.
Yep.
300 targets between them.
What about Trevor Lawrence?
Oh, obviously for Trevor Lawrence, that's a massive W. Anytime you add a weapon to a quarterback, that's a massive W. Where does this move Evan Ingram for you guys in redraft? Obviously here, because
He's top 5.
but does that
Yeah,
push him like?
I think I'm with you, Chris.
Could you argue tight end 3?
Let's see.
No.
No.
Tight end 4. Tight
After-
end 5.
Kelsey, Andrews, and Laporta. Is that everyone's top 3, or are we thinking someone else like McBride?
I would have Ingram ahead of Kincaid for sure.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
I was going to say,
right
I
now.
think the top 5 is in no particular order: Andrews, Kelsey, Laporta, McBride, and Ingram.
Okay.
That's what I think.
Yeah.
I mean, what do you think of Pitts with Cousins? That's the question.
You gotta see how that all
Upside's there.
Yeah, I mean, the
I can
upside's
see
there,
Pitts
but I
anywhere
don't-
from 2 to 7. That's
So-
the problem with Pitts.
So here's
Yeah.
my question, because Evan Ingram is going to be that dreaded middle round tight end that nobody likes to draft, right? Because we always say they're going to be bust. Is he the guy you take in the 6th or 7th round?
Yes.
Yes.
Right? Like that's now becoming is this the year the mid round tight end myth goes away with a guy like Evan Ingram and Trey McBride?
Yeah, I feel like
I
we
guess
say
my
it every
my
year. that
concern
the
with
tight end
Ingram-
class is deep, but
Yeah.
My concern is he's never been a big touchdown guy, and now you've got a big guy who's going to be a
So
red
that's
zone threat.
that was where I was going to
Thomas.
pour a little water on this. Joel,
So
the exact same
is he
thing
going to
with
get the touchdowns? So in a non-premium, he may not be. In a tight end premium where the catches and targets count a lot, he's much more valuable.
Fair.
But in standard formats where there isn't tight end premium, Joel, to be fair, like look at the tight end landscape. Outside of the top 5 or 6 guys, it's a crapshoot, and you're at a point where you're streaming tight ends a lot of the time. I think Evan Ingram's a guy where maybe you draft him a little bit later and you don't have to stream tight ends all season.
Yeah. Oh,
I like him. I like him. I would have him with Njoku and Pitts in that second group.
Sure. I'd have him ahead of Njoku.
So Njoku is the one who's been worrying me with, and again, so early in my model right now, but like I still don't know what to do with Njoku with Watson, because Njoku with Flacco all day. Watson, I'm still worried. So.
Njoku with Flacco was the best weapon duo in the NFL for however many weeks they were together. That was insane.
It was
Joe
amazing.
Joe Flacco understood this man is a chief of a village in Africa and looks like he could just rip the earth apart with his 2 hands, and said, maybe we should throw to him.
He was getting like 13 targets a game. I mean, he was dominating.
Yes.
Insane. And Flacco was just icing him on a fucking rope. Dog. Can't wait for him to start over Anthony Richardson. No, it's not going to happen. Could you imagine?
Could you imagine?
There was
riots
in Indianapolis today. There was the mayor made an announcement at 5:30, and it was a tease today. And I was like, all right, well, it looks like the Colts are once again up and moving in the middle of the night, moving back to Baltimore, leaving the city. But it was just something about Indianapolis is trying to get an MLS team. So there you go, soccer fans.
There you go.
I'm hoping there's one more wide receiver that would make me more excited for that middle to low tier of the first round, like someone like a Lad McConkey, a Donnie Mitchell, someone that I'm like, yeah, I'll take him at 108, 109.
I'm hoping Lad McConkey falls to the Patriots for selfish reasons.
Stop it.
I won't be taking him if he's going to the Patriots.
I will not be taking him. Let me tell you that right now. I will also not be taking him. But for selfish reasons, I'd finally like the one good like slot guy that like everyone's always been like, oh, he's gonna go to the Patriots. Hunter Renfrow. Oh, he's gonna go to the Patriots, and we just don't take him. I'd like for it to just happen. I just want it to happen just once. I want us to trade a 4th round pick for Keenan Allen, just once, please.
You can have Pearsall.
I'm fine with that too, but
Pearsall will probably be good in that offense.
But Lad McConkey, dude, Lad McConkey is such a good name. It's such a good name. All right, we're gonna get Lad McConkey this year. We take mobility next year. We're gonna have the all-name team, dude.
Did any of you guys see the Lad McConkey T-shirt that was going around last year?
No, but I
the
want
McConkey
it probably.
on a donkey.
Yeah, hell yeah, dude, get McConkey.
Shout out to Jennifer Eakins from 4for4 for showing me that shirt. And then I asked her immediately, "Where can I buy this?"
The magic McConk.
I need McConkey on a donkey, man.
Oh, dude.
It's the perfect T-shirt concept,
dude.
Give it to
touchdowns. Me. There's so many things. There's so many things you can do. Anyways, Dallas on the board. 56 seconds
pick already. Jesus.
Yeah, 56 seconds.
It's been hours.
The Lions are up. Looks like there was a trade.
What do you? Ooh.
Oh wait.
Really?
Hold on. Wait.
The pick is in.
We have a trade.
Gotta be corner, right?
Yeah, it's gotta be.
Yeah.
It's gotta be.
This is.
You gotta think it's either Deshaun or Arnold. I would think.
This is
secondary is their weakest part.
This is Cooper DeJean.
It's gotta be DeJean, right?
I hope so, because I would rather have Arnold at the Packers pick at 25.
That's a Dan Campbell guy.
So it's either DeJean or it's
Cooper
Kool-Aid McKinstry.
Kool-Aid McKinstry. Listen, that also could be a Dan Campbell guy.
Right?
Just because of his name.
Just throwing this out
Well,
there.
if Dan Campbell bites knees, and Kool-Aid McKinstry runs through brick walls. It's like the perfect combo.
And Cooper DeJean shucks corn. So
can we have all three in one place?
Cooper the dog.
I think they still need a wide receiver too. Also, stretch the field. Really unlock this offense.
I feel like that's a place they can go later, though. Like, you take a shot on a guy like Brendan Rice, Jamari Thrash, and those later Javon Baker. You take a shot on one of those guys in the later rounds for that need.
They might be doing that because Terrion Arnold out of Alabama, cornerback, is going to the Detroit Lions. Now, Detroit has been fairly good at drafting recently.
Very good, yes.
Some might say very. Some might say great.
Some might say exceptional.
I'm going to say this is probably a home run pick.
Yeah, it probably is, honestly.
Just based off of how well they've done at evaluating talent recently.
I think it was worth a third that they paid to move up.
Oh, yeah, they didn't.
I think so too.
They did not give up a lot. Because you're assuming
third, really.
And they got a seventh back.
Yeah, you're assuming that
they only moved up 5 spots.
You're assuming Green Bay is going to take a corner, so you want to jump them for Terrion Arnold.
If
the Bucs need a corner too.
Arnold's a much better scheme fit for Detroit than the Gene is.
The dog.
The dog.
The dog.
I was gonna say the Gene has a lot of similarities to how versatile he is to what they got with Brian Branch last year.
Yep.
Yeah.
So that's probably like they probably wanted a more traditional corner, which that's kind of what
Branch
Arnold
is more playing like the Dion
slot.
Buchanan role. Yeah, like he's more playing.
Well, but he'll play back end with safety and the move up, play the slot kind of thing. That's what I'm getting.
Yeah, Kyle Duggar, Dion, like the Tampa 2, slide up safety. Yes.
Yeah,
this guy's a corner.
Arnold is. Yes.
Yeah. How about another good Italian evaluation? Brian Branch.
Yeah.
Why not go get former teammate, right? Both played at Alabama. Why not go get his former teammate? Love
Seems
it.
pretty good.
Aiden Hutchinson, first round pick in 2022. It's they
did kind of miss on Okuda.
Well,
big time whiff.
But that wasn't this.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't think that was Brad.
That wasn't this GM. Yeah, that wasn't this GM and this. Their Italian evaluation under this GM, I'm forgetting his name, has been fantastic.
Yeah, they've crushed it.
Yes, Penei Sewell, Aiden Hutchinson, Jameson Williams is really the only outlier so far.
And to be
in
fair,
the top rounds.
Everybody kind of missed on Okuda. I don't know one person who was like, he's going to be trash.
Fair.
He is now in
Atlanta last I heard.
Yeah, he's still
somewhere.
He went to Houston. Did he go to Houston?
Oh, that's right. Atlanta
Houston.
cut him 2 days after
He was a free agent.
Yeah.
Because his rookie contract expired. So I think he went to Houston.
Well, dude, here's why Detroit needed a cornerback. They added Carlton Davis from the fucking Buccaneers, so they actually they got worse in the secondary by adding Carlton Davis.
Subtraction by addition.
Literally. Oh my goodness. I did not realize Carlton congratulations, Tampa Bay. I mean, you finally got rid of him. You finally let him go.
And shit, they may be replacing him in 2 picks. So,
well,
yeah, we could see a big time corner run here in the back end of this first round.
So who would go out? So let's just say Green Bay takes DeJean. Who would go to Tampa?
Wiggins. Wiggins fits. He's got to play zone.
Or Kool-Aid.
Or Kool-Aid, yeah.
It's such a good name. It's just such a good fucking name. Kool-Aid.
Man, all I know is
NIL deal for that.
Right? Tell me how come Kool-Aid did not go to him and actually set up a commercial with this man busted through a brick wall.
Yeah,
I know, right?
Oh yeah.
I mean, come on.
Oh yeah, that would be good. That would be good.
Maybe Saban wouldn't let him, and they're waiting until he
I
gets.
actually might go to Tampa Bay Bucks games if they draft Kool-Aid and then set that up when the defense comes onto the field led by Kool-Aid. Come on, tell me that would not be fire.
That would be cool.
Nate, you're muted.
Can we talk about Terry and Arnold's swag? Dude,
That's why
he's
I
wearing.
wanted him in Philly.
Nate, my God, same wavelength. I was gonna say something earlier.
He's
that
drippy.
I was watching the beginning of the stream and they had the players walked out and I missed his name.
Me too.
And I was like, whoever is rocking that pink tux should be the first pick of the fucking draft.
He
Dude.
I'm also not gonna lie. I think he might have tied his own bow tie too. That doesn't look pre-tied.
It looks nice.
No, it
That
doesn't.
looks like a legit
Drip.
bow tie.
Dude, and his lady has a matching pink dress. Like, come on now.
The fact the bow tie matching with the reflective gray in the jacket
Exactly.
and pants.
All of it.
Yep.
That's a good touch. I'm gonna need to find out where he got that suit because I want to purchase it tomorrow. Because that is
You may need to get on some NFL draft money.
you don't know. It could be a cheap suit.
I mean,
sure.
TJ Maxx might have it. You never know. Like, who knows, right?
know.
Is there a
But I'm
Ross
going to
in
find that
Indianapolis you can go
suit,
to?
and I'm going to pick
Plenty
my
of
son up
Rosses.
from school on Monday in that suit. It's
Just
just
like open the door for him.
That suit, it is all I would wear from this point forward.
right?
It's so nice. It's so nice. I was voted best dressed on the social team for the Indy Fuel, so I have to show up and
Right,
show out.
You need it.
I have to show up and show
Well,
out.
now I feel like I'm going to start looking for it for you because I kind of want it now too.
Dude, it's
You.
sick. The reflective gray.
Dude.
Tight.
And that is just like,
Tight.
oh, it's beautiful.
So I guess for one game in October they have to do pink with gray for the Detroit Lions on a uniform. If the NFL, it'll never happen. If the NFL would ever allow like specialty jerseys, like not like throwbacks or anything like that, but like crazy jerseys just for like one game, like the MLB does the nickname jerseys, like that's
yeah.
the jerseys we'll get. But like if they ever did that, moneymaker. Not that they need any more money,
Big time.
but moneymaker. All right.
Well, I mean, you can always use more.
Exactly.
Could you? Could
Money?
you?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
well, yeah, us. The NFL. All right,
Still, yes.
here we go. The Green Bay Packers have selected. And they said, fuck your cornerback position. We're going to take Jordan Morgan, the offensive lineman out of
Joel.
Arizona.
Wow.
Good pick.
Okay.
It's a good pick.
Out of Arizona. I don't hate it.
This is the first I've ever heard of this man's name.
Yeah,
I was about to say, this is the first guy that's been taken so far where I'm like, I did not see him in any mock drafts.
It's like early second, usually like early second is what I was
Yeah.
seeing.
He was getting into some late first, like to San Francisco and stuff. I had him going to San Francisco at 31. He's a good player. He's super. He tore his ACL 2 years ago, but he's super technically sound. He can kick inside if you need to. He's going to play left tackle. He'll play left tackle. He's a good player.
Terry Arnold just said to the city of Detroit, you have a star. So,
Dude, he's got some swagger, man.
well, he's definitely got swagger.
Like, that's why I wanted him in Philly. Like, this is what Kira and I have been talking about. Like, that's the kind of attitude that just bleeds Philly. Like, he would fit in so well there.
I
I'ma
mean, you
help
guys
him win
threw
a Super
batteries
Bowl.
at Santa Claus, Josh.
Facts.
I know. I saw it. I saw it
My
happen.
dad got pelted with batteries at a New York Jets game. Fun
Oh,
fact.
that's fun.
Yeah. That was back when Jets fans cared because they were maybe good. So I don't think they do that
didn't
now.
think that there was a CFL team.
Yeah, well, Fireman Ed was still like an actual diehard fan back then, and he wasn't paid hundreds of $1,000s to show up to games anymore. Yeah, that was back. It was like 2006, I think. Might have been even earlier, like 2004. It was a playoff game. I don't know. That's all I remember. Jordan
Is that
Morgan,
the Mark
Arizona.
Sanchez era?
No, whoa, that was pre-Mark Sanchez. Pre-Mark Sanchez.
Oh, I guess Sanchez was like 06, 07, 08, right?
Carson
Later-
Palmer.
I don't
later
know,
than
man.
Like,
no, later than
oh,
that.
yeah,
He was
08,
like
09.
2010.
Well, no, because
Oh,
he
he
had
might have been
back-to-back
2010.
AFC Championship games in 09 in 2010.
Yeah.
I think Mark
Yep,
Sanchez was
yep.
right after Matt Liner, right?
Yeah. Leinart was 7, right?
They followed it up with USC quarterbacks.
Leinart was 05.
Reggie Bush got his Heisman back, though.
Nice.
Leinart
That's
was in the
huge.
Reggie Bush draft.
That's huge. That's big time for Reggie Bush. That's good for him.
Well, he deserves it. Like, he didn't on the field.
Never should have gotten taken away.
No.
Never should have gotten taken away. I mean, honestly, one of the greatest running backs I've ever seen, college or pro, outside of maybe like, who would you put ahead of him? Barry
Adrian
Sanders,
Peterson.
Adrian
Peterson.
LaDainian Tomlinson.
You're what do you say? Like pure skill and electricity? Like,
Yeah,
like-
you can put maybe 10 guys ahead of him.
are we
College
talking?
backs,
Are
I'd
we
say, like,
talking
Herschel,
skill
Bo Jackson.
or electric? Because
Both.
electric, he's probably
Peterson. That's it.
he's up there.
Yeah.
If we're
He's
talking
top
pure
5
skill,
electric.
yeah, he's top 5 electric. I don't know if Bush cracks top 20 pure skill. Pure skill?
Pure skill. Reggie Bush.
I guess if we're talking
No.
college and pro, I'm with Joe here.
Not
If we're
even
talking
Just-
just
what
what
about
he
just
did in
college?
college.
Well, no,
Just
I'm
in
just talking
college.
college. I'm just
Oh,
talking
I
college.
thought we were
Somebody
talking
said college
pro.
and pro.
Yeah, I thought so.
No,
as
not
well.
college and pro. No, he didn't
College.
materialize in the pro level.
Oh.
College, sure.
What he
I was
did
like,
in
But in
college,
college,
you could argue him and Barry Sanders, like Peterson's
Yeah,
close
easily.
too. Yeah,
easily. He's
Yeah,
one of those
the-
guys you wish would have materialized at the pro level.
Yeah.
It didn't happen. He had some decent spurts.
what's
of
interesting
course.
is he's ahead of his time guy.
Yeah,
Reggie Bush
Very
in
much
today's
so.
NFL would fucking eat.
Slap.
He also wouldn't have been a
Crush.
2nd overall pick either. So
Oh goodness, no! He would have been 34th
No.
overall.
right.
He would have been
So, okay, guys, who's the
nasty.
first running back off the board this year?
Blake Corum, because that's who Harbaugh's going to take.
I think it's Jonathan Brooks.
You
I
think
think
it's going? Are you thinking Chargers go Corum in the 2nd round? Because their 3rd round is not till 77. I think there's a couple more guys before that.
Jim Harbaugh needs, because he's going to take Roman Wilson in the 3rd round. So it's Blake Corum and Roman Wilson. I mean that wholeheartedly.
So,
I
Corum
don't
and
know
Jimmy
that he's
Colson
the
in the
best
second.
Could
Yeah,
see
what?
that.
He'll take Colson
Corum
in the second and Corum in the 3rd. Corum will last. He's
You think he'll
5'7".
last till the 3rd?
I think he'll last till the 3rd too. Honestly,
Yeah, he's tiny. Yes, he's tiny.
He is tiny. Sure.
The same people who said this will be the latest we ever see a defensive player said it's also likely the latest we'll see a running back. So
some interesting.
All right.
But
spots,
I think there's going to be some good running backs that come out of this.
oh, I wholeheartedly
Class.
agree. I think we have underrated this class terribly. It's going to be interesting to see how the NFL feels about them. But the fact of the matter is they're fresh legs, and we've seen time and time again. That's what by week 8 we're all just looking for fresh fucking legs.
Right.
I think it'll
Well,
be
that was
Jonathan
the nice
Brooks,
thing.
maybe.
I think it'll be Brooks as well, Chris. And I think it'll be
Yeah.
interesting to see if he goes to a team that doesn't necessarily have a need right away because of the recovery. So that'll be a fun part to watch.
Well, that
The
was
interesting thing is if he goes to Dallas because their team surgery,
Yes.
team doctor did his surgery.
I saw that too, Joel. Absolutely. So Josh pointed out if Dallas continually passes on him, it's a red flag,
Yep.
and do not take him in your draft.
Not drafting him.
Do we think Dallas takes him at 29?
No.
No.
What
They've got
what an
56,
awful-
Guys,
right?
What an
They're
awful
going to get him
pick
at
that was.
56.
Let's not put anything past Jerry Jones.
That's Tyler.
They're taking
Guyton right
Guyton.
there.
They're taking
Yeah.
Guyton at 29.
Let's not put anything past big old Jerry. All right, you never know with old JJ. But the Bucks pick is officially in. The pick is in, according to NFL Network.
Wow.
Waiting to hear
Updating
exactly
the
what it is.
ticker right now.
So the Bucks are picking, and they will stay put here at pick 26, and then that sets up the Buffalo Bills pretty
Wow.
perfectly if they wanna
Wow.
take a receiver.
Yeah, I was gonna say, other than losing out on Brian Thomas, this played very well in there.
Sets them up perfectly, and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers will select Graham Barton, the offensive lineman out of Duke.
Don't hate it.
Some O-line help, protect
I-
Baker.
I actually had him going to Green Bay the pick before, so this is about where I had it.
Same, Ryan. Same.
Oh, that's awesome.
I don't think the Packers wanted him because I don't think he can. He's 6'5". I don't think he can play center, and they really need someone. If they're going to get someone on the interior, I think they want someone who can play center.
Why?
Maybe they
Then
couldn't
why
do Tom
haven't we seen
inside.
Jackson Powers Johnson yet?
I'm shocked.
Like
Right here with Arizona, perhaps.
Maybe
if they stay on offense, maybe.
They have a lot
I
of
had
picks.
him
I think
off
they
the
have.
board to the Steelers at 20. So
So to be fair, I say I'm shocked. I have him going to San Fran at 31. So this is about where I started seeing him go. So
I had that as well, Ryan.
So it's you brought up Arizona, Josh. The question there, with Jonathan Gannon,
he values corner.
I was about to say, is this Cooper DeJean?
I think it's Kool-Aid McKinstry.
Would not surprise me.
Or Kool-Aid, yeah.
I think it's McKinstry. I mocked McKinstry probably
here's what I will say.
20 times here.
Here's what I will say. If he thinks that Cooper DeJean could play the CJ Gardner-Johnson role in this defense, you might see DeJean go here.
If that happens, Cooper DeJean will be on every IDP roster I can get him on.
Same.
I mean, I know they still have Budda Baker, but I know
they won't play the same position. Trust me.
No.
They
DeJean's
got
got
the same position.
You want to make him like a star back. You want to make him like a nickel, like the Packers did with Charles Woodson. That's the kind of player you want to make him into.
I would happily take Cooper DeJean in that role because Budda's a fantastic safety.
Still very good.
Yeah, Budda's a fantastic safety. Fucking.
Well, like DeJean should be like blitzing off from the nickel and stuff like that. I mean, from that, so he could be a very valuable IDP player.
Well, Budda was still there. They were still putting Deion Buchanan in his Deion Buchanan's role, and he was still fucking raking in tackles. So if they put him in a rough situation like that, love it.
Now it would be the Cardinals, so they would probably just replace Marco Wilson with him, and that would just be really terrible for IDP.
They have 4 picks on day 2. The Cardinals do. So I guess who do they think is going to fall to the 3rd pick of the 2nd round? An elite corner or one of these offensive linemen?
Well, I mean, there's been plenty of mocks that have Kool-Aid not going in the 1st round.
Right.
Yeah.
And the way the corners have fallen in this draft, take somebody that you value at a different position. I don't think that's crazy considering they're sitting here and they pick again in 6 picks or whatever it is.
Well,
right.
I mean, if you think about it, like you've got Jackson Powers Johnson, you've also got Zach Frazier, who are basically the same player. So you could probably wait 6 picks and get him there.
True. Well, we're all wrong because they went defensive lineman Darius Robinson out of Missouri.
Oh, all right then.
I don't know him.
I'll
be honest.
He's the one that a lot of people talked about potentially going, like being that next defensive tackle behind Murphy, like supplanting Jerzon Newton. I don't know much about him either, personally.
He's kind of a swing 3-4 end kind of guy. He can play outs. He can play edge, or he can play kind of a 3 technique. He's big.
So, I'll say this: they also need help in that respect as well.
Yeah,
and
the run defense is awful.
Yes, and something we saw earlier on is, again, why Quenya Mitchell fell all the way. All the defensive players taken before him were guys that could get to the quarterback. Mm-hmm. So it seems that teams are valuing that more than the cornerback position, just because if you can get the quarterback off his spot and get to him quicker, it's going to give them less time, which is what you want now because your corners can only cover for so long in today's NFL. And the rules don't favor them.
Who do we think wide receiver? If Buffalo takes a wide receiver, who are you taking?
I don't like Troy Franklin, but I think it's probably him.
I've had Troy Franklin going here.
I mean, Mitchell is Steph Diggs, basically.
But worse.
Right down to being the same head case?
Exactly. They've practiced dealing with a head case, so why not take another one?
I have a friend who's a big Buffalo fan. He likes Lad McConkey a lot, so we'll see.
I love Lad McConkey. I don't think it makes sense here because you need a guy who's going to play outside. What does Leggett do? I'm not too familiar, but I know people love him.
Leggett
He's still figuring it out.
He's a physical. I would call him like an AJ Brown type possession receiver.
So I think a Leggett could be here.
Yeah.
I've seen him mocked here. I've seen him mocked to Buffalo. I've seen him mocked to Kansas City.
I don't have the best eye for film, but when I watched Leggett, immediately my head thought Brandon Ayuk. Like that was just the feeling.
That's a good comp. I like that.
In his 5th-year breakout.
Yeah.
I think they need a possession receiver. Shakir can shake you underneath. Dalton Kincaid's a good tight end, but they need an outside possession guy. So Ladd McConkey might be most skilled on the board.
He's still a possession guy though. Like people were calling him like a, in the Cooper Cup mold, not Cooper Cup, but in that mold,
Yeah, slot, but can move around a little bit and do a little bit of everything. He's just not big enough to be a possession receiver, in my opinion. So I think that's where you go. A guy like Leggett. I don't think Troy Franklin's going to be good. I was not impressed with Troy Franklin at the Combine. I wasn't impressed with any Oregon player at the Combine. I think the Oregon players that went there hurt their draft stock.
Yes.
Not Bucky?
Dude, Bucky Irving.
I don't think anybody was impressed with Bucky at the Combine.
Bucky Irving was awful.
Nate, didn't Robinson have a really good Senior Bowl?
Yes.
They'll talk about it if he did.
Senior Bowl.
8.5 sacks,
I thought he was
14
better in the
tackles
Senior
for
Bowl
losses.
than he was at Missouri.
Well, he had 8.5 sacks, 14 TFLs last year, 13 sacks, 21 TFLs total in his career.
So what I'll say about Robinson at the Senior Bowl, the defensive side for a lot of us fantasy people wasn't as pressing, but Darius Robinson was quick. His footwork was some of the best that we saw in any edge rusher, and I know this because Thor talked to me about it. We had a conversation about some of the defensive side of stuff, but the biggest thing was Darius Robinson was coachable.
He's also massive. He's 6'5", 285.
Huge. He made me feel like a little tiny baby when I walked by him.
Now, here's the thing. In today's NFL, he runs a 4.95. For his size, big. As an edge rusher, that is slow.
Yeah.
So is this something where maybe they move him inside to a 3 or a 5 technique and he's not really playing a 7 or 9?
Sure, and that's okay. Still effective.
I think that's fine. He's fucking massive.
Yeah.
But again, in today's NFL, like he's just not fast for an edge rusher.
I think that's why the scouts liked him, is because
I just saw film of him coming out of the 3 at the Senior Bowl. So.
Yeah. So I think they'll play him at a 3 or 5 technique. So it'll be interesting. I mean, they need a pass rush, and I think I'm trying to remember who they all have on that roster. I'm pulling up Arizona's depth chart right now.
Dennis Gardeck.
Oh, great.
You have a bunch of sacks to end the year last year when there was an injury.
So they're working with Bilal Nichols, Kiris Tonga, and Justin Jones. All free agents that they got this year. LJ Collier. Yeah, I mean he's going to slot in and start day one. Their linebackers: Zaven Collins, Kaiser White, Chris Barnes, Dennis Gardeck. They'll slot him in nicely. He'll play D end. He'll play inside.
Yeah. He'll be nice opposite Collins with the speed. What the fuck? Are you kidding me?
We have a trade.
Whoa.
With 2 teams.
Who are the Chiefs moving up to get?
With 2 teams, I would not expect a trade in this situation.
Why not? They made the trade that netted Kansas City Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah, which is precisely why I would not expect them to be trading again.
This is interesting.
Is this McConkey, Joe?
They got to be going up.
If
for
Lad
Dyke ahead of
McConkey
Dallas.
goes here, if Lad McConkey goes here, he's being drafted over Malik Neighbors in our dynasty draft. I want you all to know that he's being drafted over Malik Neighbors in our dynasty draft, and I'm okay with it, and I'm totally fine with that.
Who has the 103 in that league?
It's an interesting point to
Drew.
Joel brings up about.
I think
is this
Drew.
to get
I
past
don't think Drew will go there.
They need tackles so bad. Their offensive line their tackles are terrible. So
there's no way they're moving up for a receiver. There's
They
no
did.
way.
They did. I'm
They
looking
did.
in right now.
Really?
is it worthy?
There's no way they could have got Worthy at
Franklin.
32.
We're all just waiting here on bated breath.
Updated.
Xavier Worthy out of
Wow! Wow! Prepare to see the
Is
overdraft.
that your
of the
new wide
fucking
receiver
century.
2?
So
Wide receiver 3?
Please tell me, because I would like to talk trade for the 103 after your 102.
Because you know what's going to happen, right?
Yeah.
His
This
name's
is
Clyde
everybody that
Edwards-Helaire.
overreacted to move up CEH. They're
Me,
going to do
Cole.
the same thing for Xavier Worthy because he's tied to Patrick Mahomes.
Well, you guys know
This
I already
tanks
love him.
Hollywood.
You guys
This
know I
destroys
already love
Hollywood's
him,
value.
and I'm willing to trade everything.
Well, Hollywood's
I have.
only on a 1-year deal anyway.
Let's talk, Ryan. You can move up for the 101.
Xavier Worthy.
He has to be on my team.
Like it's so it obviously it makes sense. It completely makes sense.
But I mean, yeah, Hollywood's on a 1-year deal, but he's going to be what, 27 by the time he gets on a new team?
Did
His
they go and
dynasty value's
get?
tanked.
Did they go and get Tyreek Hill light here? Like
Skinny Tyreek Hill?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I can read your lips,
Muted.
Nate. You said exactly what they did, right?
That's exactly what they did, Joe. They got this is Tyreek Hill light, but is it going to pan out? That's the
no.
question. Chris,
It's
good
not.
lip reading, by the way.
Thank you.
He's a lawyer. He's a lawyer.
Oh, I
can
know.
share his lips.
He shit on me for my LeBron James game the other day.
I was just in a bad mood. I'm sorry.
No, it was totally. I'll get back to you on that. Anyway,
I got to stop watching Lakers games.
well, I'm watching the Lakers Nuggets on my phone right now.
Yeah, so am I.
But we're on
Xavier
opposite
Worthy.
sides here.
Yeah, fair.
God. Yeah.
I mean, I like it. Andy Reid can scheme open anybody.
He can.
You get the
Unless you're
fastest
Kadarius
guy in
Toney.
the NFL wide open.
Unless you're
That's a
Kadarius-
Kadarius Toney
Unless you're
problem.
Kadarius Toney or Sky Moore, he could scheme open anybody.
Okay,
He did
those
scheme
guys
him
aren't
open, but
killing
did they
me.
catch the ball?
They just couldn't catch it, yeah.
Xavier
So-
Worthy has a history of production in college.
Let me ask you guys this: 103 or not 103, wide receiver 3, 4, 5. What first reactions?
For rookies,
Yeah, like
I
dynasty
would put
rookie
him
draft.
at 4.
I need to see the end of the first round.
I would still put him
Above
at 4.
Brian Thomas.
Yeah, I mean, because to me the tier break between the top 3 and the next round of wide receivers was still pretty significant. That all that was going to do was put one of those tier 2 guys or tier 3 guys with the best landing spot as the wide receiver 4, in my opinion. That's kind of the way that I looked at it. Brian Thomas in Jacksonville is good, but Trevor Lawrence hasn't taken the leap that we've wanted him to take. Xavier Worthy, you can knock him all you want because, the fast guys don't play well in the NFL, blah, 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 whatever. He has a history of producing in college. He can produce. And now he's being tied to the best quarterback in the NFL, plain and simple, with an offensive coordinator that is very good about especially screens and getting people open. I don't see how you can truly make a great argument for why he's not at least the wide receiver 4 or 5 in this class.
It's funny. His knock was, he can't catch the ball sometimes. It's perfect. Perfect for the Chiefs.
Quinn Ewers can't throw the damn football. So
That's true.
Chief already.
This is
The problem is how many targets is he going to get? Like Tyreek got 150 targets every fucking
That ain't
year.
happening.
I'm plugging him in right
It's
now.
not
and
happening.
I can't find it. I'm like 75 to 85 at least rookie year.
That's assuming they continue to spread the football around. Tyreek Hill in his rookie year had 90 something targets.
Let's bring
But
this
they
up.
also used them on special teams.
Is he gonna survive if he gets hit by Derwin James?
Derwin James has to catch him first.
He has to be on the field first.
He was on the field most of last season. Okay. How about he runs Xavier Worthy on a screen and Max Crosby hits him? Did not all of his bones crack because he's 160 pounds?
I don't know.
He's not a big guy.
We were saying the same shit about, who was it, Tank Dell last year? Because he's not a big guy.
Well, he also broke his leg at the end of the year.
So to answer your
Run
question, no,
blocking.
he doesn't survive.
Rondell Moore's stayed mostly
Tutu
healthy. The
Atwell.
only injuries he's really had are hamstring related.
Guys, we're
If I'm
not
not mistaken.
saying really big
Yeah,
fantasy.
it's because
assets of
Rondell Moore never
Moore
got
and
tackled
Tutu
because he
Atwell.
never had the ball.
Yeah.
There.
Rondell Moore and
Okay,
Tutu
so then let's
Atwell.
make the argument. Devonta Smith isn't a big guy and he stayed healthy.
No,
There's always going to be outliers.
But he's shifty. The guys
And
who are
he's
small that stay healthy are
he's
shifty.
smooth as fuck running routes too.
Exactly.
I agree.
Smooth as fuck. All right, Justin. I get you're a Make-A-Wish winner, but let's chill with the defending Super Bowl champion. Shut up, Justin. Okay, calm down. Xavier Worthy.
I love that
Texas.
Tank Dell is the comp.
Tutu.
I mean, yeah.
He's healthy. He stays healthy.
But hopefully better than Tutu.
Yeah.
Oh
God, I
yeah,
hope.
yeah. I just mean like
5'11".
size wise.
165.
I mean, that's literally what Tank Dell is as well. So
Guys, I am an inch
He's taller
shorter
than Tank Dell, isn't he?
and 10 pounds heavier
just
than
looked
him.
at. I thought it said 5'11" for him, but maybe I'm wrong.
That's
5'10". You're right, Josh. You got an inch on him.
So wait, okay.
That means he's even skinnier.
I just can't imagine someone like my size body getting hit at an NFL level.
I've got 40 pounds on him, and I can't imagine at the same height, and I can't imagine getting hit at that.
But he also has 40 seconds in the 40 on all of us.
But if he's coming across the middle, he's gonna get hit. We're talking
but
about
so did Wes Welker, Julian Edelman. Like those guys got
but
crushed
those
across the middle too.
they were bulkier. Like even Tyreek Hill comes across
But were
the
they
middle.
bulkier when they came into the league?
I do want to give a shout out to Renee, who concluded her Xavier Worthy article on the ideal landing spot is Kansas City.
And she had him even before that as her wide receiver 4.
Yep.
The ideal landing spot for every receiver is Kansas City.
But I'm saying she had him as her wide receiver 4 and said put him in Kansas City.
Listen, as somebody who has Rashee Rice and hoping he doesn't get suspended and stops being a dummy, this helps my Rashee Rice shares. I think
100% because now defenses have to account for the speed.
100%. So that means Rashee Rice can play around underneath and be possession while Xavier Worthy's just fucking around 50 yards downfield.
Travis Kelce.
Travis,
I mean, that just gets to my point: is where are the targets going to come? Are you getting 100 targets if you're Xavier Worthy? If you've got to fight with Kelsey,
Rookie year, I don't think so.
Rookie year, I think he's probably. I mean, you're looking at him the same way you're looking at Rome Odunze in rookie year in terms of production and targets, right? You're looking between 60 and maybe 85 targets for either of those two, just depending on how whether injuries play out or the people in front of them or how the offenses go. Because the way that Chicago is set up, you expect this team to sling the football and Caleb Williams to be the first 4,000-yard passer in the Bears history. Like that is how this offense is set up right now.
Right.
So Odunze is going to see targets the same way that Xavier Worthy is going to see targets. It's just going to be a matter of, does Kelsey continue to see the 130, 140 targets? Does Rashee Rice get suspended and now lose some of these targets? Can Kadarius Toney stay on the field? Does Sky Moore take a third-year leave? Well, all these things are in play. But if you're trading up to get Xavier Worthy, you've got to have a plan in place to get him the football.
I don't doubt that.
I think that plan is called Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah.
Correct.
So let's say Rashee Rice 6-game suspension. How does that play out?
It changes things because right
I
now
think
I
you have
have
to assume a suspension, right?
and
I think at least 2 games, right?
Well, I was gonna say
At
the
least.
quote I read was very weirdly worded, where it said at least a multi-game suspension, and it's like, well, what is at least? Like, does that mean a year? Like, is that on the table?
I'm very interested to see what happens. But moving into Dallas, Cowboys take Tyler Guyton out of
Great call
Oklahoma.
on you guys. Everybody was saying that's where
For-
Dallas was going. So.
Former tight end, 6'7", 322 pounds. Chris, you're an Oklahoma guy. What do you think?
It's a good landing spot for him, and they didn't reach for him either. They were able to trade down and pick him. He's not in the tier that we've seen so far, but I think he's better than the guys that are still on the board.
And they needed capital. They have a lot of holes. So whatever they got in the trade down, which I think was a 3rd round pick, moving up from the 7th, that's just great for them.
No Tyron Smith anymore, right?
Nope.
Yeah, Tyron Smith's in with the Jets.
Jets.
Right.
Oh, so they doubled up. I missed that. I must have missed that. So they doubled up on tackles.
Like, I don't think Guyton's ready to play, but he's got legit potential.
I mean, they still have Zach Martin on the line. Tyler Smith, who played, I believe, left tackle for most of filling in for Tyron Smith last year. He was serviceable. You know, he's a rookie, so he's still got some growing to do. But maybe you fit Guyton on the right side. There's ways to at least mask him and let him grow into the role. But I mean, this is what Dallas needed to do. They needed to continue to try to protect Dak Prescott.
They were showing a lot of right tackle tape. They showed his Senior Bowl tape was all coming from the right side. So, pick is in for the Baltimore Ravens. They are staying put at pick 30. A lot of people had receivers, a lot of different ones going to Baltimore here. Rashad Bateman re-signed. They obviously took Zay Flowers last year. They still have Mark Andrews. It's an interesting. I feel like it'd be interesting if they took receiver here, but again, I'm not defending Rashad Bateman, but this would be another 3 receiver outlook.
They came out and said they expect Lamar to throw more this year. So.
Didn't they say that?
Well, let's just put it this way: who is the best player on the board right now? Because that is who Baltimore is going to take.
Cooper DeJean.
DeJean by a mile.
It's DeJean by a mile.
I mean, I could see a situation where they end up going Jackson Powers-Johnson because they lost so much in the interior of their line in this offseason.
Fair.
That would make a lot of sense. But yeah, DeJean, best player available. Throw him in that secondary. Him and Kyle Hamilton, good God, that would be amazing.
And Marlon Humphrey he's cooked. He's not playing well anymore. So they definitely do need a corner. Again, the pick is in.
Did they take Wiggins?
For the Baltimore Ravens.
I think they need corner too.
They are going to go with a cornerback. And they selected out of Clemson, Nate Wiggins. So what did Cooper DeJean do?
Yeah, no shit.
Right?
Maybe he's just too versatile. And
He's
not
too
every
white.
defensive coordinator has
He's too white. Yep.
figured that out.
He's too white.
I
How
mean,
do you
I
not-
get it. Jason Sehorn, last white quarterback in the NFL to start. There's a reason.
I
it's
think
been
Josh is right
21
though.
years.
You have to have a plan for that guy. You can't just throw him in there. You've got to do something specific with him.
Right.
I think he's a really good player, but you can't just say, okay, he can be a safety or a corner. You've got to have a plan for him.
Yeah, it's like he's at his best when he can bounce back and forth. He can be that kind of joker role, right? Not every defensive coordinator runs that type of defense. A lot of them, they want you to play one position. That's it.
The too high guys don't want him.
Correct.
Yeah.
So that trade, Buffalo and KC, it looks like KC traded a 3rd and a 7th for a 4th and a 7th. Buffalo moved up around.
Oh, interesting.
That's not a bad deal.
Okay.
No.
Not bad at all.
Buffalo is missing their 3rd because they traded to the Packers for Rasul Douglas, so they get it back, basically.
So how do we feel on Nate Wiggins here? I hadn't seen him anywhere in a 1st round mock, at least.
I had him. I actually had him in the first
I
round.
saw him a lot to Philly.
I had him to Arizona, but that's because I had Kool-Aid and Tyrion and Quinion Mitchell all off the board already. So I didn't expect him to go ahead of Kool-Aid. I guess that's
kid is
and I had Cooper DeJean in the
he's like
15th
170.
pick, so.
I tweeted a long time ago. He is 8th grade cross country runner skinny. I mean, there's zero junk in that trunk.
Dude,
his super skinny.
His legs are like they look skinnier than Devonta Smith legs.
He's not making.
He's crazy. He's a terrible tackler. That's his problem. There's zero run support. I don't know how he's got to play zone because I don't know how he holds up in contested catch situations.
Yeah, this is not a guy.
Well, I wonder if Baltimore with moving on from Mike McDonald, if they're going to start running more zone because they've traditionally been more of a man coverage team.
Oh, that would with this pick that would make more sense.
Yeah,
Josh.
So his comp is Dominic Rodgers-Cromartie. I don't know if anybody has a.
Well, Cromartie was another one, tall, slender,
skinny,
fast as fuck. Like dude ran a 4.29 40.
But he mostly ran out of the slot.
Yeah,
he was an outside corner in the early part of his career.
He was
early part, first 2-3 years.
He was better in the slot.
Oh, 100%. He was better in the slot.
Yeah.
DRC was a nasty.
He actually graduated from the high school that my mom taught at. DRC did.
Love that.
Oh,
yeah. Well, so I've seen him for a long time, and he played in Philly too.
Yeah, I mean,
he's got a house here in Bradenton.
DRC he was a dog.
Yeah.
I'm not. I always go back to it. Who the fuck is he covering in the ACC? Like outside of Florida State, who the fuck is he covering?
Devontae Walker.
Don't get me started on Devontae.
We talked about how Drake May had nobody to throw to. That's who he's covering.
Like the thing that turned me off about Tez Walker was he got super frustrated because he couldn't get away from Nate Wiggins. Wiggins just completely blanketed him.
Oh wow!
Well, Tez Walker can't get open.
I was just saying, isn't Tez Walker twice Wiggins' size? Like, wait.
Oh yeah, he is.
Yeah, but his feet are like I said, don't get me started on Tez Walker.
I don't like. It was really obvious. Like I saw some like maturity concerns with him because you could tell in that game he got super frustrated because he could not run away from Wiggins, and he just like quit. He quit trying. So like, yeah.
I don't know. It feels like there's better talent on the board. I don't know.
I agree. So this is a very uncharacteristic pick for the Ravens.
Yeah, like the Ravens the last, 4 or 5 years, the best talent has literally it's fell in their lap.
Yeah.
They picked Kyle Hamilton. He fell in their lap.
Right.
Patrick Queen fell in their lap at 26. Zay Flowers fell to them.
Fell in their lap.
They just have guys that they didn't have to do anything. And this is where it's like Cooper DeJean fell. Again, guys like McConkey, Leggett, again, the receiver class is so deep. But receivers,
Johnson.
Fell. Just there.
I mean, just at corner. If you look at the guys you got DeJean, you've got McKinstry, Sainstrill from Michigan, you've got Rakestraw from Mizzou. These are guys I probably would have maybe mocked ahead of Wiggins.
I definitely had DeJean, McKinstry, and then the two corners that have went. I had him as my fifth corner off the board.
Yeah, usually early second, late first for me. So it's not a bad spot, but with the available talent, I agree.
Wiggins can cover. He's just going to have serious limitations on he can't press. He's not going to be able to press at this level. He can't run support. He's not going to be able to hold up in contested catch situations. So, I mean, you have to have a very specific plan for what you want him to do.
Just looking at the guys he's going to have to cover.
George Pickens.
Jamar Chase.
George Pickens.
Problem.
Yeah, no shit.
Yeah. George Pickens, a mass of a human.
Problem.
And then Amari Cooper.
Yep.
These are not small receivers. These are bodied big guys. Now, Jamar Chase is a little smaller, but he's fucking Jamar Chase. You're not covering him.
I said these are also
He's got a
guys.
quick first step.
We already know he can't press. These are guys that if you're going to stop them,
press.
you have to press them.
Oh,
And if you can't press them, you're Done.
Right.
Amari Cooper gets soft in press coverage sometimes.
Yeah.
George Pickens, you just need to because of size and speed.
Well, the whole knock on George Pickens is that he can't separate. So you start off pressing him, and then you can maybe
Yes.
shut him down. If you donate separation to George Pickens, that's the worst thing you can do.
Yeah, but Wiggins has the speed to make up ground if
But
he can't press
George
someone
Pickens'
like
sideline
George Pickens.
control is insane. All I'm saying, he's set up not well in the division.
I've seen George Pickens jump over an entire Nate Wiggins to make a
Fucking
What? This pick, Josh is putting it in, I'm sure.
Yep.
I am very
whatever stream I'm
where's
watching
Gator
is so far behind.
very interested to see here. Okay. I guess Kyle Shanahan no longer wanted to be the best looking guy on his team. The San Francisco 49ers have taken Ricky Pearsall at pick 31.
Wow.
Wow.
They don't have a true slot.
They do not.
Well,
But
now
they've had no need for one
Lad
for a long time.
McConkey.
So.
I agree.
Lad.
Buffalo traded down 4 spots and didn't miss a beat.
You can still get Troy Franklin. I know there are mixed reviews on Troy Franklin, but Jesus, man.
Ricky Pearsall.
Well, that's my biggest.
Was he mocked in the first round ever?
No.
I've seen a couple mocks
Not in any of mine.
recently in the last
To, like,
2 or 3
32
weeks
for,
that have
like,
had Ricky creeping
To
up.
the Chiefs.
Most of them were he was like early 30s, but just outside of the first. But yeah, I've seen a few, but not very many.
Really? All I know
That
is
that
this
feels
is
like a lot for a guy that's only going to see 40 targets.
That's my
Like
dude,
seriously.
so
he's going to see
I'm
nothing.
I'm replacing Jawan Jennings right now, who I have 40 fucking targets given to.
That's what I'm saying.
So here's the thing. Are they
That's
going
what I'm
to
wondering
trade
too,
Debo or Brandon Ayuk?
I don't think
Well,
so.
I mean, in theory, you're not getting a first round pick for either of those two guys.
No.
Especially Ayuk, who you have to, whenever you're trading him, somebody's going to pay him 30 plus million. So that takes the idea of a first round pick out of it. But maybe you end up trading him tomorrow, getting a second round pick plus, right? Because if you let him leave via free agency, you're only getting a third round comp pick at best in that trade off. So if you're able to extract a second round pick from somebody, you're going to do that. So maybe then Pearsall takes a step up. But if this team stays as is, you spent a first round pick on a guy that's only going to see 40 targets in this offense. That is an absolute waste of a first round pick.
I mean,
you lost the Super Bowl.
And this guy's not helping you get back to that.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
You were just in the Super
okay.
Bowl and you just took a guy who's not going to help you get back.
Does this signal, though? We've heard the Ayuk trade rumors. I've seen a handful of Debo day 2 or day 3 trade rumors. Does this signal that one of those two guys is going to be on the move in day 2 or day 3?
It makes so much more sense if it's day 2, just because.
I think if an
I
Ayuk
stayed
trade
this
was
whole
going to
time.
happen, it would have been a move up.
They traded
I
again.
don't
Whoa! Hey now.
Welcome to the first round.
Panthers are joining the
Carolina
party.
Panthers.
I stayed on for the Buffalo pick, and
Lad
they don't pick.
McConkey.
Well, so here's they wanted to trade up one to get the 5th-year option.
Correct.
So they're taking a quarterback.
Where does this go?
Spencer Rattler.
Right? Like how funny would it be for a quarterback? Because all Buffalo's do is moving back one pick. They're moving back
Yeah, it
one
didn't
pick.
cost them anything.
No, it cost them nothing. So
Swap of a 5th and a 6th.
So
And they save a little money.
yeah.
Yep.
So all Carolina wants here is a 5th-year option. You want that with a receiver?
It would make
I would
sense.
assume.
Yeah. I mean, that's the biggest thing you need right now to support your quarterback.
So is it
I know.
Andy Mitchell?
I love Deontay Johnson. He's 28, 29. Like
He's
he's
28.
getting up there. This is the last year of his deal.
Thielen.
Adam Thielen's a grandfather at this point.
34.
Yeah, like you need someone, and I feel like you need someone with size. So this has to be, in my opinion, this has to be Troy Franklin or Leggett. This isn't Ladd McConkey.
Or
they're
Ladd
gonna
McConkey is
go
basically
Leggett.
Deontay Johnson light.
There's your
Could
answer.
be Mitchell.
They're gonna go Leggett.
It should be
think they're gonna
Leggett.
go Leggett,
It's gonna
too.
be Leggett. It makes the most sense.
I think it'll be Franklin, but I wouldn't. It'd be interesting if it was AD.
If you're looking for a size power guy though, it has to be Leggett.
Size power. Dave Canales did just work with Mike Evans.
And
Right.
you need reasons to sell tickets there, and keeping somebody home. That's not nothing.
Well, let me tell you, those 49-cent tickets up in the 500 section are going to go flying off the board because Xavier Leggett is a Carolina.
That was who I had
Owl.
picked in our wide receiver show. I'll take it.
Phew. Glad that Ladd McConkey.
My hopes are Ladd
Donnie
McConkey
Mitchell
to
aren't
New England
going
is
there.
still available.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
So the Bills can trade out twice and still get Mitchell at 33.
Yeah.
And they get to sit overnight and let teams throw trade offers at them
Yep.
for the first pick tomorrow. That's got some value.
Falcons might be moving
Well, and
for
this is
Spencer
what they
Rattler.
needed to do. They needed to rebuild draft capital because they cut all of their veterans.
Well, hold on. How about this? You're Buffalo. You just saw what San Francisco did. Do you go offer them picks for Brandon Ayuk? You say we'll give you the first pick in the second round.
Nah, I don't think Ayuk is
No.
worth that because they have to pay
Can you
him.
afford him?
No,
I think the salary is the biggest problem.
maybe a
I'm just throwing it
fourth
out there.
rounder. Work out some salary thing.
Well, look, all they need is Howie Roseman to fudge the numbers, right? If they
So
sign
easy
if
to
they
fudge
sign
numbers.
Brandon Ayuk, they can make the cap numbers work if they really want to. Because
Sure.
Josh Allen's salary is going to go skyrocket here with the cap hits. So you need to be able to spread this out to a point where he's making pennies on the dollar for the next 3 years, and then all the cap hits come in year 4. I don't know that Buffalo wants to do that. That's why they jettisoned
why
Stephon
they got
Diggs,
rid of
because he's
Diggs,
getting too
yeah.
expensive.
Yeah.
Well, all right, that's it for me, y'all.
Chris, thank you. Yeah, we're
I'm sorry we're
gonna
winning.
talk here.
I'm sorry we're up
Because-
by 6.
Yeah, I figured we'll be up by 20 and still lose. See you guys. Thanks
See
for
you
having
later,
me.
man.
Yeah, man.
So Xavier Leggett wraps up
Rounds
the
out the
first
first
round
round.
of the NFL draft, and there is a solid chance the first 2 picks of the second round, receiver. And hell, does Arizona want to get in on a receiver there too?
Does somebody want to trade up to get to Gene because he's miles
What-
ahead
now-
of the best player on the board?
Now, Joel, what wouldn't shock me is if the Patriots take Cooper DeJean. That would not
That wouldn't shock me
at all.
either.
Oh, that wouldn't
Definitely,
shock me at
he
all.
definitely fits the racial profile.
100%. Classic New England pick.
Totally.
Would the Packers move up to get him?
No, I don't think so.
They've got 2 seconds and 2/3.
Yeah, they're
Still
sitting.
no.
They're sitting at pick number 9. in
I
the
don't
second
want
round.
them to, but I could see them doing that.
They're sitting at pick 9 in the second round.
They've
I
got
think-
41, 58, and then like 88 and 91.
Well, if I think Arizona would be okay trading back.
Yep.
I think Arizona would be okay trading back with the 3rd pick in the round. I think Washington. Actually, no, there's no reason. Washington has.
I can see Los Angeles trading back. I mean, if their goal is to get Blake Corum, like we've all been hammering the bell for, why take him at 37 when you can get him at 47 or even 57?
But why take him when you can just get Marshawn Lloyd a little bit later?
Marshawn Lloyd is a dog.
Marshawn, look. Marshawn Lloyd.
I'm
is my
just playing the
RB1 in
link
this
game,
class.
Nate. I'm not saying that one is actually better than the other.
Guys,
I'm just saying that Jim Harbaugh wants his
going
Michigan
to
guys.
Blake Corum's going to the
Well,
Chargers.
sure, he
I don't
does.
know what we're
But
discussing.
Marshawn Lloyd's the best running back in this class.
Yeah, but Blake Corum's going to go to the Chargers, so it doesn't matter.
He is, which is fine. Because that's a really stupid pick. And as someone who roots for a team that is a division rival of the Chargers, please make all the dumb draft decisions.
Roman
Mr.
Wilson in the
Harbaugh.
3rd round.
That's not
There's-
a dumb decision, though. Roman
there's-
Wilson is a really good receiver.
There's the comp: Xavier Leggett, AJ Brown.
That's
He's not that
was my
tall,
call.
is he?
6'1.5", I believe.
He's a couple inches
AJ
shorter,
was
but he,
six-
he
But
plays
two-
bigger
Brown,
than he
6'3".
is.
221.
Yeah.
Like for his size, he's big.
He's
a
rocked
brick
up. I think
shithouse.
AJ's just
Yeah.
taller.
AJ's tall. I think he's 6'3".
Yep.
Yeah.
There's
I
been a
know
2
when
inch
we had
difference,
John
but-
Love on our wide receiver preview show, he talked about Leggett getting a lot of early playing time because he has the ability to, kick return, punt return, etc.
Yeah, and with the new kick return rules, that's not nothing. So
Right.
Yeah.
Well, the knock on Leggett has been, we didn't see any work earlier in his college career.
Yeah,
but
late breakout.
His parents died in a car crash. He had 2 severe knee injuries, and he dealt with like this massive amount of things. And the fact he had a 5th-year senior breakout, that's pretty incredible and speaks to his character.
Yeah,
This is a dude who's going to thrive in the NFL. And
I
I'm
hope so.
excited
I
that
just
he
thought-
went in the first round. Like, good for him.
Whenever
Get
I
that
watch
money.
Rattler, he was like the best player on the field.
Oh, 100%.
Leggett was, not Rattler. Please.
Yeah. Well, no. Yeah, obviously. Not Spencer Rattler.
We knew what you were saying there. All right, gents. Any last words here as we approach midnight?
not for me.
Love your neighbor.
Yeah. Love thy neighbor.
Love your neighbors.
Wait, I have to love
Even
Joe?
if
That's
they're-
not, I don't know about
No,
that.
you do.
You're not my neighbor.
Come on, Joe.
Well, I mean, technically, you're my neighbor, so. I love you, Joel.
Joel moved.
To all you that joined, thank you. I know we had a lot of concurrence throughout the entire stream, so we appreciate it.
Great stream.
Yeah. For myself, Josh, Ryan, Joel, Nate, follow Club Fantasy on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram at Club Fantasy FFL. The URL is clubfantasyffl.com. Plenty of shows in between now and the next, no pun intended, next Wednesday. I will not be there. Josh and Ryan will be joined by a human being.
Garrett Price from Dynasty.
Garrett Price. They'll be breaking down all the draft stuff, so you'll hear from Garrett, and you'll get to hear all the day 2 and day 3 picks as well, reacting to that. But in between then, mock drafts, master classes, and a whole heap of shit to take in for your fantasy football content, because there's going to be a bunch of stuff breaking down all this stuff before we even get to it again next Wednesday. You will hear from me in 2 weeks. Nate, Joel, Ryan, Josh, have a lovely evening. Always remember, defense wins championships, offense wins fantasy football. That'll do it for the 7th annual Club Fantasy, no pun intended, NFL Draft.